a Calling All Heroes tournament that is looking for a victor. The spring season, Jesse, it's been going on for the last couple of weeks. These teams have fought hard. They've looked for the top, and only 4 now have a chance to achieve that crown of our spring season. Who is it going to be? That's what we're going to look to find out tonight throughout our 3 elimination matches. I'm, of course, Tiny Shiny, joined by Twin Salty. We're ready to get cooking into this tournament because we have loved what Calling All Heroes has had to offer so far this year, Jesse, and we're barely 2 events in.
Yeah, like, this is the first major of the year, and it's been giving us so much. Like, the storylines have been adding up, and it's finally time to at least write one of those stories off, right? The spring season, who is going to come out on top? We have 3 teams, honestly, that we all think have a really good chance, or could it be, you know, our 4th team? The Cinderella run could continue. We'll have to see if they can continue it in this first game tonight.
Well, that's what we're going to find out, because, as I said, it's been a long season, and it'll take a little bit of a look at how they all got here in the first place through our format. Of course, it was our Swiss stage that was played first, and all of these teams had to fight for that top 8 spot. And we had quite a few in our Challengers division, both of, it's a lot of new teams that actually have showed up for this tournament in particular, and even some that have made far deeper runs in our double elimination bracket. That has actually been a fantastic format because it gives teams that second chance to prove why they still can fight to be the best within the Calling All Heroes scene.
Yeah, honestly, it's been a really good format so far, and obviously it's the same format we're going to have in summer. I know there's a few other things changing, but, you know, we'll see, especially with Rising 201. That'll be starting up here soon in just a little bit. Make sure you get signed up for that. It'll be a nice little mid-season tournament, but yeah, it'll be great to see how everything shakes up. And now we're at that final stage of stage 2 here tonight, where we finally get to see who is the winner at the end of it.
And not to mention that prizing starts to get real here as well. Everyone who is currently in our top 4, guaranteed $1,000. That's pretty cool. But there's still more that you can go to, up to $3,500 for our first place finisher here tonight. And I know that's something all these teams are gunning for alongside the bragging rights to go with it.
Yeah, obviously you want the bragging rights. You want to say, hey, you're the best in Calling All Heroes in the spring season. But, you know, the cash, it's definitely not a disadvantage by any means. Yeah, first place, $3,500. Second, a cool $2,000, and then $1,500 and $1,000. So at least everybody standing has already made some extra money. But this first matchup is going to be really important because the winner of this joins DK and Avidity, earning one of those championship spots for the end of the year. So it's a massive game here tonight between Exo Sakura and Mouse Genesis to kick us off, because they want to earn and book that ticket early on.
They do. And this is going to be a long night. Let's make that totally clear. Like, should a team, whichever team ends up winning here in our lower semis, there's a potential that you have to play 3 matches in a row to go through this. And one of the most influential factors that has been, I guess a little bit more so, in this recent tournament has been this map pool. Because we've seen, I hate to say, with little variety in the maps that have been selected. Like, we haven't seen Colosseo. I think we've seen Sorobasa maybe once throughout this, and otherwise, like, these teams are pretty set on which maps they prefer to play based on the current sort of hazard meta we've been in.
Yeah, it seems like there's like 1 or 2 maps per map type that are kind of the favorite. Like, we have never seen Busan so far. On stream, we have not seen Midtown. Dorado, we've barely seen. Like, there seems to be some maps that have kind of been pushed to the side for the time being. And then the rest are kind of getting played a lot because it does fit this meta of, yes, you're going to play a lot of Hazard. You may play a little bit of this Orisa as well that we've seen a bunch. So as we're kind of settling into this meta, you can tell a few of the maps are like, hey, we're going to ban that out. We're just not going to pick it. I shouldn't say ban it out. Just not pick it because it's not the most comfortable for us. So we're not going to force ourselves in an awkward spot.
Yeah, and there's no reason to step outside your comfort zone if you don't have to, which can work for the benefit of both teams, but, I mean, it's been rather rewarding for some, depending on which way they ended up going. And actually, talking about rewards, we like those in this household, especially for you, viewers, because we have some viewership rewards that are available to all of you throughout the day today. It is that wonderful little nameplate that you see in the bottom right corner there. I know for a fact that I have the stream open on another monitor in my house, and it is collecting that reward for me because I will be putting that on my profile. You definitely should too. Like, it fits the spring vibes that we're going for here.
Yeah, as everyone's kind of graduating from whatever school they're at, it's like, hey, we're really starting to get into summer, and it's just a perfect little vibe to really get this summer started here at the very end of spring. So make sure you got everything connected with your BattleNet, whether you're watching us on YouTube or Twitch. You can earn it on either one, and make sure you get those drops. We've already had 2 banger drops so far. You might as well try and collect all 3 if you've been us here this whole time. And if you haven't, that's fine. You might as well get the player banner while you're here.
Exactly. It's never too late, people. So make
No.
sure that you have your BattleNet account connected so that you can get your hands on some wonderful rewards. It's not the only thing, though, that we have to offer here. We have a wonderful sponsorship from Pura Vida that has been following us through this Calling All Heroes spring season event. We have loved working with Pura Vida, especially for y'all, because we even have a giveaway for a little bit later for some special edition Calling All Heroes bracelets that you can only get from this giveaway. So make sure that you stay tuned for our grand finals, because that will be coming up at the end of the day today. But Jesse, we got a long way before we get there.
Oh, yeah.
We've had a long journey before we even got to today to begin with. This bracket tells the story of just that. I mean, we had DK coming in as the number 1 seed, 6-0, the only team to be able to do that, dropping 3-0 to Avidity in the upper finals, the first time that those 2 teams have played, and now it's Avidity who's waiting the grand finals for their matchup today.
Yeah, Avidity, they just get to sit back, wait a little bit. They get to watch all these matches unfold before they have the final match of the night. Obviously, their opponent very much to be determined, but there's a good chance of a rematch in that grand final unless Moth Genesis is able to go on the miracle run, as they did take down both DK and Exo Sakura in that upper bracket. We could have ourselves a spicy grand final. But before we get to the grand final, we still got 2 games tonight. Yeah. Before we even get there, starting off with the lower semifinal is Exo Sakura and Mouse Genesis both winning lowers round 2, setting up our first game tonight.
Yeah, this is the 3rd and the 4th seeds. So, I mean, technically, we've been scripted in our bracket with the exception of Avidity and DK's matchup. But, I mean, Moss Genesis, I think a team that has continued to surprise everybody so far. A bunch of players who, one's been around for a bit, and Jeremy, but everyone else, this is their highest placement. Moss Genesis placed in the bottom half of teams previously, and now here they are, top 4 guaranteed for this team. So already a massive achievement and a true test to see how far this team can push it. But I mean, you gotta admit, Jesse, I mean, Exo Sakura, this is also a team who, mind you, has been on a lower bracket tear and is going to look to run it all the way to get that rematch against Avidity.
Yeah, they want the rematch. And I think, we go back to the very beginning of this event. You and I were talking about, like, hey, who are the favorites? Like, who are we thinking is going to be the team that is, the top team at the very end of this event? I believe you said Avidity, which that's looking pretty good right now, I will say. I said Exo Sakura. They've had kind of their bumps in the road. Like, Swiss stage was not the best for them. They had FF against DK, which kind of messed up their seeding as well. But I still think Exo Sakura can very much make the run, try and earn that revenge against Avidity. But like you said, we can't count out Moth Genesis. I think we've learned that mistake too many times at this point. You can never count this team out. And especially in this type of match, when I have a feeling Exo Sakura, they're maybe trying to look a little bit farther ahead against DK and maybe even Avidity. Moth Genesis, they could catch them a little off guard.
There is a potential for that. And there's also the fact that the last time these 2 teams played, Jesse, Moss Genesis did take a map off of Exo Sakura. So that in its own is a good achievement. Very few teams have done that, and once you get to look at Exo's roster, you're going to see exactly why. Calling All Heroes staples, OWCS newcomers, all over this roster, and in particular, this DPS line of Winter and Phone, this Sombra hazard play that has been near perfected by this team, having such an asset of a Sombra player in someone like Phone and an all-rounder tank in Mari, like Exo Sakura. I mean, Jesse, I might call you a little bit crazy for picking this team to win the tournament, but it's still very warranted given the talent behind this roster.
Yeah, like, talent's all over the place. I think for Exo Sakura, it's really going to come down to the level of team play and coordination and what kind of comps are they actually comfortable running with tonight, because they are in that awkward spot as they're the only team that's really forcing the Sombra super hard, and they are also forcing the Junker Queen a lot, where a lot of other teams are just running a mixture of the Hazard and the Orisa for the most part. So I think tonight it will be, can they keep up this gimmick of like, hey, we're going to catch teams, obviously not off guard anymore, but catch them maybe still in an awkward spot with this kind of composition? Or are they going to have to adhere to what the other teams are running in more of these solidified meta comps?
I mean, if someone's going to force a change, I believe it is Moth Genesis. I mean, this is the team that we've seen several of our top squads almost underestimate in a way. Like you see this team, we're like, oh, I don't know them super well, but you know, you can't count them out. You really never can. I mean, we're hoping that there is some changes to, for example, Jeremy nerfed themselves last week. GPU exploded on the PC, was playing on a friend's gaming laptop using a manila folder as a mouse pad. Not an ideal situation, so we didn't get to see them as much last week. Hopefully that has changed heading into this week's tournament. But you also have April on this team, also formerly known as Graham. So if you remember Graham from our last season of competition, she actually played on Timeless Ethereal, the previous champion of the Calling All Heroes circuit, and is coming back in after almost a year of not touching the game, Jesse, to sub tonight because Jazzy unfortunately had an equipment issue coming into today. So some massive shoes for her to fill, and I'll have to see if something that Moth Genesis, if they can just roll with the punches.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of the extra bump here from Moth Genesis. Is like, already you're having to pull upset after upset tonight. If you want to go on this Cinderella run, you also have to do it without your main support who's been here this entire run. Obviously, April is a fantastic support. Like you just said it. They have all the credentials to make a fantastic run and to help this team succeed. But it's obviously just a little different because she hasn't touched the game a lot recently. Doesn't have as much chemistry, especially with this team. So it's going to be a little awkward, I think, especially this first map. I'm curious how creative they're really wanting to get. Or are they going to be really kind of basic with these team comps? Just because of the fact that they are playing with a sub on main support that will complicate it. Our first map is Oasis. So again, no more Busan, kind of just the exiled control map. And the initial ban is Juno, one of the best supports in the game right now. And Moth Genesis will get rid of the Soj. That is very much a target ban onto Winter to force a little bit more of the Freya matchup for Jeremy.
So we'll have the Freya that Jeremy wants, because Jeremy doesn't touch Sojourn, in their own words, is a one trick of 4 heroes, but also known for the Venture. The Venture is kind of that crutch that we've seen come out from Jeremy time to time. University is a very good spot for our favorite little rock muncher to make an appearance. Whether that will be the case is kind of up to the discretion of Moth Genesis. With the Juno being banned, though, we're likely looking at Lucio Kiriko throughout the entirety of this, which is honestly pretty strong for both teams. Proda in particular. Proda and Juno, honestly, Jesse, I think have been the 2 most aggressive flex support players that we have seen so far in this tournament. Like, I feel like we're gonna just see them get off-angling like tracers, just throwing kunai at each other.
I wouldn't say that's too far off. Like, Proda, especially, like, historically very aggressive on flex support, whether it be, you know, they used to be on Sakura, last WCS stage, they're on Dreamland now. They've had their times in Collegiate as well. Like, they are very aggressive on support. They do not care. Like, they're going to get in your face. They're going to go for those pop shots. But it's the fact that Juno, maybe not in the same aspect, but especially when Juno is on Ana, watch out. Like, the bio-nades are critical. They're all over the place. And I do wonder if we go on to this series, if Ana is available, how much that could really swing things in the favor of Moth Genesis. But in this first map, like you said, it's going to be a lot of the Lucio with the Kiriko. I don't expect anything else on the support. It is more, can Moth Genesis counter out the Junker Queen that is bound to start here, especially with it being Gardens to start us off.
I mean, this is so good for Hazard, though. Like,
it is.
Does Mari, does she try to force it? Like, I don't necessarily think it's bad, but you're just making your own life harder by not holding this high ground as easily, right?
I am curious because, or none of the above.
Oh, I forgot about that hero. That hero also exists.
Yeah, that hero does also exist. So they're at least looking at early. And actually, Winter's not in. I didn't even realize that in. It is Zoe.
Zoe's in.
Zoe is in to start here for Axel Sakura. We have not seen Zoe, I think, at all this event, at least on stream. I don't know. They might have played a little bit during Swiss stage, but yeah, this is the first time we've seen them.
Yeah, Zoe, she's been kind of taking a step back lately, but
Yeah.
now returning to this team and one of the best flex DPS players. I think top 3 easily, and the Genji being the primary source of that. So Exo Sakura feeling so comfortable with this Sombra Genji backline they have. Double Baptiste, though, wasn't exactly on the cards. We've had quite a bit of changes within the past league. I believe this is influenced by the current OWCS meta that we've been seeing as well, and some inspiration being drawn for that. But again, that fight for high ground just becomes all the more important. Whose DPS can sit up there first, and right now, Amity is having no thoughts of anything except for Juno. April, please let me stay alive. Thankfully, they're able to accomplish that task, but all while giving Exo Sakura free access towards that objective. Phone has been in such good positions throughout this whole time. Eventually took down Juno, but the overcommit from Mari and Zoe leaves the door open for Moss Genesis to make a quick reapproach. It's all really been on Phone to trade out these eliminations, and even that, it's just not enough if you don't have a tank here.
Yeah, if you don't have the tank, you just have no sort of presence on this point. Yes, they can start trying to cap it back now, but that was a beautiful jab from Amp.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, that will. There we go. Boy, the jab was so hard it knocked out my internet for a sec. We're good now. That was,
It was
a
too
little
good.
bit crazy. The third wall break is kind of nuts here, Amity,
No.
but that was a great jab. Shuts down everything, and now you said, like, this has been a comp we've seen all over the place. Not totally shocked to see it, but Mouse Genesis could be missing the speed, but so far, not really missing it.
I mean, you're missing Zoe. That's something. At least for your Exo Sakura, they'll have to retreat off of that. And, again, we highlighted how aggressive Juno can be on any flex support she tries. Baptiste, it's just better Soldier 76. I say that to any support player that's out there. Like, pick Bap. It's so much fun.
Yeah, like, this will be so good, especially already Ant Matrix, and Zoe already finds the opening pack.
Yeah, I mean, this second that Ant Matrix is out, I don't think Paul was quite prepared for that exact amount of damage. But he kind of did the same thing, where Amity just walked with the rest of the team, got shredded on by Protoss, owned Ant Matrix from the high ground. Now Moss Genesis, they don't have a tank of their own, doing their best to try to hold this out, but with Mari in the wonderful position that she is, snags a triple kill, and next girl.
Yeah, able to get 3. Jeremy tried their best, right? Like, trying to find something, make some sort of chaos happen in the back, but Prot is able to live throw out. And the fact they only use the Ant Matrix there is massive for Exo Sakura, because now they can play very aggressive. They have the EMP, but so does Paul. This fight is really going to be just who can press Q first, who can get this EMP off, maybe with either like a Bola shot, if you're Jeremy, or the Terra Surge from either tank here to get us started.
It'll be the rally versus the sound barrier, which you really got to favor Regime's ult in this exact instance. Exo Sakura, though, they really can't convert on it. Amity waits until the rest of the team pushes up, uses the Terra Surge to force everyone out, and look at how much those health bars are suffering. EMP, not a huge fan of that, but I mean, Moss Genesis, they'll get what they want in the end, eventually, once they clean up these supports.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a little bit of a panic, like, hey, we need to win this fight, we need to win this fight. It's like, oh, we don't need that, though. Okay. They still have Bola shot, so they at least have something to work off of during this next fight. They are not, you know, completely free of utility, but that EMP, Blade, Terra Surge, they have everything on Exo Sakura that they could possibly want to get another flip. They just cannot afford, in my opinion, to use all 3 at once.
No, you absolutely should not. Exo Sakura are a team, though, that is known for being disciplined with their ultimate uses, despite the chaos that goes on. Ideally, you're looking for Mari or Phone to initiate this first, but that might not even be needed. Amity goes down just in this neutral engagement, so if the fact that Exo win this fight and need to use absolutely no shiny buttons, that's huge.
Yeah, that's a disaster if you're Mouse Genesis. You want to at least force 1 out. Oh my god, what a stagger as well from Zoe and Phone. And yeah, this is going to be a tough spot now, because you even have the Ant Matrix to go with it. There's a lot of pressure on Juno here. She has to land almost the perfect lamp just to try and keep everyone up for a split second to maybe pop the amp for the extra heals, but it's a very tall order against Phone with EMP.
Oh, she's going for it, doing a little bit of parkour off the roof.
Maybe not.
Thought about it, but saw that shield bash, is like, yeah, I'm not gonna risk that. So goes back towards the team. We're in final fight territory for this map. Let the EMP rip. Goodbye, Ant Matrix, and goodbye, Moss Genesis. Or wait, maybe not. Why are there 2 trades? That should not be allowed to happen. Exo Sakura, they had every ult in the game. The execution is not nearly as good as they thought, but they denied the touch in the final second. Mori's Terra Surge preventing Jeremy from doing all the heroics themselves. Wow, that was a close round to start us out.
I'm a little closer than I expected. I won't lie. Like,
Whoa.
Mouse Genesis are here to play even with April coming in as the sub. And yes, it got a little bit kind of all over the place. Like, Fode goes in for the EMP. It doesn't get as much as they're looking for, but they still get Juno and April. But all of a sudden, Jeremy pops off, is able to get 3, but still not having a healer at all is kind of just the nail in the coffin during that fight, at least for Moss Genesis. But that shows, at least to me, that, hey, they have a lot of fight going into this, and this is definitely not over by any stretch of the imagination. It will be practically the same comps here. Yeah, Moss Genesis will stay the same, and so will Exo Sakura, but it will be Exo first to the high ground.
Yeah, and that's kind of the advantage of them having Regime on the Lucio. Like, the
Yeah.
Brig's nice just to prevent the dives from the Sombra and the Genji, but you just have to sacrifice power positions early. It's kind of a double-edged sword there. One that Moss Genesis, I don't think are too thrilled about. Being a small room to be bottled up into. Boop on the Paul right into Mari's crosshairs. Excellent start, though, for Exo Sakura. They know that they had the advantage from the early fight and will continue to go ahead and push that back. Midi not too keen and continuing to push the amount of support.
Yeah, they already flipped the spawns, too. As Jeremy falls, it's right now, Moss Genesis is playing on the actual Exo side of spawns, so you lose 2. A little bit of a kind of crazy fight here, but Moss Genesis will not be able to capitalize. Mari's able to win the duel underneath, but it denies Exo Sakura from playing super aggressive, considering they do not have their BAP here to try and keep everybody up. But still, yeah, having that early advantage. They catch Paul kind of lurking early, and that just destroys the entire game plan from Moss Genesis, who at least will have the Ant Matrix first at this rate.
They should, but I mean, the ultimate
Should.
build's so fast, I don't really think it's going to matter all that much. In Juno, though, already 93%, and with Phone out of the equation, this should just be the go button for Moss Genesis. Again, no speed, so have to take it as the opportunities come. Hack on Tamari, forcing out all of her defensive cooldowns. And I mean, Moss Genesis, they're struggling to follow up on these eliminations, eventually grabbing one onto Regime, but ooh, that Ant Matrix, Juno. Just let out a sigh of relief there, but it's always short-lived. Phone saw the critical target through the wall. Mari is still pushing this Moss Genesis. They had all of the ults, but they never used them. Jeremy's here still trying to be the hero. I mean, even if we see Exo Sakura lose this fight, which they very well might not, I mean, they got all the percentage. They're going to get up to like 80% before the point is actually flipped, and it's not ever going to flip at all. What just happened?
Just pop-offs, man. Phone just stays alive. They're like, hey, you are not capping this if I have anything to say about it. And now they can get super aggressive with this EMP. And it's all because they catch Juno early. It's all of that healing gone. And just from there, it was just a very slippery slope.
Well, now battle the EMPs. Who comes out first? And this time it's Phone. Paul denied an ultimate all together. And Zoe is there to cut all of the hopes of winning Oasis down to nothing. Moss Genesis down and out 100-0 here. And will lose out on Oasis.
Yeah, that's just how good Phone is on Sombra. Like, that is every single time they're like, hey, I know you want to use the Ant Matrix. Oh, where is it? I'm just going to wait. All right, pop it. EMP. Let's go. Because it just takes out so much utility that Moss Genesis were trying to base their entire engagement around. They need that to get on to the site to try and at least, you know, start overtime, try and find an opening pick or two, and as everything gets shut down. With the EMP Blade, it was just way too much for them to handle. But as we see some of the replays going on, it's not like Moss Genesis didn't have some moments, especially on Gardens. It's just at the end of this round and the entirety of second round, they just were not able to get it done.
They had a hard time entering, and I think that's one of the issues that you have with running a Brig on this side. April, she feels a lot more comfortable on that hero as opposed to a Lucio, so it's understandable, but at the same time, it's hard for your team to make that work. And can we also talk about the space that Mari was able to gain? We basically saw one long continuous fight here on University, that Mari was alive through the whole time, popped the Sarah Surge, was zoning out team, preventing healing from coming in, and denied any ult usage that entire time. Like, that map round should not have been a sweep, Jesse, yet it was largely in part to the work of that Orisa.
Yeah, it was so good. Like, the fact that Mari was just in their face, like, you know, like, I know you want to play your game and everything, but she's just like, no, I'm good. Like, it's nothing that she has to worry about. Just goes right on in, because she knows they also have Phone. Like, they have Phone right there, and Phone is going to be wherever the Orisa is going. Zoe, in the first map we've seen of her, at least on stream this event, does a great job on the Genji. Even with the Soj out, I think they take that as, hey, Winter's obviously not going to be able to play. I wonder if Winter was already in, or I'm trying to think like how that process works. I think they have to do the bans after roster lock.
Yes.
So I wonder if that
yes.
was just kind of a miss on the bans for Mouse Genesis, maybe not completely understanding what Exo Sakura had planned. But it's definitely a ban that they're going to want back maybe later on in this series. Is not a giant shock here. It is Watch Point. Again, it is the map that they picked when they lost to DK in the first round, and they actually beat DK on this map. It's the one map that they did win, so it's not a complete shock here that we're going this way.
Yeah, this is a Moss Genesis favorite on this map. You love putting a midi on either Winston or the Diva, this dive comp, but oh my goodness, these supports, Jesse. Ana is the Juno favorite. She's so dang good at it whenever it gets pulled out. It will be a little tricky to synergize with April not playing for a little bit or just not with the team, perhaps, but even then, you have to protect, like, surely you protect a support here. You cannot allow that Ana to get banned. Like, the only other reason I would be okay with something else getting banned is either a Widow, because you think that Winter will be in this lineup, or like a Diva, because you want to force Mari to play the Winston instead. Like, those are the only things that I would be okay with. Otherwise, a support protect is like an absolute must.
Yeah, to me, it screams like you have to do a support protect, but I'm looking at what they did last time. Last time Exo Sakura played this, they actually played it just last week against Quick Nova. It was a Winston ban from Quick Nova. And they banned Brig second to deny kind of the Ana without banning the Ana outright. So I wonder if they're going to for a similar look here if they get given the opportunity. But it's the Juno ban, actually. So you're right. Protect ban coming through to make sure the Brig Ana can be played. And it's actually Freya getting banned out. So it's Jeremy kind of getting pushed away a little bit by Exo Sakura, maybe forcing that double flex DPS Genji Sombra a little bit more if you're Exo. But I like the bans from both sides.
This kind of tells me that we're still having Zoe in, probably, because Winter's very comfortable on the Freya, and I think she would be confident to take that matchup into Jeremy. But it also, I think this limits Moss Genesis more than it does Exo Sakura for sure, just because Jeremy, great at the heroes they do play, they don't play a ton of them. So this Tracer is an option, unless you're going to put Paul on that. Genji, it's there. It's not fantastic, but it's there. Could get a Venture again. We'll throw it out. It didn't look good. It did not work very well at all, and I don't think Exo Sakura are going to allow that to happen. But it's one of those moments that it's just wait and see. The nice part is that tank pool is open, so you have the option of Hazard, Winston, Diva, whatever you kind of want to go for on this map, which is pretty big considering the hero pools of tank players.
Yeah, I'm really curious what the opening look here is, because it definitely can help determine how this goes. Last two times these teams played this map, Exo Sakura, they went 3-1 over Quick Nova, because they also, the very last time, they ran the JQ for a little bit on this map and just ran through Quick Nova. So I don't think they would do that again, especially with like Brig Ana actually being playable. With the Brig ban last time, I think it opened up a little bit more of that very quick, Anakiri, Anabap style. I don't feel like we're going to see that here just with how the bans ended up playing out. For Moss Genesis, they actually lost this map last time to Hive Mind Baddies, but to be fair, like, this was Hive Mind Baddies' map. Like, this was very much their best map overall, so it was very understandable how we got to that point. But I do think this is a big spot here for Mouse Genesis. You're putting Juno on her best map, on the Ana, and yes, you don't have Jeremy on the Freya, which is probably what you wanted going into this map, but I don't think it's, the end-all, be-all not having the Freya. I think you'll take not having Freya over not having Ana every single time in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good, especially since we're likely looking at a double flex DPS matchup into some regard here. The Sombra is going to be a must. Paul's done a considerably decent job at keeping up with phone outside of a couple times they just got spy checked in earlier fights on Oasis, but outside of that, when we got to see Moss Genesis do well before, was because Paul shining on that particular hero. It'll be a little bit more challenging on this map just because of how open it is, the prevalence of high grounds, and controlling that space. So I'm also like, does having Graham here, like, was that also a factor in picking this map, that you want to make sure that this Ana Brig's playable so you can keep April on this Brig that she so much prefers in this game.
Kuna's in.
Kuna's
Yeah.
in. Whoa,
Kuna's in.
Kuna Zoe. Kuna Zoe, phone is out.
Kuna's-
Kuna's in.
So, yeah, phone is out.
Whoa.
Kuna is in. So, man, actually, Sakura, this pulling all sorts of comps. And,
Don't they have, like, 8
roster
players on their roster?
configurations. Yeah, they have a lot. They do. They have a lot of players on their roster. Another player we just haven't seen this event
No.
very much. So they're gonna be running the Cassidy for now, but I think that's more for this TP setup from Zoe to try and rush the high ground. Paul is on the Widow, and Jeremy to start. You called it. Is on the signature venture, which I don't think will work very well, but let's see how it goes.
It's gonna be tough. I mean,
Yeah.
you can try, but I mean, Zoe from on Tracer, like that's terrifying. Jeremy does really well on this first part of the map. You can be like a little troll under the bridges venture. That's fantastic. Once we move forwards, that's when we'll need to reevaluate. But for now, Amity, kind of playing it safe, buying some
Mari.
zone time. But Mori gets taken out.
Oh!
Ooh! Gets the click onto Zoe's head as she was rounding the corner on the stairs. We haven't seen Paul Widowmaker at all so far. Has been in either Somber or Tracer jail. So to see them pop up on this particular hero is fantastic.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a back and forth here with Proto. Paul's like, I'm good. I don't want to try and face Proto in their 1v1. But already, you know, Exo Sakura, first attack, not going well at all. It was just Mari getting instantly popped. Same thing with Zoe. And now they're trying to figure this out because, to me, the Cassidy here is a little awkward unless you can get them on the high
Oh, the
ground.
nade!
But what a nade!
Oh, Proto's got an arm on her. That was both supports and Amity, all colored in purple. And Moss Genesis, I mean, that's enough for them to back off the high ground almost entirely there. Mari sees free real estate, or what at least she thought was free, in Paul, but will be quick to get out of danger, and the rest of the team can start to relocate over towards this high ground. Eventually, though, the Widowmaker goes down. Bionate onto Exo Sakura, but no one can follow up on it. They're so focused on what Mari is doing towards her own backline, they can't complete the counter dive. It's not necessarily needed. Zoe will end up getting caught out. Has been going on some solo adventures away from Mori, some Lost Genesis. Work on punishing that accordingly. Cassidy, though, is finally within range, and then it really starts to hurt. Deadeye Kuna zoning him out. The Nano comes in just in time to keep Amity's health bar in a stable spot. That could not have been more frame perfect out of Juno. My goodness. And it's even enough for her to get the Primal Rage online. Kuna is just going to be squished into a pancake. It's the work of these supports. If you don't kill Juno, the rest of the team, there's no chance Moss Genesis are going down.
Yeah, nobody pressured Juno and April on high ground. They just sat
No.
up there. Both of them were like, hey, we can just heal our tank in the back line. And there was nothing that either of them faced pressure from. Each of them were like, hey, we're just going to chill. And yes, there's a few ultimates. You still have Rally, though, from April. She has that almost lined up. Paula has the Infrasight to start this fight. Yes, it's been a little rough for Jeremy. I think for this final phase, at the end of this first phase, it'll just be cart pressure more than anything else. But with just less than 90 seconds left, so far, so good. If you are Moss Genesis on your map pick.
Yeah, but this is where high ground starts to get pressure. Jeremy bodyguards the support. Pulse
What a
bomb.
hook!
That's a throw and a half out of Zoe. Paul was blown to smithereens. The rally couldn't even come out in time. We sleep dart onto Mori to give the supports a little bit of breathing room and hope for some reinforcements. But with your main tank dead here, there's not much hope for stabilizing on this objective with the sheer amount of pressure that is on this payload. And yeah, Exo Sakura, they're going to manage to roll it in here. These nades from Proto have been fantastic.
They've been phenomenal, and obviously we were talking a lot about Juno going into this, like, hey, she's one of the best Anas we have in calling out heroes right now. Could be a very big win condition. But Proto's like, I'm still here. Like, I'm very much still here. And some fantastic nades either be, you know, creating just a ton of space, giving Mari and Zoe a lot of opportunities to capitalize as well on some of these long-range nades, and already fighting for ship control. Mari, look at her. She's just already here,
Nade
right in the
again!
face. Oh my god.
Proto, that was beautiful. It sneaks right around April's shield, snags Paul too. Fantastic gameplay. Mori happy to follow up on all the work that Proto does. I mean, this is also the thing with Van. Like, this is the one thing Jeremy can do, is just be annoying like that.
It just stall out the card just a little bit, but you could tell even Mari was like, okay, come on. Like, just get out of the crowd. Let's just get this over with already. Kuna will have the Deadeye just to kind of slow this play down, and they're already on top of the ship, so it'll be up to Amity to really put some pressure on it.
Ooh.
Another nade!
3-person Bionade, Proto, like, just sign them to the MLB or something already. Like, this is nuts out of her. I mean, Exo Sakura, they're just winning fight after fight solely because of the setup that their Ana player has. I mean, that's point two.
Proto is the MVP of this map so far. Like, just very easily. Like, it's not even a negotiation. As they have just done a fantastic job of setting almost every single fight so far. There's been one by Exo Sakura, has been set up by the Ana. And now they already have Nano online, still both DPS ults to work with as well. But if Monsters want to get back into this, maybe it's the Nano from Juno on Amity to put some pressure on Proto.
Let's hope it's Zoe, yet another stick from the Pulse Bomb. If it's not the nade sticking, it's a little explosive out of the back pocket. The Bio Nade, yeah, it's good from Juno, but the Nano Boost, and it's barely a blink in the eye from Exo Sakura. Not too concerned about that positioning at all. The field already up that hill, which proves to be very challenging. Next Sakura, they're at a point where you're basically going to get spawn held now. Paul has not been able to get anything done after those first couple picks on the primary objective, and they're struggling to get their feet back under them. Exo Sakura, it's been all gas, no brakes. Jeremy about to face a devastating fate here, but no, Kuna drops the Deadeye just at the right time. Goodbye to the Venture, and I mean, Moss Genesis, how do you get yourself back in this? The Bio Nade, yeah, that's a nice start, but the Cassidy, it's completely zoned out. Paul's turn now, drops the Deadeye, barely hangs on to life, and even snags Regine. The aggressive shield bash attempting to cancel it out. Third Pulse Bomb from Zoe, that one won't quite find its mark, but the damage has been done. The support's ripped out from underneath Moss Genesis, but these couple of picks that they can get here and there buy them a chance at stalling. Jeremy returns and be underground for, well, I'd say as long as they need, but it's really only a couple more seconds, and it doesn't matter. Kuna's train has already left the station and taking player after player down with them. Exo Sakura, they just snowballed through the entire map of Watchpoint Gibraltar once they got over that first hurdle.
It's the Proto show. Like,
Literally.
I'm just as you're going through. I'm watching. Nade kill, nade kill, nade kill. It's just the fact that it's so coordinated. And one of the big things that you and I have both kind of been critical about Exo Sakura and even Regime when we talked to them last week was like, this has not been their best event overall. Like Swiss stage, they had their bumps. They weren't really feeling like they were clicking on all cylinders. This is the scary Exo Sakura. Like, this is a very scary team when Proto is playing like this, and Zoe and Mario are both just so on it. Like, as soon as the nade goes down, there's an instant pressure. There's an instant punish. And there was just nothing Moss Genesis could do. Like, it was time after time. Let's see the assists here. Oh my, 18 assists. They have 18 assists. That is unreal from the Ana. 12 kills. It's just unbelievable pace they're playing at right now. And I feel bad for Moss Genesis. They go for the Venture, which honestly, it saved them maybe 20, 30 seconds on this time bank. It could be way uglier if Jeremy was not able to stall out the cart for as long as they did. But there was just no pressure on to Proto whatsoever, because also the counter dive from Zoe and Kuna just being able to sit and back was such a benefit. And now they're just going to run the same thing on the defense, and let's see what Moss Genesis can cook up after a very rough beginning of the second map.
Like, Exo Sakura, they were in charge of the tempo the entire time. Like, Moss Genesis, after they lost that first fight, never had a chance to regain their footing. They could never stage for a dive properly. At least on the attack, you got a little bit more time to do it. Avidity, though, gets jump scared around the corner, but for the sacrifice of Kuna's life, doesn't fully respect Paul's sightlines there. Well, you have to argue, being down a Winston, much worse than being down a Cassidy. Should at least force Exo Sakura back a little bit further, and Moss Genesis can start to force the failure.
And obviously they also have the spawn way closer for Amity, just to kind of push back on in, but it's not like this fight's over at all. Zoe just trying to be a little bit of a nuisance, just fighting around, and even though Proto is in such a great spot, no pressure yet, but you can tell Moss Genesis, they're trying to find that way in.
The nade was there, it ended up colliding with the shield of April. It's starting to Amity, though. Result in too much of them. Make sure. Oh, Mari, no! Gets a shot in the butt by Paul from across the map there. Yeah, no, not able to jump out of that one. Proto in a bit of danger themselves. Well, can't exactly outlast a Winston, or maybe so. We're taking so much time to stagger it out. It's actually worse for Exo Sakura in the long run, but it was funny while I watched. Well, honestly.
I respect it. I respect the commitment. Like, hey, like, you have to actually put an effort to kill me. I'm not just gonna lay over and let you die and let myself die. So the rest of their team can really get pushing here. Amity's got to be careful, though. But Juno does have the nano, God forbid. And that, never mind, already pushing
It's
it.
coming out, yeah. And that's big. We needed to see off Moss Genesis take this practice measure, especially because that was like 40% lead on the nano boost out of Moss Genesis. So showing the work that
Beautiful
Juno
nade.
is putting in. Bionade there as well, and the Exosakura now struggling to get themselves back toward the point. Kuna's Deadeye, an attempt to buy the space, but I mean, they're just beaten to a corner by the monkey fist of Amity, and there you go. Primal Rage turns into Blender, and a triple kill for the tank. I mean, this is Moss Genesis. They get full control of Spaceship just off of that.
That's a perfect first phase if you are Moss Genesis. It gives you a lot of time. Obviously, you don't need to, cap this in world record time by any stretch, but you want to at least have some time to work with if you were able to complete it. But that was just a great job of, hey, putting some pressure and taking advantage of the range difference they have right now. Kuna staying on the Cassidy. Yes, it's helping a little bit with Jeremy on these dives, but it's really allowing Paul to take advantage of these long sight lines.
That was a nade
Just like
onto
that.
Kuna. It was a nade too. It forced Kuna out of position before Paul wanted to see it. And not to mention the fact, I think Jeremy just feels so much more comfortable taking these Tracer 1v1 against Zoe. And I mean, we get to see the result of it right there with the Pulse Bomb stick too. Very hard to do, by the way. Moss Genesis, I mean, this is smooth sailing so far. They just couldn't make it happen on the defense, but they're doing the same thing that Exosakura did to them, not letting them regain footing, pulling them apart one by one, and it's all Paul doing it.
Yeah, Paul is like, okay, I'm a little more comfortable now in this. Is not quite capped yet. Mari's actually, they're committed to this. They have Rally and Primal popped.
I mean, Regime's not really going to last long at all. It was more so to buy time on the payload so you can have your tank lead point, and Kuna and Zoe are now back into this fight. Unless we see Paul pop off like crazy, currently shooting the toes of Zoe under the payload, like, this should just be a reset out of Moss Genesis.
Yep. And you obviously wish you could have capped that if you're Moss Genesis, but it gives you way more time. But now you get into the tricky spot of Exosakura can really spread the field here. They can have Mari playing in ship. They can have Zoe going on her own side missions, and it's going to be a little bit more tricky now that it's not Moss Genesis deciding the pace of these fights as much for Paul to really find some of these sight lines. But the Inversight, it's a little bit of a help.
Yeah, no surprises. At least the jump scares shouldn't be happening. Unless you are a Lonely Brig, I don't think they know that Paul's up there. Oh, the shot, though, will go ahead and give away their positioning. Mari not in the healthiest spot. Neither's the rest of the team. Now the Bionade on to 2. There's a midi to collapse right on top of it. The synergy between Juno, we know how good she's been on this so far, but how about Amity on this Winston? Another Primal Rage that he's proving to do wonders within this map, and go ahead and likely secure Moss Genesis this point so we can clean out Mari. Oh, Pulse Bomb.
Ooh,
That's
and
sketchy.
Pulse
That got
Bomb.
real sketchy.
Yeah, it breaks April's shield, but overall not doing too much more. As yeah, they'll be able to lock it.
Oh, but there's a nade. They're committing to the nano boost. Chrono's back. They're trying to be the hero of this fight, and that might be exactly what ends up happening. The nano boost had to be forced out of Juno just out of fear. It got a little sketchy for Moss Genesis there at the last second. It forced a couple of ultimates, but at the end of the day, they'll end up working towards the third point.
Yeah, I credit to Exosakura drawing a few more ults. I thought that fight was done. I won't lie, Molly. I thought it was done. It was going to be capped, but they extended out just a little bit longer. Paul's still running the Widowmaker here. Kuna's still on the Cassidy. So going into this final phase, I think, yes, even though it's a little harder on paper for Amity, they've been doing a fantastic job. Just trying to, honestly, getting more even on this Winston duel, but that's Paul gets caught.
Yeah, and it's kind of the issue of playing the Widowmaker. If you overstep your bounds even the slightest, expect to get sat on by a Winston named Mari. Yeah, this is kind of where we see Exosakura succeed. It's when they have this preemptive staging.
Yeah, now they can really just, hey, we're just going to hold you as a choke. We're not going to let you set up. We're not going to let Paul to kind of find the spot that, they really want. We're going to get up in your face. We're going to make sure that we have all the variables in our control, but Jeremy will be looking with this Pulse Bomb to try and disrupt just something that they can find from this dangerous game.
What? Where is she going?
I don't know.
All right, she was in there. Thankfully, Zoe does trade it out for April, so you're not nearly as frustrated with your flex support as you probably would have been, but little short on that one, Mari. Oh no, the Juno jumped right down and Mari was waiting. No, it was like a 5-head play. Mari saw into the future, knew that Juno would drop. Fantastic read. I mean, Moss Genesis, they're still pushing the payload throughout all of this. Without Juno, though, it really shouldn't be lasting that long.
No, they at least have April here, so April can kind of just try and keep everybody up, play a little more passes. Inforsight will just try and buy time for Juno to get back into the fight, but now with a Winston in her face, turning into more of a survival tactic.
Well, you got the help of Juno, who recently returned from the dead. Kuna, though, the dead eye in the back.
Struggle.
Amity could care less about the dead eye. Straight up just goes after Kuna. That's another triple kill for Amity. She simply cannot be stopped on this Winston. Moth Genesis, they picked this map, yes, for Juno, who's fantastic on the Ana, but also for Amity to play her best hero.
Yeah, Amity just popping off another 3K with the Primal. The juggles have been great, but now final touches coming in potentially from Sakura. Nano already gone.
And it's Nano Boost. They're attempting to tickle Regime out of the own ultimate. That will happen. Kuna, though, gets it on it, but no! The touch doesn't happen. They respect the Widowmaker too much. Mari leaped into the team, and no one was there to cover. That is tragic for EXO.
All right, let's put another one on the count. Put another one on for this event.
We've had one every week, minimum.
We had 2 last week. We had 1 the week before. So this is number 4. Chat, if you want to count it down. Damn.
Why?
Mari goes into the back to try and put pressure onto Juno and Paul, which on paper is the right call, right? Like, you have the Nano, try and fight the squishies, hope your backline can survive. But it's the fact that the Nano also goes on to Amity from Juno, so they put so much pressure on point. The TP, I believe it was Zoe that went to Sim very quickly to try and get back into it, and it just does not work. It doesn't work at all. She gets deleted, isn't able to get any sort of touch, and Mari doesn't have time to leap back over to point. It's not the end of the world, obviously, but definitely a rough way to end the round. And now Moss Genesis, they will start on the attack once again with just under a minute less. I am curious, is Jeremy going to run this?
Ooh.
I would honestly not mind it, because you at least start with the barrage moving perk, and you start with the inverse concussion. But it's risky against Kuna and Proto.
I don't know. Maybe just for this first part, and you match the tracer.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's
There
just
it
for a
is.
couple
Okay.
of shots, kind of knowing that Sakura positioned up on this top ropes and just jumped Amity as soon as she thought about going that direction. Mind you, Kuna is still on the Cassidy. I thought there was a chance that they would stay on the Widow, especially after the late swap, because the last time we saw Moss Genesis attack here, it was Paul to get the first pick. And I mean, I'm a genius. We just saw into the future there. We knew Paul was going to hit the shot eventually. They'll open the doors wide open for Moss Genesis, and I mean, this is just where it starts.
Yeah, this all where it starts again. Paul, with the opening pick, sets up everything for their team, and now they do lose Amity, though. She will not be back until at least OT. Now you gotta play super passive if you're Moss Genesis.
Does Paul live here? Oh no, Zoe!
I don't
She's on the
think
hunt!
so.
No, to be healing. It forces the recall out. Someone's gonna have to touch the payload. Yeah, okay, Jeremy is back. The touch is guaranteed, but this is not an ideal position for Moss Genesis to have to fight on the low ground up towards the height. It's on to Paul. Can they manage to find another magical pick like they did before? Zoe doesn't have health. Jeremy goes in to finish off the blow that Paul had started. And Kuna also hit with a headshot from the Widowmaker. Even if these shots aren't getting the final blows, it's getting them low. It's forcing Exo Sakura to back off. They're all crumbled in this server room with no choice, knowing that Moss Genesis, it's OT. They have to force the payload, but there it is. Bionade lands. Proto once again back on the streak of this Ana. Nano Boost is out onto Regime, looking for the rest of the cleanup. Should just be about it here. Kuna in the backline, Deadeye for good measure. And Moss Genesis are looking for a near 2-minute full hold to take this map.
It was a good start from Moss Genesis, and they at least get it towards the end of first phase. But the fact that Exo Sakura were able to back up, kind of rotate on that high ground, and just live. All they needed to do was live. Because you're able to build up Nano, send it out, and another beautiful Bionade from Proto sets up the kill onto April, and that's just when the dominoes begin to fall. You lose the Brig, you lose a lot of the protection for Juno, and it all goes down from there. But not the worst case scenario by any stretch of the imagination, I think, if you're Moss Genesis. But now it's the question here, Molly, of what do they want to do here on defense? Because Exo Sakura were also very quick to cap this phase of the map.
Well, not necessarily. It took them 3 minutes, Jesse.
Oh, yeah, true. That's true. It was the
So,
second phase is when it kind of sped up. So, maybe they can. I'm trying to think here would want to do it because obviously, like the Cassidy, to me, it's just awkward. Like,
Yeah.
I can understand how it can work, but it's definitely just a little awkward. I do think the Kuna Sods maybe just for like a disruptor shot. Or
I like that.
I'll just let
Let's do
I'll just let
that.
them figure it out. I'll just let them figure it out because I'm not even gonna try and figure it out at this point.
Yeah, Kuno's going through a bit of an identity crisis. Maybe the Sombra could settle on. A bit of the phone aura has been picked up. Nope, back to the Cassidy. And like,
Nope.
I see what you mean. It's hard to get Kuna in range. Once they're in range, it's fantastic. Kuna
It's
will cook.
fantastic. Yeah.
But it's getting Kuna to that point, especially past the likes of Paul, who has been a menace so far.
Yeah, now you gotta watch it for Paul. Like, you have to have full respect for this Widow because that's why this attack went awry the first time around, and already a Bionade on Namari. That'll force her
Proto,
to play a little bit safe. Proto, that is a very dangerous game to play.
I can feel like the aura, the Proto aura, like they're just so confident with how they've been doing on this map. They're like, you know what, I can do anything, even peak Paul on Widowmaker, and it's true. Proto didn't die. All was well. Extra Sakura though, and spent this time forcing the payload. So he's saying, alright, we can't match Paul on this high ground, so we're just gonna force Paul to drop right where Zoe was waiting. Even bigger factor, Zoe's gonna end up living, and Mari can just go ahead and assault where these supports have been setting up this whole time. Unfortunately, that is not a battle she should be fighting alone and will lose her life for it. Sakura down to less than a minute now to get this payload moving, and you gotta think a reset should be in order at this point.
Yeah, you would think a reset is Proto and Regime. Yeah, Proto and Regime are both dead. Paul is able to find two with the Cassidy swap. I don't mind it, especially you know it's going to be more close quarters now that we're end of first phase. You're not trying to have kind of those long range opening peaks, and now you can just play basically bodyguard to June and April. Make sure that Nano at a minimum can be built, because if you can throw that onto Amity, they're 40% ahead of Mari.
Wow.
In the Primal, if they can pop Primal, that could be it.
It's a matter of her getting there. I mean, she's getting peppered down. And Zoe, with scary territory, pulse bomb ends up catching on to the shield. It's going to be a little scary for Lost Genesis, but at least they guaranteed themselves a primal
April's dead.
raid. Oh no, they're down April already. The dive from Mori was successful in that department. And Lost Genesis make this happen. Electric Cowboy on the field, Paul popping off this map so far, and they're trying to get the Winston out of the way, but with the responding mana boost, it's so difficult to manage to do. Sleeping Winston into the backline, Anthony, that looking worse for wear. Kuna cleaning up the broken pieces of Moss Genesis, their own map pick. It looked close, it looked so much better, but it wasn't enough to throw them over the hurdle. Exit Sakura on match point.
Whew. I swear every single time Extra Sakura is sitting there like, how close can we make this map? Like, how close do we want it to be today? Credit to Mouse Genesis. Amity, she was all over the place. This set of juggles, like, I gotta take notes for myself. Like, it was an unreal juggle, especially near the end. You're like, oh, hi, Kuna. I don't care about Primal. Bye-bye. But they're able to find three, but just not enough. It's a 4-3 in favor of Exo Sakura. And now you gotta think, what is the next choice here? If you are Mouse Genesis, you went to a map that on paper, it's a lot of your best heroes. You get Paul on Widow, Amity on the Winston, Juno Ana, like everything on paper is going your way. And you just cannot find a way to do it. It was such a rough thing. But last time they when they lost High Bind Baddies, the other map they picked was King's Row. So if they want to force more of a rush with the Orisa game, but that kind of was rough on Oasis. They could also go maybe like Colosseo, maybe, but it's rough.
It's tough out there, because I think this is the best individual map we've seen Amity play, like, ever. And it was huge from her. It was fantastic. But I can say the same for Proto. Like, holy cow. They said every single Bionade that we got to see, especially on that first attack, and it gave EXO just that little advantage that was needed on that second round. But I mean, again, you can't underestimate what Moss Genesis are able to output when they are at the top of their game. But now, you're at a point where your backs are against the wall. What do you do next? Try to fight back with this Orisa, knowing the depth of this DPS roster that we get to see? Or do you force it where you think you're going to put phone back in? Because its rosters are picked and then bans, and then flat out ban the Sombra? Is that something that you would want to consider doing? Like going forwards? Like Moss Genesis, they have so many different things to consider, like with the rest of the maps that are available, but what has worked? It feels like they're so close, but they just can't close it out the way that they want.
They're just, like you said, they're so close. Like, it felt like they were just one fight away, one pick off away from evening us up at one apiece over on Watchpoint Gibraltar. And they just can't do it. And I think part of it is, like, they maybe weren't used to, or maybe not ready for Exo Sakura to have so many subs going in and out, because they've been running before tonight this same kind of composition with players. Like, it's just been, at least on DPS, it's been Phone and Winter the entire way. We have not seen Kuna this entire time. We have not seen Zoe. So it is very weird to see them all of a sudden pop up. It is New Junk City. To me,
Venture
that
map.
screams Venture map. Like you said, last time it did get banned against Monster Genesis.
No. Here's the thing. You have to ban a DPS. If you don't ban a DPS, ban Sombra. Heck, ban freaking Sombra. Actually, Paul didn't play Sombra on this. Never mind. Don't ban Sombra. Ban literally anything but Venture. Jeremy needs to have a map this tournament where they can play the Venture all time on a great map. Like, this is something we all need, okay?
I will say, last time when they played Hive and Baddies on this, they banned Lucio first.
What's it with these speed DPS? That actually might not be a bad situation.
I don't think it's a horrible ban, but that's what left open the Venture ban from Hivemind
Oh.
last time. So my worry is if they ban Lucio again, even though I was saying Exo Sakura, like, they run it a decent amount because Regime is obviously like a very good Lucio, but it's not like Regime is insistent on it. Like, they run a ton of Brig as well. So I don't know. These bans will be very telling on maybe what the roster is for Exo Sakura going into this map, but also what kind of composition that Monster Genesis are trying to lean back towards here in this pivotal map 3.
Which of the 4 DPS of Exo Sakura
Yeah, right.
are we going to get
Spin the
in
wheel!
this particular map? That's a question. I mean, what combo have we not seen? We haven't seen Phone Kuna. Haven't seen that. Might as well mix it up. Winter with Zoe or Kuna. So we could just like check some boxes off. You know?
Yeah,
Go through-
might as well
go
get a
through-
new combination. Throw Winter in with, like, Zoe. You know, might as well just throw any little combination you want out there if you're Exo Sakura. And I also think this is a great idea because you're showing so many different looks that if they do end up winning this game against Monster Genesis, they do have to play DK next. DK have to prepare very quickly for Kuna and or Zoe, which is something they have not had to do this tournament. So I do think it's a very cheeky plan here from Exo Sakura to throw in these players very late in the tournament to get some reps before a lot of these pivotal games. We're still waiting on the bans here. So I have a feeling maybe it's just a little bit longer here for Exo to figure out who they're subbing in, who they're subbing out potentially on DPS. I think for Monster Genesis, like you said, it's either the Hazard, but they've never even been that big of a Hazard team. Like, they've ran it, but you can tell they're definitely more comfortable on a Winston and Orisa. So maybe we do see the Orisa to maybe counteract a potential Junker Queen pull here from Mari. It's a very good Junker Queen map as well.
That's also something to take into consideration, as well as so we do actually have the DPS confirmed here. Still Kuna and Zoe in for this map in particular. So we get to have yet another combo, well, the same combo from last map, but also signaling more towards this Cassidy. I mean, it did work out really well. Freya should be back in the mix too, I'm assuming, unless we see it could be the DPS that is banned. You could ban Freya if Jeremy's gonna just pick up the Venture anyways. That's an option, but we're expecting either Cass or Freya from Kuna, and Zoe fitting in probably with the Genji or Tracer. No Sombra, though. I don't think we get Sombra from Exo Sakura in this particular instance.
No, because at least from the intel that we have, there is no subs. It is still Kuna Zoe as of now in for the map. So to me, that screams maybe a little more of even if it's like a Cassidy gameplay, going with the Tracer if they want to run maybe like a double flag. It's not like Kuna can't. But I'm very curious on what they're trying to run here. Because obviously it's not Sombra. Like, if they were running Sombra, Phone would be in. Like, just point blank, Phone would be in the lineup if that was the plan for Exo Sakura. So it does kind of leave a little bit of a question mark as, hey, what really is the plan here? Obviously, Kuna has the Tracer in their back pocket. So if they want to run like Tracer Genji, JQ ban. Oh, Venture did. Wow, Venture didn't get banned. Okay,
but the Brig, that's honestly worse because we haven't seen Graham. Graham's only played Brig.
Yeah, they've only played Brig this entire time. I like the JQ ban. I will say, like, you ban out Mari's favorite hero. It's like
She's sad.
She's probably very sad. Like, hey man, the one map that like actually is pretty good for Junker Queen right now. It's gonna be a lot more of the Orisa then during this map. But with the Brig gone, God, I think it's probably more like the Lucio Bap or Lucio Kiri or the Juno. It's gonna be Lucio and a flex support. Like, I don't see Lucio not getting played here, just because with Brig being gone, unless you're running some like Kiri Juno, but then you're banking on like the hyper rings for speed, and it can get a little odd. But overall, it's a pretty decent ban phase from Mount Genesis, all things considered.
I'm wondering, since April just hasn't played the game in a little bit, that if jumping back into something as mechanically intense as a Lucio might not be the preference, is kind of what I'm thinking. But like, I think Juno would be a much better option if it's something she feels more comfortable with. We have seen her kind of touch in with that hero in the past when it's been playing with like another typical flex support character, but it's kind of up for grabs. I can see why that ban did take a while. I think Exo Sakura were thinking in their head like, okay, so we know that we're going to play the Orisa. Do we want to deal with this venture? Are we confident in that? The answer is yes. So what could be the thing that would cause Exo Sakura or Lost Genesis the most pain right now? And they're targeting that support line altogether. And I mean, that's kind of a scary thing to think about, because then without a flex support, do you run the Kiriko instead of a Baptiste then? Just so your supports are a little bit more, I guess, independent of themselves. You're not too worried about just getting collapsed on as much?
I could see it, even though like it's not with the Junker Queen gone. It's not like, oh my god, we have to run Kiriko because we need the cleanses. It's like you don't need the Kiriko necessarily. I still think it could be a very good move with the Lucio, but like I said, at least you're very independent on that line, especially if you're Exo. Like, hey, Proto can be very, on their own. They can flank, try and get some little headshots, and then just easily swift step right back to the team. Like, that bounce back and forth is very good. But for Nazi, both teams leaning more towards the BAP, which we also saw over on Oasis, so it makes sense. Pretty much a mirror here, except obviously, like, Zoe's not going to
Yes, Jeremy!
Like, Jeremy, we all knew that was going to happen. Like, that was, as soon as it was not banned, we all knew Jeremy was going to be on the Venture. I'm not even going to talk about the Ryan pick until we get out of spawn. I think for Exo Sakura, Kuna will just have to be on Venture duty. Like, hey, where is Jeremy?
We're doing it! We're doing it! There's Reinhardt! There is Reinhardt on my screen! Reinhardt and Venture.
What?
This is a wonderful day.
They really decided, hey, content first, baby. Let's go. Let's run it.
Okay, but how does this work though? Like, is Avidity just kind of walks with them intimidating? Like, yeah, come at me. Like, that's kind of the energy that I'm getting. But you're out of shield. You're playing against a poke comp that is happily going to run away from you. Lost Genesis don't have a ton of range within their composition comparatively to Exo Sakura. Although they do chuck Mari down pretty low. Proto's Immortality Field has set and then burned. We're now on our first lap around the arena, heading into our second. Like, we're just running circles. This is a racing course, not a hammer track. Eventually Zoe has had enough. Dives straight into a Midi's hammer and gets struck down as a result. And, wow, all right, that's one way to do it, Lost Genesis.
Ring around the Rosie eventually goes their way. Now Amari's already no fun. She's like, nah, I am not dealing with this in my games tonight. The Ramantra is already online. This is gonna suck for Amity, I won't lie. She is not going to be a giant fan of this. Proto also goes over to the Kiriko for a little bit of that, that quick heal. Like, hey, if somebody gets canned, you can pop the cleanse. But honestly, I love this from Lost Genesis initially, but with the Ram, it gets a lot more tricky.
Think about the content, though, Jesse. That's what the people care about.
The clips from this map alone are going to be fantastic.
It's really hard for Exo Sakura to move into any of these choke points. Like, even there, Zoe has to dash out in fear of just Jeremy existing on the Venture. Like, look at this. There's no way for this team to move forwards, and they get separated so easily. Jeremy and Paul taking down one apiece, and with this fight, when Lost Genesis are just going to claim this point.
Oh, my God.
This is working. This is real.
It's actually, like, it's unironically working. There's no way for Exo Sakura. They're trying to push forward, but they have to try and break through Amity's shield. She's keeping it up very consistently. Juno pops amp. They just burn everybody through. First flashpoint goes the way of Moss Genesis, and they will speed on over to the next one, and they have Shatter, they have Sound Barrier, Deadeye, they have a lot of resources now to continue the snowball, but no Juno.
Or Paul.
Or Paul. Okay.
I was going to say, it's fantastic because, hey, it's a finery next. This is the closest quarters point other than Arena. Wonderful. You don't have a team to get there. They kind of just get pulled apart before that happens. So, yep, that's should just be a cap.
First cap gone. It's not the end of the world here, but it does allow Exo Sakura to build up some ults to at least find some sort of counter punch to this attack, right? You're going to have Kitsune Rush, Annihilation, maybe a Blade from Zara, but they're going to be very quick. Deadeye just to get them on the point.
Yeah, this is good. You don't really have a... Oh, we're on Mori's head! What is this? But no, the Deadeye, it doesn't end up hitting. Doesn't matter. Mori is still shredded down. Bullet holes all through the robotic body. Dragonflight, though, Zoe is still pulling this out, attempting to drag it back from the brink, and she's going to manage to grab two, and it seems like it's about it. Jeremy does what Venture does best, go underground, say, haha, you can't touch me.
These fights, I swear, are just, they're chaos. Like, it's just glorified chaos. The Deadeye, I think, does hit. I think Mari just times the guard really well, so they get low, eventually finished off. Don't have to use Shatter. They don't have to use Jeremy's ult either. A lot of resources still available here from Moss Genesis to keep this rolling, and Jeremy will be on the flank. Well, an attempted flank until they realize Mari is just right here.
Well, nope, she's delivered first class shipping over to Amity. We'll have to go ahead and burn the Nemesis form just to stay alive, and there's even Annihilation, but guess what? You forgot about Guna. Oh no! That got a little bit scary. This is not looking too good though for Exo Sakura. That was, what, two ults, their biggest ones in that fight. It got absolutely nowhere thanks to Jeremy's opening start. This is now 2 points over to Moss Genesis.
Yeah, that and the Shatter as well. Amity shuts it all down with the Shatter, stops in as its tracks. Mari has to swap again. She will go over to the D.Va, and it is 2-0 Moss Genesis. A mini reverse sweep needed now for Exo Sakura, and they want the clean sweep here in this one.
What is this luck? What is this luck?
They get all three inside map
points.
It's unreal, but if they lose maybe a swap, with it being the 2 outdoor flashpoints for the final 2, but hey, they could win this right now. Regime's dead.
I mean, no. Kuna's gonna pop his OC on top. The Immortality Field, actually, it's not really hitting. Oh! Juno waiting for the peak. Nice couple of bullets to the dome of Kuna. Well, this D.Va from Mari, and she just decided, you know what? I want to be Thanos today. You can't stop me. I might not be able to stop Amity, but I'm gonna make it hurt a little bit more. Just fly a little too close to the sun, aka the hammer of the Reinhardt. Moss Genesis will look to get this first cap yet again.
They're just playing at such a pace. Exo don't know what to do. Like, they really don't know what to do. It's like, oh, Red's in the face, Red's in the face. What do we do? And there's just nothing. There's physically nothing that they can do about this. They'll have another Deadeye from Moss Genesis just to keep Exo Sakura at bay. Exo Sakura have just the Kitsune Rush to go in, but Amity's able to time it right. A Shatter can just shut down the entire play.
Yeah, it's pretty much how it goes, right? Like, Exo Sakura, you gotta make something happen out of this Kitsune Rush. Maybe just rocket launch Margie at the team. Nope, she's gonna have to back out to the low ground while Paul is gonna hold the Deadeye. A very Regime! What are you doing, buddy? You can't do that. I mean, this team is so split. Exo Sakura, I mean, that's the thing with Venture. Dermy's just been fighting off these players who have been by themselves. Most of the time, it's Kuna trying to take it off angle. And Moss Genesis, they're just continuing to snowball this fight. They're using it as a tempo. April, likely not necessary, but I mean, if they can get the limb here, we're already at Final Fight territory, basically.
Yeah, they'll be at Final Fight territory going into this. Blade is online for Zoe. They have to get something here for Exo Sakura. If she's not able to, map 4 is on the line.
I mean, there's a Nurse Shatter. Like, you can't do anything about it.
Amity's so afraid.
Yeah, Amity could just say sit, and it's done, just like that. And she's looking for the opportunity. OT has struck. Shield bash into the back line. Crota DP's over to safety, but Mori already out of mech, and she's likely not gonna have the chance to get back into it. It'll be the shield. Amity. They end up taking her down. No tank and low health. Earth Shatter still in the back pocket, and goodbye. Sit down. Honor and glory is all that Amity can think about on this map. Moss Genesis pull it out of their back pocket and start themselves off. New Junk City, a sweep, and perhaps a start to their reverse sweep.
That is in the Hall of Fame of calling all heroes games for this season. It has to be. It has to be. What an unreal turnaround of all the compositions that we were thinking of. Like, hey, maybe they go back to the Orisa. Maybe they go back to the Winston. They're trying to force this rush. It's the Rein comp that is able to make it work. It's a shield bash kill from Amity that's able to turn it around. What a map for Boss Genesis. They will not go down quietly. They still want a championship bid right here in the spring season. And like you said, a reverse sweep, it's got to start somewhere.
It does. Every reverse sweep, it starts 0-2, right? You know, and getting a full sweep on this map, fantastic morale booster for this team as well. And Jeremy got to play the best hero. Juno popped off in the last couple of moments here. Is this replicable, Jesse? Can this be played on other maps? Will Exo Sakura allow this to be played on other maps? Is where I want to go. I mean, Exo Sakura, a team that has been dominating the tempo, when and how these fights have been taken, pretty much the entirety of the series so far, just got, like, basically slapped down to the ground for a mean reality check in this point. Like, we're gonna have to look at some serious changes looking ahead to the series.
Yeah, if you're Exo Sakura, you're just gonna be sitting there like, okay, that map just does not exist. You have to forget it existed at all, because it is such... For a team that runs very unique comps, like EXO are the only team who runs like these JQ comps and everything. They're like, okay, that's also a unique comp. That's how it's like to be on the other side of this? Oh, like that's not the funnest thing in the world. But they obviously have the map pick advantage going late, so now it's a, hey, you have to eliminate that map and just move on.
All that matters, Jesse, is we actually have a game on our hands. Boss Genesis, they got the 1 off of Exo Sakura. Can they manage to take more and force us to a 5? That's what we are going to find out here, right after the short break. Came into the series thinking, you know what? Exo Sakura, they've been around the block. They are proven winners in the past. Surely they could take the series handedly, and it looked like it up to the first 2 maps. New Junk City, however, Jesse, we got a look at Reinhardt Venture composition, something brand new and shocking, and that, lo and behold, is the thing that will manage to throw Exo Sakura off. Moss Genesis, they got creative. They were cooking, and my goodness, was it delicious to watch. We're going to at least a map 4 right now off of some shocking creativity. Do you keep running a Ride and Venture comp on Runasapi? If they did it once, what's stopping them from doing it again?
I think on Runasapi you can get a little bit more rough to run the Rhine. There's a lot more high ground to run. It's Pharah, so that's, okay, Jeremy. Yeah, that's another Jeremy target ban for you. Pharah is off, and the Kiriko is, we could easily see Rhine here. We could easily see Rhine here. I cannot believe this is happening. But I will say, if you're Moss Genesis in a map that but you can't run the JQ against Rhine. I think that's where they're thinking, is that, yes, they could theoretically run JQ, but if we're running Rhine, there's nothing they can do. Like, the JQ in a Rhine is a death sentence if you were Exo Sakura.
Yeah.
So I think the fact that Kiriko, yes, it's banned, but if you run the JQ to start, they're just going to counter swap Rhine, and you're going to have to swap off it anyway. So I like this, the fact we could get more Rhine gameplay. The fact like we were talking about, like, there was a chance that we had a Rhine ban. You just saw what I saw as well.
You saw what I saw.
Yes,
Yeah.
phone is in now for Kuna, so that screams to me that the Sombra is here.
Yep. Welcome back, our favorite hacking hero. She will make a return alongside Phone. And I think that makes sense. That kind of forces Paul to match it, or at least put like a Tracer out there, I feel like. So it's Zoe Kuna then? Or Zoe Phone, right? We're getting that
Zoe
back
Phone.
from
Yeah,
that point?
Zoe Phone.
Zoe Phone, okay. Yeah.
I think this can easily work. Like, this can easily work if you're Exo Sakura. Obviously, like, the chances of going against the Reinhardt again, I wouldn't say are very high. This is not maybe the best push map for the Reinhardt. Can it work? Absolutely. We've seen OWCS teams run it in the past, right? Granted, it's been like the old space station and like London Spitfire back in the Owl days, right? Like, they were Rhine specialist teams, but it can work. Like, on paper, can work on a map like this if you play your angles and your timings right. So I honestly, at this point, I would love to see it. Why not? Give us more Reinhardt, just because why not? Even if they lose, it's funny.
It's just, again, do it for the content, you know? Like, regardless of what gets played this map, I think New Jack City, it's going to go down in history. Like, the fact that we're still talking about it now.
Yeah, it's like, it's just
kinda
something
ridiculous.
I never expected going into tonight. It's like, because we've seen so many of the Hazard comps, we've seen so many of the Orisa comps, and yes, we've seen, you know, a little bit of Ramattra, a little bit of Diva here and there, and the Winston as well, obviously, on, like, Watchpoint. Never would have imagined to see Rhine in this matter right now, but hey, it worked. You can't even, you know, slight them. Like, it worked to perfection if you're a Moss Genesis. Now we get to see if they're gonna try it once again. Give us what we want. Come on.
The question. I mean, the Pharah ban, I think, is a little rough. Pharah, very good on this map. You know,
Very good.
It eliminates one of the heroes from Jeremy's 4-1 tricks. Tragic, right? It means Venture's still an option. If you kind of get what I'm throwing down. I also forgot about that hero. Freya is very likely an option, especially if you take Kuna out. You're kind of expecting this Genji Sombra at the same time. So I think Jeremy pulling that back out. It makes sense. Like, think about how much they were popping off back on Oasis too.
Oh.
Boss Genesis.
Oh,
Wait a minute.
wait a
baited?
minute.
Were we baited? Are we doing it round
We got
2 for the
baited.
content? Oh.
No, what do you mean pause? What do you mean? Oh my god, we got absolutely baited. That
This
is
is an emotional roller coaster.
unreal. And this is just game 1, everybody. Just a reminder. This is game 1 tonight. Of 3. We're gonna have some late night Overwatch or some early morning Overwatch for you EU folk. But please tell me they're running it. I would die for that. I would die to see that.
It would be kind of funny. I mean, it was a tech pause, so maybe we're doing a bit of trolling. It's an emotional roller coaster for all of us, not just you watching today, which we're going back in. Good news, and even better news,
Yep.
It wasn't a troll. Midi Reinhardt has returned, and the CEO of Venture right back at home.
Hey, we're posting
never
it.
mind. I lied.
Never mind.
Too soon.
fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. And we're just right back to another pause, everybody. We are in peak form. It's got to be some sort of tech pause that we're kind of working through here. My one worry with this composition for Moss Genesis, if either Jeremy or Amity get hacked, they are sitting ducks. Like,
Yeah.
it'll be Jeremy like, burrow, I need to burrow. And the fact that Amity would not be able to put shield up, it can be very quick damage coming in, especially from Zoe and Mari up in front. So we can get tricky running this Ryan. But like we said, it on paper can work. It is just going to be a lot of April speeding them around and trying to see if they can find maybe one of the squishies in back for just a quick
Ooh.
little swing.
Take
And we
two.
have a
Take three.
reset of a lobby. I wonder if like a hero ban was wrong or something. Or maybe like the wrong ping. I'm guessing that's probably like a ping issue, if I had to guess.
It could be. My good news is we're back in, and everybody cross your fingers and toes that it stays that way. Looking ahead
Please.
towards Runasapi here. I mean, Midi, just go in, swing, beg, have her. We all have fun, and Nexus Sakura are going to do their best to shut it down. And that team, they want the run back into those grand finals. They want the chance to go against Avidity again. And Moss Genesis, I don't think they expected this much trouble from me to begin with.
Yeah, the fact that they'll be running it again, at least for Axel Sakura and both sides. Neither team got to see the team comps during the pause, so this is still a very blind first look at how this is going to go. And see Amity just getting taxied around, trying to see if anybody can get an opening back.
It's like the swinging of fly swatter and like
Yeah.
moving cars here. Like that's kind of what it is.
They get
Eventually
Zoe.
a couple swings will land, and getting Zoe, that is huge. Juno is not a support player that you want to sneak up on because she just killed both of the DPS. Okay, we see you, Juno, and so good at hitting those shots when it is needed on that flex support position. I mean, Moss Genesis, they didn't even need a minute. She was just the intimidation factor.
Just like, hey, look at me. Like, don't worry about, Juno obviously going to pop off on flex support. That's not a shock. And Paul as well, already 30% ult for both of them. Jeremy sitting in a spot. Crota already swapping. They'll be on the Juno for a little more, flexibility.
Bye, Zoe.
Zoe's in trouble. And,
No, Jeremy lost him.
Jeremy lost them.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. That was almost a solid first pick there. Nope, not quite. Juno, though, has well on their way towards an application matrix, although won't get the chance to pop it. Rather scrappy fight, though, that if Crota recently swapped over the Juno, kind of had enough of just getting smacked around by Orion, so went the character that could fly out of the range, and will grab like 3 or 4 final blows in that fight. Okay, Axis Sakura, they're just going to outspeed Moss.
Yeah, they just have to try and outspeed them. Even though Moss Genesis, they try to hide in the corner, like, hey, try and come in here. Like, totally not Orion, just hiding in a corner. Actually, Sakura know how to play around it. They can just try and put a lot of pressure, break shield, and from there, win the fight. Now we get the ultimates starting to mix in. This Blade Terra Surge combo from Mari and Zoe, this could be pretty dangerous.
But hear me out. Earth Shatter.
Or
That
just
looks
Amp.
fun. And Mari's dead, so that combo is now irrelevant. No Terra Surge to put that together, and Zoe does not seem too keen about pulling the blade out of the sheath for the time being. Moss Genesis are just going to win that off an Amp Matrix.
Yeah, Juno just pops the amp, and Mari gets deleted in a blink. And also, Moss Genesis, they still hold lead. They can push back forward. Yes, the worry is obviously for Zoe, if you want to try and use Blade, like, yes, April has the sound barrier now to counteract it. A lot of the overhealth, Shatter for Amity could shut it down, but it's going to be who can engage here first. Bone also has the EMP as well.
On paper, this should absolutely be an Sakura fight win. EMP Terra Surge together. Devastating combo. In fact, with the sound mirror help for Amity, got shredded through so quickly. It's a miracle she's alive as long as she did. It makes Zoe pull out that Dragon Blade. So rather expensive commitment for Exo Sakura. One that was well worth it, preventing his bullet spawn.
They stall it out for a few seconds. I can't blame them. They do use 3 ultimates. They do have both support ultimates, though. Going into this next fight, they can use Orbital to engage, or maybe even like a tempo beat from a Regime. Shatter's still alive, though. Like, that's the big asterisk on that plane is one little Shatter can put everybody on their backs and shut it all down.
I'm smelling a big one here. I can feel it.
Feel it in the air, like a good storm.
You have to get Regime though. Or never mind, Regime just uses the tempo beat. Earthshatter hits a
Go,
fortified Orisa. I'm a little sad about that, Midi. So is the rest of Moss Genesis, because Zoe just tore them apart from behind, and Exo Sakura can do their best to go ahead and clean this one up. Sends Jeremy straight to the sky with the javelin, and there you go. Exo Sakura win the fight and get very close to the forward spawns.
Yeah, very close to forward spawns. Maybe not the lead immediately, but yeah, never mind. They will get the lead, but it's the tick. That'll be the question mark, as April will be the last to spawn. She'll try and speed everyone back into the fray. Already Paul taking a fire strike to the face. But it will be the lead for Exo, and they still have the orbital ray to use, but Juno, this Amp Matrix, they could use it just to kind of back off the pressure a little bit, allow Jeremy to build up their
They're not going to
ultimates.
touch.
They just don't touch?
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah, they clearly wanted to, but they just didn't estimate the time properly, it seems like. Paul holding a dead eye here, attempting to chunk Mare down, and that's exactly what will happen. She'll find several bullet holes in the Orisa, and Moss Genesis will kind of go ahead and turn around. No orbital ray ended up getting used. You're just happy with the forward spawns.
Yeah, at that point, especially with the tick just not even being contested, I think Exo Sakura realized, like, hey, we can just chill. Yeah, Minity, they got low spawns, buddy! Not where you want to be!
Blade is there. We're using Amp Matrix for that.
Oh.
I don't know. Unless we're swapping, that I can see as a potential option, just because the speed overrunning.
Nope.
But that is a rough turnaround for Moss Genesis. Zoe just tore them apart. They didn't expect the Blade to be pulled that early.
No, I think, yeah, Amity just kind of caught. She's like, oh, I can try and push up, thinking maybe it, like, tick didn't get achieved, and they got far spawn. Also, to turn the corner and see 4 right in their face, in the Blade especially. And look at this again, she just caught up.
No, Zoe is constantly in the back line, and there's nobody to really match her either. Like, it takes enough attention away from Amity, not to mention the other 4 players shooting at the Reinhardt. Like, Moss Genesis are really struggling to keep their tank up at this point in time, because Exo Sakura, they just have more speed buttons both to kite and engage.
Yeah, it's the speed game right now. The Exo Sakura are winning. Still orbital ray available. Here's the MP.
Not to mention the insane amount of win conditions Moss Genesis have, or Exo Sakura have, and April using that sound barrier when 2 were already dead is real tough. It's going from bad to worse. Exo Sakura, they have cracked the code to this Reinhardt comp, it seems.
Yeah, I think they have figured it out. Just trying to play the spacing right. Almost picks off Paul as well, who has gone over to the Soj, trying to maybe match a little bit of that speed, at least a little bit, but 113 meters for Exo Sakura. A very long comeback needed now for Moss Genesis, but especially on this map, it's definitely possible.
It is. If you're going to turn it around anywhere, it will be Runasapi.
It's Runasapi. Yeah.
Earthshatter is still an option. Unless Regime decides to kind of tempo beat here. Like, Amity, I believe in you. The last one, lackluster. This, I'm feeling the potential, right? I believe in you. Hint at the Orisa. Good vibe. Otherwise, you might turn herself in the corner on purpose. A bit of a rough spot to be in for anything. If Moss Genesis can win this completely in the neutral, it would be a massive turn of events for this team.
Yeah, they're able, like, yeah, they don't use anything there, Molly.
Wow.
Nothing used by Moss Genesis. Great discipline to stop it. Zoe and Regime will both get far spawns for Exo Sakura. That puts Mari in a little bit of an awkward spot. She has to back up just for the moment being, but so do Moss Genesis. They don't have everybody here yet, so they can't take full advantage. They need to wait for Juno to get back into the fray.
This is so tough. I mean, you have to do something big here. Forcing a sound barrier for a tectonic shock, you take that trade any day of the week, especially if you can grab Phone's life for it. No. We'll manage to TP out of danger. It's now Pole's time to shine. A couple shots in the direction of Proto, but no! Amity! This Earth Shatter! It almost got hacked out. It landed onto Regime, but there was 0 follow-up to come from it. Exo Sakura, they're happy to stabilize and even get every single tool out of the pockets of Moss Genesis. Now they're sitting here. No more answers to the problem, and it is Mari EMP coming in to shut it all down. Exo Sakura, that might just be mine.
Yeah, that might just be a map. Moss Genesis, they have so much setup there, and they just cannot finish up the kills. And Amity, why not pull another wild card out of the back pocket? The Zarya is in game to try and counter out Mari, try and figure out maybe some of these ally bubbles to the teammates, but not quick enough on Paul.
Nope, not quite. And here's the thing here. Boss Genesis, they're out of options. You get rolled down by this Orbital Ray, one of the best support ultimates that you have at your disposal. Mari walking Exo Sakura forwards on this Orisa, and there's just not a chance for Midi to build up any damage or relevant energy towards this fight. Going for a full completion now, and it's Moss Genesis in panic mode. Reaper out from Call of this build, mere meters from getting a capture. That's where Jeremy can come in. This venture excellent at stalling the objective, but there's no win condition. There's no light at the end of the tunnel for Moss Genesis. Exo Sakura are filling this kill feed in orange, and they will not fall to the light themselves. Instead, will work their way up towards these lower finals.
Podium guaranteed, a bid into the COD Championship at the end of the year secured for Exo Sakura. Not the prettiest game by any stretch of the imagination, and they'd probably be one of the first to say it, but they get the job done. And for them to try and win this whole thing, 1 game down, 2 more to go. Oh my god, what a nasty jab at the very end there from Mari, but just chaos. Absolute carnage in this map, but it finally felt like Exo Sakura were able to dissect this Rein comp, and as fun as it is to watch, once you get it figured out, it's just so hard to get anything done.
I mean, Exo Sakura, they had the better ultimates, and like both in terms of the usage, but also in general, like EMP, Terror Surge, Dragon Blade, like there's just so much better win conditions than something like an Application Matrix or a Tectonic Shock, for example. Like Exo Sakura, they went into this with the better tools. They didn't let themselves get divided and conquered, as we saw in New Junk City. So a lot of things were adjusted towards this point. The real respect was shown towards Moss Genesis, and even if it's where we get to see them bow out, a 4th place finish, their best for this team so far, especially for a bunch of players who are playing in this tournament for the first time.
Yeah, I will say for Moss Genesis, like, take this result and ride with it, because it's still a fantastic result. Like you said, first real tournament for all of them, at least playing together. You finish 4th, you earn some money, and you think now, you play an academy in 201, try and, get some more reps there, see what you can do, and now you got to think, all 3 of these teams that placed above you have already punched their ticket for champs. They can't re-punch them again in the Summer Championship. So I think for them now, the goal is keep this up, earn one of the bids through the next event, because that will be the best chance, I think, for Moss Genesis to try and get to the final event of the year. But they definitely showed that, hey, they deserve to maybe even be in that upper echelon, if not to be that top team and just underneath.
We talked at the beginning of this tournament too, because Moss Genesis, they were the 4th seed. We're like, okay, can they reach these top 3? But they're so far above everybody else who's been below them.
Yeah.
So what does this team do? How can they manage to fit in? And I think this shows them at a good spot. They can make the best of the best bleed, but they're not quite at a point to take them down. Exo Sakura, the team we knew that was favored to come into this event, they proved themselves today and are taking their first step in a long journey towards these grand finals. We're going to go ahead, throw it to a break, and right afterwards, we're going to hear from the tank player Mari for a winner's interview. first matchup of the evening is set and done. Exo Sakura will continue their run through this lower bracket, now with a guaranteed third place finish at a bare minimum. I mean, this team was fantastic from the very start of this series, showed dominance when it came to the tempo, in team play, and individual skill. It was very fun to watch, and very, very expected from this team, especially considering they just won the previous Academy 101 tournament.
Yeah, it's like the fact they just won Academy 101, coming in very hot into this tournament. This was, at least I will say, outside of map 3, like if we don't include that map, this was the Exo Sakura that we were really expecting to see this tournament. And yes, it had some bumps in this. I think it was more to the credit of Mouse Genesis. They really found their groove here and there. They were really punching their way up. It just, when you play a team like this in Exo Sakura, you have to have those levels of punch-ups every single fight. You can't just have it at these spotty moments like they did for a certain run here on Watchpoint, obviously on New Junk City. They were all over the place and just running it. That will be a map that maybe teams pick against, you know, Exo Sakura tonight, whether it be DK or if Exo Sakura win the first one. If they can go on against Avidity, maybe that's a map that's picked against them, seeing how poorly it went. But I do think overall this was still the Exo Sakura that we've kind of been expecting to see this entire time.
Yeah, and then it's also the Exo Sakura we weren't expecting to see, because where have Kuna been?
With heroes.
Where has Zoe
Yeah.
been? Like we got all of these substitutes that are on this roster. Exo Sakura, I believe they have 8 players, 4 of those being DPS. It's only been Winter and Phone up to this point, so having Zoe and Kuna come in to play Flex DPS and Hitscan respectively has been quite a change of pace. I wouldn't say it's affected the team synergy, considering in the past these players have worked together multiple times, but it's just bringing them in for the final stage of their lower bracket run, the final day of the Colonial Heroes spring season. It's definitely something that should be kept an eye on. Roster depth like this, it's not something that we see too much in competitive Overwatch these days.
No, a lot of time we see only like 5-6 player rosters. The fact that it's 8 with 4 DPS available is kind of insane here for Exo Sakura, and they have that flexibility. But speaking of flexibility, one of the most flexible tanks in the scene right now is joining us. Mari is joining us right now from Exo Sakura after a wild game that was. And Mari, gotta ask you first, the emotions going through after, especially map 3 was a little bit crazy, but map 4 it seemed like you all were able to lock it down.
Yeah, we weren't expecting the run at all. I think we had a pretty bad comp into it. I think the playing like the more dive style with that diva, I think it's very strong into Ryan. It's not strong on that map. It's really hard to develop the angles that we need to collapse onto their shooters. And after the map, Regime was just like, "Oh, I played terrible. That was on me. Go next."
You know
Yeah,
what? It happens. We all have our maps, and we did see the Deadeye peak. That was it was kind of funny. We enjoyed that up here. It was for the content, but eventually we saw y'all get it back together and show us the Exo Sakura that we are very familiar with in this tournament. And I want to scope back out to more of the broad sense of this, because if you are to make the grand finals again for the second tournament of the year, you have to play 3 matches today. And in the order of those 3 matches, was this one that you were necessarily worried about? Was it something that you were specifically preparing for, or were you more looking forward towards the upcoming games?
Me personally, I was definitely trying to prep and mentally prep more for this match. I think prepping for your later matches is a very easy trap to fall into, that a lot of players do fall into. If we had just said, "Oh, we're gonna win this first game," and prepped for DK or Avidity, we would have been caught off guard a lot more. Despite that, I think I expected that match to be a little harder, despite the one map that we dropped. So I'm happy we played the way that we did, and I'm excited to go to our next ones. I think it was a pretty decent showing from us and a nice way to get a little bit more warm, since we don't really scrim.
Really?
No.
Not at all. Like not
No,
even like play
well,
comp together.
I mean, we have 3 players with jobs, 1 player that's retired, and 2 Marvel players, and everyone else is like playing Face It. So we just haven't really had the time to scrim, unfortunately, and Zoe hasn't touched the game in 2 weeks, and Winter's working right now. And Zoe said like, "Hey, am I needed?" She hasn't touched the game in however long, who knows when. She said something in team chat. I'm like, "Hey Zoe, my hero, are you ready to answer the call?" And she's like, "You know what, sure." So she decided to spawn back in for today.
Yeah, we were kind of wondering that up here. Because like it was basically this entire tournament. It's been Winter and Phone on the DPS line, and then tonight we see a lot more of Kuna. We see a lot more of Zoe, and obviously Winter being at work, it's unfortunate. It obviously forces you all to kind of flex around a little bit more. Is that something that you think could actually be an advantage tonight? Because not a lot of teams have kind of reels on you all with this kind of DPS line, or is it a little bit of a negative, like you said, just because like obviously Zoe hasn't played the game in a little bit, and it's a little bit of a harder transition for you all?
I think despite us not having too much practice on anything, I guess, I think playing stuff like the double flanker, like Genji Sombra or Genji Tracer, or if we pull out a Venture, I think really plays to our strengths, especially if we want to pull out something other than the Orisa, other than Orisa Bab, play something a little more fast, a little more angly. One of my characters got banned out on that 3rd map, so maybe we could have seen something fun, but
Do we get it next match? RJQ?
no comment. No comment.
No comment. That okay?
Fair enough.
All right.
Fair
All right,
enough.
I can side with this. Okay. I know we're kind of running short on time here, but I want to ask one more question because again, we're not going to focus too far ahead. But DK, that's your next matchup. Last time y'all played was a 5-map series that I believe you were on the losing end of. What are your expectations coming into this second matchup against DK? How are we feeling about that?
I think we're just gonna have some fun. We'll see how it plays out.
Okay, that's what we like to hear. We have fun in this Calling All Heroes household. Mari, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Hopefully, we can see you back up here once again after our next match, but you gotta earn it first. Thank you so much, and good luck on your next game.
Bye-bye. Thank you for having me.
I can't believe they don't scrim, first of all. I think that's
it
nuts.
just doesn't look like it at all. Like they're so
No.
coordinated on some of these dives. You couldn't have told me that Zoe has been playing the game for weeks. Like she's just right back in it, just like she used to be. It's unreal. It does suck. That's why we haven't seen Winter. I was very confused. I'm like, man, these are some very hit scanning maps. Like where is Winter? Like we could even have like Winter and Kuna both in for like double hit scan looks, and just wasn't happening. But that makes a lot more sense. It does kind of puts them in a hole. It puts them in a little bit of a bind tonight. But I do think, honestly, it could be to their benefit because Kuna looked great, especially on the Cassidy at times. So let's see what they can do now against DK.
Yeah, we're gonna have to find out on our next matchup, but before we get there, I have a little bit of a special surprise for everybody. We want to tell you about our wonderful sponsor, Pura Vida, for this tournament. Pura Vida is a boutique that sells handcrafted bracelets like the ones you see there from local artisans in Costa Rica and has collaborated with Calling All Heroes to create several hero-inspired bracelet-style packs based on some of Overwatch's most iconic heroes. You can also use their custom jewelry tool to create your own designs and rep your favorite hero. Hero. Both CFC and I have done that and had a fantastic time with it. Highly recommend y'all do that as well. And how do you do that, you might be asking? Go ahead, check out the Calling All Heroes collection on their website by texting Pura Vida, all one word, in chat, or scanning the QR code that you have here on your screen. Go make sure you do it. Pura Vida, I mean, I have my bracelets on right now. Special Calling All Heroes edition. You can go ahead, get creative, make your own, do whatever you want with it. But also these custom combos are awesome in themselves. So we're hoping that while we go on this quick break before our next series, that you go ahead and check that out.
Yeah, it's honestly like I got mine all blinged out, like got my arms just
You got all of
fully. I got all of them on right now. Got one of the last combos, the Calling Our Heroes combo this week. So yeah, might as well. When we're going on break here in a second, like hey, go on the site, start making yours out, and obviously when you come back here, maybe take some a little bit of thoughts from like hey, what are the heroes best right now, and maybe kind of throw it into your look.
Hey, I'd love to see what y'all come up with. Go ahead and talk about it in chat. I want to see where we end up going. But we'll give you time. Get creative, people. We're going to come back with our lower finals matchup, Exo Sakura versus DK, right after this break. Content never stops here with the Calling All Heroes spring season. Actually, it does. It does end today. I'm very sorry to hear that. But that means we still have 2 more games before we get to that point. The lower finals being the one we're going to turn our attention to now. Exo Sakura rematch against DK from one of the only 5-map series we had in the Swiss stage. Jesse, this is where things start to get serious. We know that these 3 seeds have kind of traded off between who goes where, who does what. The last time they met, DK took it out, got the first seed. Because of this win, what happens now on the second time around?
Yeah, that's the massive question, and obviously not the same Exo Sakura team that they beat 5-2. Without having Winter here, it's a little bit of an awkward situation because, yes, obviously Kuna and Zoe, both fantastic players in their own right, but not having the hit scan that's been starting for you this entire event, and now kind of being here, hey, final day, Winter's not here. Like, it's definitely an awkward spot, I think, for Exo Sakura to be in. But I think, honestly, against DK, it can work if they try and continue to force this Sombra play. Because we'll get into it a little bit later, but, like, DK don't really have a Sombra answer unless Peace matches it in a very kind of awkward spot.
Not particularly. So, with these rosters, I mean, it's also, of course, Exo Sakura. We got to see last match. They're subbing in DPS players left, right, and center. We don't know who's going to show up for that day. We have Mari, incredibly flexible tank player. And then we look at the side of DK, who tend to force a very specific kind of playstyle, particularly because they have players that are so good at the one thing that they do. One of those great examples is Peace's Genji. Like, I don't really think there's a Genji that can beat Peace right now, other than maybe Bun. Zoe, back when we saw her in her prime a little bit ago, fantastic. Can she do it today after taking a bit of an elongated break from competition? I mean, these are the things that we're going to be keeping an eyeball on as we look to the rest of the series.
Yeah, to me, it's a lot of pressure on a piece, especially going
Yes.
into this series because, well, hey, we saw them pop off over the weekend with Sakura. Like, unreal clips that I was seeing left and right. Obviously, Sakura didn't end up winning that game over Space Station, but it was, man, Peace was just unreal in that series, especially on Ilios. So I think, hey, if Peace can have that type of performance here, like, even though, yes, it's not maybe on the Sombra, that will be a little bit tricky to deal with on the other side, it could very well be DK booking their spot in a rematch against Avidity in that final. But also, unlike our last series where we saw almost everything under the sun, weirdly, except Hazard, like, didn't see Hazard at all in that last series, DK are going to force that.
Yeah, no, they're not really going to give us that more flexible look. I think Santana just feels so good when they pick up the hazard, and understandably, they've worked Magic with it in the past, and it's not necessarily a fluke. They ended up making it towards this first seed. However, how well is this hazard going to work, and to what Exosakura seem to be cooking? Because Mari didn't say no to the Joker Queen. Like, surely that means it is still on the table, and that tied with the Sombra. The Sombra can pretty much shut down a hazard long enough to do a chunk of damage that can't really be undone easily. So if Exosakura can continue to show this synergy that we've seen, again, despite not scrimming with each other, I think there's a real chance for them to overwhelm DK and reverse the previous results we had in Swiss Stage.
Yeah, there's obviously a giant chance here for it to happen, and obviously I was shocked again that they said, hey, we don't really scrim like together all that much. Like, what? Like, it does not look like it at all. But hey, they're making it work, and that's all that really matters at this point. If you're Exosakura, it's Ilios again. So we have one map remaining to see if Busan's even played this entire event. Busan may never even see the light of day.
What's with those Busan
Ilios. I don't know. Busan is just kind of like, it's kind of like the worst version of Lijiang. I don't know. Maybe that's how people feel. I'm not entirely sure. This is how the same map. Let me see here. That both of the maps you went against Avidity and both lost to Avidity on this map. So now we get to see with these two teams, like, hey, what are some of those adjustments after losing to Avidity on this map? What can be the changes that are made? Last time around, Exo actually banned Brig after Freya was banned to try and take away kind of that Brig Ana, Brig Juno backline. And DK actually also did the same thing. They also banned Brig. So very high likelihood of a Brig ban, unless both teams like, yo, let's just run the Lucio. Let's just run the Lucio Bap or the Lucio Kiri.
Well, that makes sense. Like, you ban that, Junker Queen looks all the more likely. I'm just saying, like, this is prime territory. I mean, right now we're just on the Busan hate train, we're on the Brig hate train. We need some positivity up here, and Ilios is fun. It's dive. Dive is cool, right? It's pretty chill. I mean, if you're Santana, you really can force a hazard well on this map. It's kind of been one of those prime selections for those teams that, hey, we really like playing this Winston, we really like playing this hazard. It's the direction you often go. However, how is that necessarily going to not only affect what Mari plays, but what DPS are coming in? Because it's map pick, roster lock, and then hero bans. So I'm assuming we're still in the roster lock phase, considering there are some variables in place for that for Exosakura.
Yeah, especially for Exo, it's like, okay, what combination do we want to run here? Obviously, they could just run the double flex. Like, in reality, run phone with Zoe and just let them run it down. I doubt we see Kuna, to be honest, in this map. I think it's a better chance that we see either... Actually, I don't know. I think they're at least the least likely out of the three. Just because Zoe's been playing really well, especially on Tracer. And they can match the Genji up piece. It's going to be it's a very tall order for them to match pieces Genji. But it's possible. And that allows Phone just to play Sombra. Like, they would not feel super pressured to be the Genji player. Like we saw, honestly, against Avidity, right? Like, Phone kind of got caught out, didn't get to play a whole lot of Sombra. They were forced to play the Genji. And it's not like it's a bad hero for Phone, but it's definitely not their best hero. So I think having Zoe available to run the Genji and just running Genji Sombra is an easy win condition here for Exosakura if they decide to run that roster comp.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I don't think you play the Freya. Like, if we haven't seen the Freya at this point, I can't imagine it's necessarily coming out. And if there's somebody who has been really strong on that pick, it's been Azure on DK, right? So if we get to see that option kind of making a reappearance here, you could have an unmatched range game on your hands, which can be a little bit sticky to play with, like a Brawl comp in particular, just because you have to actually physically walk into that damage, maybe burning speed cooldowns to get there, while not having that same threat when your opponents are necessarily walking up to that particular fight. So, first of all, our questions are what we spun the wheel of DPS. What are those results for Exosakura? And secondly, Do we opt for a Freya ban to specifically nerf Azure, force like a Genji Tracer kind of deal that we throw out, or even Olympus? I'm not sure if I've seen Azure play Sombra. I can't think of it off the top of my head. I don't know. Doesn't matter. She might have to consider it, especially since Freya is confirmed to be the Exo Sakura ban, where as the diva will be taken away from Mori.
So brand new. Neither team banned Brig after both of them banned against Divinity. Seems
makes
like
sense.
yeah, it's like Avidity, especially when they have Nenwise scuffed backline. It's like, yeah, that Brig's gonna get banned a whole lot. But so the diva being banned, even though like Hazard's won, it was at 4-0, 5-0, something like that in this event, at least that we've seen of Hazard versus Diva. But I think that's almost like just a confirmation, like, yo, Diva's out of the picture. It's going to be a Hazard matchup unless you really want to try the Winston into this, which is really tricky. And it's not like Mari is super comfortable on the Winston. They would much rather be on the Diva if they're running dive. So I think it's a great ban for DK, but it's also a great ban for EXO, knowing that, hey, we don't have Winter. Like, don't have our traditional hit scan. We'll see here in a second who the starters actually are. Okay, maybe we'll hold on that. We're hitting some knowledge that maybe Winter is here now. We'll wait until we get into lobby. We'll wait until we actually get it. If Winter is actually here, then hey, you go Soj. You just go Soj Sombra. Like, easy.
Fantastic.
Just running like that, especially on Ruins if it is Ruins to start. Never mind. No Winter. There we go. Zoe and Phone. So that's what we thought. All right. So Sombra, Genji, heavy backline. Maybe they run the JQ on Ruins. I don't think they would run it on Well
Mari would
or
do
Lighthouse.
it. Mari would do it.
Mari would do it for the content, which after last series, anything is possible.
I think Mari would do it just because she's so dang good at it.
Yeah.
Also the content. She would do it for the content too. Maybe because we asked nicely, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what she ends up doing. I'm curious what Azure is gonna do. That's kind of where my head's at. Like, are we going I think Sojourn, right? Like, I've only seen Azure stick to your typical hit scan characters, never strayed away from that. The only possible thing could be like the Tracer, especially because we're looking at a double flex DPS type situation from EXO Sakura. A Tracer would be a very safe option into this comp. Ruins, though, I think is the one exception to that, where you can pull out the non-divey things a lot easier compared to the other two rounds. DK, though, are going to go ahead and tease the Orisa to start, which is also a Santana signature.
Especially if you know that, hey, there is a chance it's a JQ on the other side. Like, it is the best counter you can pull out against the JQ. So I understand it here for DK Cinnabar. Yeah, I knew the Allure was not. That's not sticking. Peace will go to the Genji afterwards. So it's the Cassidy to try and deal with Phone at least a little bit, have that flashbang as maybe, like, even if they don't always land it, like, Phone has to play around it. They have to be wearing, have the respect, like, hey, it can be possible. Actually, Peace will not. Peace will go over to the Tracer to match Zoe, and it is full-on chaos from Exo Sakura.
Okay, well, here's the thing, though. DK, they don't have any speed on their side. Mori is on this JQ. You have Regime to help push this Dark Queen forward. Granted, it is not very fun to play JQ into Santana's Orisa, because, well, as you just saw, I just got skewered against the wall. If you can hack Santana and pause a distraction so Mari can just jump on the backline, as we see there, Immortality Field from Caesar's out, Cinnabar under so much pressure from the backline. That's the kind of attention splitting that Exo Sakura, that's how they can make the comp work. If you have to fight Santana face to face, though, it will not end well for your tank players. We just witnessed DK attempting to stabilize, but there's no natural cover on the objectives for Santana to fuse. So Crota able to help clean this team fight up with the help of Zoe, and DK are leading a reset.
Yeah, DK need the reset. Honestly, like, it's a great beginning from EXO. It gets a little messy. In the middle, like you said, Mari just gets jabbed into a wall, instantly burned down. But there's nothing that DK can do later on. It's just the cleanup from Zoe and Regime. Regime already so close to the sound barrier. Crota as well. Great pace for that Z's as well, though. Already 10% to the AM. Might be the opener to this fight, unless Peace on the Tracer instead of the Genji. Looking for that pulse.
Well, there's a lot of ways that this could go. I'm expecting, honestly, initiation with support ult, because Crota actually just got it with Seal Rush too. I mean, this is a fantastic start, but again, if Exo Sakura can just find a way to ignore Santana entirely, they can get eliminations, no problem. Pulse bomb though from Peace actually lands on a 2. It was stuck on Amari, but Bode was just collateral from the situation. Peace, whether it's the Genji or the Tracer, you can
Fight's
expect him
not
to
done.
show up. Not on the right side of the kill feed though. Disrespected Protoss Kunai and Exo Sakura are still gonna be okay in this fight since there's no tank on either side or space. Z's needs to invest in amplification matrix to get DK some of this positioning towards the objective. Protoss still wants to commit. Sees that there's no CO bash on Cinnabar and there's just no team necessarily to follow this up. And the ultimates are there. DK do get the flip of the point all while this has happened. EMP from Bode on board. There she goes. And it lines up with the anti from Mora. The healing can't come through. Massive investment out of Exo Sakura. 4 ultimates that were pressed. That should be enough to get the flip back over.
It will be the flip. Look at the time, too. If they didn't allow the flip, it would be, what, 80% and counting. It'd be a very quick recontest. But because DK get the flip, they can take their time. Going into this next fight, as you said, a lot of commitment, though, from both sides. DK will have nothing. Maybe a late pulse bomb coming in from East, trying to find maybe another lucky stick. And here's the blade from Zoe.
Yeah, that was just a Jonathan, you are not allowed to exist in this exact zone of ruins. That was personal, out of Zoe, but it's worth it. Any Dragon Blade that can get an elimination and you get out with your life is a fantastic use of it. Problem was, Exo Sakura, they won that fight too fast.
Yeah, they win it almost too fast. So, like, DK will have time to touch against Santana. Will give up on the Orisa. They will go over to the Hazard to try and finish this one out, but still, obviously, a tricky spot. They don't have a lot of time to play with. Need Peace to get a big pulse. It is the only ult on the board.
Well, they managed to make it work last time, and they do it again. Almost a C9 there. A little sketchy. But Jonathan, that's actually the head of Froda now rolling. A very good opener for DK, and it seems that Exo Sakura aren't even going to opt to contest this. They're going for eliminations on the outside of the map, but Cinnabar gets the better of Regine, thrown off the side, and it's Scrappy. Peace there, bringing out the Brood, sweeping up the remnants of this team with a nice little triple kill.
It wasn't the pulse bomb, but Peace still the win condition for DK. 3K for them, and all of a sudden DK can stabilize just a little bit. 40% and counting. Now on the point, still with the pulse bomb in hand. Exo, I wouldn't mind here if they just take this as an ult building fight. They're all 4 out of 5 of them, what, in the 60s. They can just take a little bit of poke. Not a major commitment. If they can maybe drag out an ult or two, could be setting themselves up for a fantastic final fight.
DK, serious potential for them to work with. Pulse bomb though, not exactly on Peace's side. Just the last couple of ultimates and then released. DK though, Santana, that was a life-saving Suzu out of Z's, but we're giving them a pat on the back. Can't say the same for Foe though, got caught out. Wanted to get aggressive with the Kitsune rush, but with the recent changes to how the invisibility works, it just didn't work in their favor. We're now looking at final fight territory on either side. The Staggers have to stop here.
You cannot allow another stagger if you were Exo Sakura, and the cleanse is already out. But hey, if you're Exo Sakura, you do get 2 ultimates out of the way, and you get Santana. They stayed just a little bit too long, and that's the go button here for Exo Sakura.
An absolute blunder out of DK. Exo Sakura, the roaring forwards, Jonathan barely any HP spare, so throws in the bomb. It's a bit of distraction. The Robot Butler, short-lived. The attention returning towards the likes of DK. Cinnabar down, just short of a sound barrier. DK, they have to make this fight last in order for an opportunity to win, to return. And with Zoe out of the fight, there's potential. Suzu, though, denies the EMP, but you can't do the same for the Rampage. Santana falling lower and lower by the second. Point flip back over. Exo Sakura, now the ones in control of the direction of this map. The reinforcements, they have arrived. Sound barriers exchanged on either end of the field. Pulls back for Peace. That one will land like how low Mara is. She's going to be chunked down. Peace doing their darndest to help clean up this fight, turn it back, despite the error that their tank made earlier on in this map. It's going to be enough. Point flip back over. Exo Sakura, do they have a touch? Absolutely not. Wow, DK, that should not have been that close.
Wow. Just wow, 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 wow. I was kind of surprised nobody from Exo touched. I thought Zoe would maybe be in a position, but you could tell she was like, yo, I have Blade. Like, I can go in, I can win this fight, but it's like, oh, nobody, I'm touched. Oh, I can't get there. Man, that was just all over the place. It felt like it was Exo's fight to win, and they just can't get the final touches. I will say, credit to Peace. They stall for a very long time in the back line, and they're able to actually build the pulse during the stall, laying it on Damari, and that shuts it all down. DK with a very scrappy Ruins. And now as we go over to Lighthouse, it is full on Hazard Mirror, but it will be, again, the Sombra Genji for Exo Sakura. Jonathan, for now, will be sticking to the Ashe to try and play a little bit more of the range game.
We've seen a lot more Ashe as of lately. Jonathan, one of their favorite again heroes to pick up, at least from the past. The Dynamites add a ton of pressure to force them. But that's also the advantage of having a Sombra. You can just hack a tank and burn them down with no defensive abilities. Like, that's just what happened to Santana. They stepped up, got met with a Sombra, and yeah, no, you're out of there just as fast.
Yeah, and just like that, Jonathan is off the Ashe. It's like, I need to help my front line a little bit. And it's just so hard, especially on this. If both teams are not committed to running the long-range game, you can just get converged on so quickly. As yeah, Phone will be a player to watch, especially on this run. There's so many little nooks and crannies that you can go in invis, try and wait for a tank on the time, but this time it's Phone that gets caught.
Yeah, it's very much needed. The likes of DK, at least to get Santana in safely. Regime, though, flying out of wall, where Peace attempting to peel them down, instead just slams their fist into Zoe. He's Tracy. It's still a 3v3 right now. Both supports are Exo Sakura are alive, and it's Proto, the one that matters. Nasty Kunai, that was a 2-tap from across the map. They are just built different when it comes to this Yuriko. Is turning into a clutch player to at least stall this point out for long enough and potentially get their team back. These double TP perk is coming in so handy.
And they'll just barely actually not get the touch to at least keep it for now, but I think honestly they'll still be okay with it as long as they can keep DK away. But everybody's back for DK. Back to full on 5-on-5. Proto escapes again.
Pulse Bomb, that was on the Mari. You can tell they're panicking. Like, Regime, help, 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 help. There's the sound barrier. And Exo Sakura, they're gonna start to get aggressive. Santana, guess what? Hacked up, burned down, just like we've seen in the past couple of engages in DK. The progress short-lived.
Yeah, only 21%, but again, it may just be enough to keep them at least in it for one additional fight. That was the difference maker over on Ruins to get Exo kind of paused and force them to win another fight that they did not. So let's see if that plays into effect. Again, Proto's been nuts, especially on this round with the Kunais. Kitsune Rush is available for both Kirikos. Might be a very quick fight, but Cinnabar does have the beat to answer.
The unmatched sound barrier here for DK should be huge.
Should.
Asterix on should. Last time we were on this map, Cinnabar had a very unfortunate Ajax incident, so hopefully that does not happen again. With Phone and the EMP, though, I'd say it's a little bit more likely for that particular situation. Taking their time, trying to line this up. This is final fight for Exo Sakura, but instead it's just the bully Santana show, and unfortunately the Cactus just shoves them straight off the high ground into the crosshairs of Z's. Exo Sakura, not the opening that they were looking for, and DK are going to pounce on the opportunity that has been given to them. We said Mirai Kitsune rushes, Proto out. Exo Sakura would ideally benefit from getting a full reset off, but we're gonna commit, alrighty. Zoe pulls out this blade, and at the bare minimum, the sound barrier no longer a concern.
Yeah, that had to have been the play. Like, yo, force speed, and hey, it worked. Like, Cinnabar pops it. She's maybe regretting it a little bit because now it's a free EMP. Unless somehow the flashbang stops it, that would be, that'd be so unfortunate if I just jinxed that. Hopefully I didn't. But Jonathan, yes, they have the Deadeye available, but it's still a very tricky fight, especially when Regime's so low already.
Oh, but there's the free MP.
Beautiful
Nothing that
MP.
DK can do about it. I mean, Santana just has not had a good time playing into Phone Sombra. Any tank would not have a good time playing into Phone Sombra. Heck, Azurite can share the same sentiment after that play. Peace, though, it's gone from 0 to hero before, and that pick onto Regime could be an opener, but you gotta stall it out first. This Tracer can blink in and out for as long as they need with that health bar, and kind of going up. You have Z's here to keep applying those healing papers as it is needed. Problem for Exo Sakura, though, their Regime is right around the corner with a piece dead. Somebody else is going to have to get the contest going. Sound barrier now on the table. Exo Sakura burn down Santana once again, and no more touches available. DK, we're going to have to fight this out for round 3.
It will be well, and to me, that screams a little bit more of an advantage for Exo Sakura, only because they've been really good, especially that round, of closing the gap. They are not allowing DK to run a full setup, even though, yes, Santana, that was a very deep dive, that second to last engagement.
Yeah.
Like, that was a very deep dive, and it just gets punished so quickly by Phone and company, and it just does not go their way whatsoever. But as we look here, honestly, stats overall, yes, kill-wise, slightly in favor of Exo Sakura. Healing-wise, almost off the charts for Z and Proto, both of them almost at 10k apiece. But as we go into the final round, again, no changes from either side. We got it now. They will give up on the long range. It will be full double flanker as well. Peace goes on to the signature Genji. Honestly, good call. I like it.
This is great, because not only does it give you more raised pressure, my goodness, Cinnabar can give you a heart attack, but you also can contest phone a lot better. They're not going to be able to hack your tank constantly, so Santana should theoretically have a bit more freedom. We were fighting on 2 levels at this point, and Mari seems to have not taken an elevator with the rest of her team as they are on floor number 2, trying to have a little bit of a party that DK seem to be enjoying a lot more than their opponents.
Yeah, Santana goes massive during that fight, and DK, for the first time actually during this map, able to get the first cap on the control point, and now DK, and here it's actually for Sakura, you have to figure, okay, now we're not dealing with a hit scan that kind of bully, but Peace is still the one getting bullied.
And Peace had no time to react to that.
No.
That was like half a second maybe that they were able to live after getting damaged initially. Yeah, that's kind of actually Sakura thrived. This Sombra, it's like literally, it's just a jump scare factor. Like even there,
yeah.
Cinnabar thought that she was safe. Oh no, Phone can see you through walls with that critical passive that Sombra has, and there's just not much you can do about it. Extra Sakura, opportunists.
Yeah, very quick on the opportunity. Hey, we're going to catch somebody out and just continue the momentum. Do not let DK catch their breath in that kind of situation. Got it there. It's a very dangerous game. I would not 1v1 Proto at that kind of range.
It's definitely not recommended, but Jonathan's gonna do it anyways. Oh, the health pack was hacked, so recall. We're on the Tracer early, and that's kind of big. Jonathan now on a much shorter leash than you typically expect from a Tracer. Slightly length though, Kitsune Rush is out, followed by the EMP. But key point, it didn't hit Cinnabar, so everybody on DK is A. All right. Peace though, he wants to pull the blade out in this fight. It's a Peace signature to pull it out when everything looks done and dusted, but you have to take regime and your life for that cost. And I mean, with Exo Sakura still in control at this point, the fact that DK burned so much there is huge for them.
Yeah, it was the fact that that EMP combo with the jump on Mari, they get Z right away. They are not able to do anything during that fight, and even though, yes, both beats are used, they stay alive for a while, it's still that heal difference that catches them in Mari, though, in a very tricky spot. They will barely get out from the downpour.
Yeah, and kind of a lackluster ultimate. Santana, they didn't force the Suzu. Thought that there was an opportunity, but the Violent Leap still online for Mari, so she is A-okay. This is Sakura, though, having forcibly ejected for the first time. Peace on this Pharah, by the way. One of their other heroes that are very well known, the Flex DPS department. And perhaps needed for the extra damage. The Phone already down. Zoe attempting to pull the blade, but oh, nope. Ankle's not broken for long enough. Those are Peace in the sky. That was so close, just mere inches from getting cut in half midair. The rest of the team just going to reset.
And now, look at God. They need to stay alive. They can't.
They reset too late?
They do. Yeah. It's done. That's it. That's map.
There's ball. No, there's breaking ball. No, there's not. There's a hack. Never mind. Goodbye, map Exo Sakura. Gonna go ahead and take that one away. Especially with how dicey this started. This is rather a shock for this team to come back against DK.
Man, again, what is it with Exo? Regardless of who they're playing against, what round it is, scrappy, scrappy, scrappy. Like, it is just... That's all they play. And honestly, they live in it. They thrive in the chaos, even though Peace, it was a beautiful 3K there when they were on Tracer. But I'm flexing a little bit, sadly, just to flex. Not enough near the end, but you can't say Peace didn't try. Like, Peace was a standout for DK, just not enough at the very end. This honestly, Ruins goes down in my book as one of the best single rounds that we've seen on Control this event.
It was genuinely scrappy, right? We got to see these teams stagger each other so much that we were watching glorified team deathmatch. I feel for the greater part of this map until those big ultimate combos came into play, such as that EMP Rampage that we just saw there, and the one that we got at the tail end. I mean, the fact that Exo Sakura lost this last fight, despite having the tank down early, the EMP Rampage was there. Like, that's just pure insane clutches from Peace all around. And Exo Sakura, they came back here, looked so much more comfortable in this environment, maintaining space, but also Phone. Holy Phone. DK had no idea what to do about them.
Yeah, Phone was just all over the place, made Santana's life a living hell. Like, Santana, like, we talked about in the pregame, like, even right there, especially, like, Santana is a fantastic hazard, maybe the best in this event right now. You're going to have to watch out, and it's the perfect counter. It just shuts down a lot of the plays that they're trying to make on this roll, and even there at the very end, Santana trying to touch, Hack comes out, downpour would have been just a little bit of a funny way to end it, but it just seems like Phone is such a problem. And if you are DK, you have to find a way to obviously counter it out. You can't ban at every map. Like, you have to pick your one Sombra ban very carefully because you know any other map that Sombra is playable, Exo Sakura are going to take that opportunity.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Something like Circuit Royale, I think that makes sense. Knowing the weaker ranged game, I think, and not even weaker, but rather the lack of a Freya player right now, at least according to, we haven't seen Kuna play it yet, and has opted for like Cassidy and Ashe. So we know that Azure is going to pull out Freya on this map. 1000%. They have looked, I think, top 2 on the hero so far. If we don't see that matched from Exo Sakura, like, is there even a good option to play into this Freya? Like, do you just stick Kuna on like a Sojourn instead? If that's something that they would work with, but I mean, either way, this smells like Brawl to me.
Oh yeah, it screams to me we're going to see whether it be kind of like that Orisa May Freya setup that we've seen, especially on defense on this map, holding kind of first corner on archway, bridge. We've seen a lot more of that in this map, and it's kind of deviated away a little bit more from the Sigma. But I will say Mari is a very good Sigma. Like, Mari is a fantastic Sigma in her back pocket, and so does Santana. So I could see maybe the Sigma mirror coming out, but it's not like the style for either of these teams necessarily fits that. I think both want to play very quick, very rush style. So let's see how it all goes. I'm trying to look right now. Let's see. Last time DK, they banned Juno. They will not. They actually banned the Sigma out. The Ilari ban comes out on the other side. So maybe, Z wanting to pull it out, not able to.
Cinnabar would have played it.
Oh, dude, Cinnabar, Z's, they would have jumped on that opportunity so fast.
Well, and I was actually going to say, I think that, honestly, that the tank pick is the least relevant in all of this. Like, I think DPS is going to define this map in particular. Peace played out of their mind in our previous game. Do they pull out the Mei? It's not like
maybe
the Genji, but it's still solid. Like, in comparison to that, Zoe has actually known for Mei not being great, to be totally honest with you. It's been their weakest flex DPS, and it is not even close. So I think looking in another direction for that, or even just kind of recognizing the fact that Circuit Royale, it's a map that forces the brawl. It keeps that dive that we've seen Exo Sakura find all of that success on. It just nullifies it. Watchpoint Gibraltar, Dorado, those two maps cannot be picked through the rest of the series. So just by having Circuit Royale here and keeping Exo Sakura away from the bread and butter, I think is a good enough of a win condition, or at least enough for DK to feel like they have a better chance of this map.
Yeah, because like you said, it eliminates the dive. Like, dive is just, you can't run it here. Like, maybe third phase, you can get away with it depending on how you play it, but it can get really tricky to run it on this map. I'm also curious for Exo Sakura. Do we get another sub? Like, do we have anything in? And actually, as I'm saying that, the answer is yes. Akuna will come in, so that maybe more of that hit skin like you were talking about.
Oh, but Zoe's out.
The question is it for Zoe? Okay, so that's me still wanting to play the Sombra, but obviously understanding that a map like this, you need a hit scan. You can't get away with Genji Sombra. Like, it is just too long of a map to get away with it. So my question for Kuna, are you going on the Cassidy like we've seen the entirety of today? Or are we going to see maybe a Sojourn or a Freya or an Ashe pop out? I doubt the Freya, but I could maybe see if feel like, hey, the utility is just so good. Even if we're maybe not winning the 1v1s all the time, we have to match it because of just the outright damage output that the hero can put out.
I'm more like, what's Phone gonna play? I expect Akuna to come in, but not Zoe. Like, keeping. I mean, that's a tricky situation. I don't feel like Sombra works well here. No, it just seems so.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm making it sound like Phone's a Sombra one trick, which isn't the case. They just find the most impact on Sombra because it's something that they've just played a ton and found success in. Like, hey, I'm gonna run with it. Like the Genji's still there. Something like the Echo, it's still there, but it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough on this particular map, and I'm so curious what they're thinking of for Circuit Royale, because you're 100% expecting Narissa. You should be expecting a Mei plus a Freya to some degree. Like this is a very readable situation for DK. I just don't know where to start for Sakura.
Yeah, it's going to be like, hey, what are you even comfortable on? Because like you said, it's not like Phone's a one trick.
No.
It is just Sombra is their signature hero. Like it is easily their best. Oh, I'm not. They're on attack. I ain't even going to talk about the chaos over there quite yet. Santana, they will actually go the Ram, which also it can work, right? Like if you're not as comfortable on the Orisa, or if you feel like, hey, we want to try something different, the Ramattra is also very good at having that guard in case you do get walled off. Is a very good resource. But Gonathan, yes, they're on the Freya. Peace is on the Mei. Lucio with the Baptiste. Yeah, this is all pretty normal for this era of Circuit Royale. Do they stick to this JQ? I would honestly like it. I do honestly like it, especially with Proto on the Ana to start.
I was gonna say it might not be.
They ruined the fun a little bit. Yeah, it's the Orisa. So the Orisa is going to have a little bit of a better time when they get walled off. They're going to spot Fortify or Jab Spin and be fine. But it will be Kuna. They have to find some sort of value on the Soj, even though it's not the ideal matchup against Gonathan's Freya.
No, not exactly. I mean, even you can kind of see Kuna struggling to peek out.
Yeah.
I mean, Freya has greater ranged capabilities and burst damage, but because Kuna just has to charge up shots. That's the difference. If you can do that, it starts to get a little bit scarier. Zizo pumping out the healing into the rest of this team. Can't quite do the same with Phone, and it was literally just the main wall. Was slightly mistimed, got stuck on top of it, where Jonathan got a crossbow shot there. The Sakura should try to back up. Doesn't seem like that's too much of a capability, though, considering how DK are willing to chase the turret down.
Yeah, that was, hey, we just need to reset. Die on point. Proto maybe didn't get that exact memo. They will not be in this wave respawn, and our Phone's even in kind of a tricky spot, but they will still live. No swaps for Sakura. Sometimes after a fight like that, you change it, but the fact they find peace, no more walls to deal with, this archway all of a sudden becomes way easier to poke through as long as you don't get one tapped by Gonathan, which almost happens to Phone.
I was gonna say, we're in Gonathan's territory now. I don't see any weak points next to Sakura's comp other than the Sojo, which you can only fix by realistically going Freya, which can't really do. That is a massive bullet shot. Hits Thumb it down to 3 players, destroys the Immortality Field, and Santana isn't there. Brought the punch to back up the fight, and next to Sakura, and you're back to exactly where you started.
Yeah, you got the cart at least past the bridge. Regis is gonna get staggered out, and yeah, they at least there you go. And of all the heroes, and Lucio can get there pretty quickly, but you lose Amp and Blizz that fight. Like, it wasn't pieces that got popped, it was the one on Phone, so they'll be wanting that back. You could argue it's not worst case scenario, but yeah, already Gonathan, look at this. Already 40% to another Bola shot. It's such a quick ult that as soon as EXO gets set up, they're just gonna send it right back into their face.
Again, we're in Gonathan's territory. This is how DK runs. Why they picked this map. I mean, you also don't have an answer, not only one, for Pieces Blizzard, unless you can get your Lucio not frozen, or 2, you can use it on this Annihilation that Santana has. Not sure what was cooking on. No, it didn't miss. It actually was just only on Tabari, who was like 4 different ways to get out of the Blizzard, so it was rather irrelevant at the time. But now with the Sound Barrier out of the way, Santana ends up using their Annihilation more so to stay alive than anything else, and it's enough. They managed to out-sustain Mari and likely stay on their feet as well. Considering how many shots Jonathan is hitting, just sends it into the back line there. It doesn't even need the bullet shot.
Yeah. Doesn't even need it. Exo Sakura forced back once again. There's less than a minute left. Mari swaps, phone swaps, wholesale swaps here for
Hold
Exoscura. No way. It is Muggin time. And as soon as Muggin has seen DK, like, yeah, no. We are no longer playing up, but they still play this very carefully. Floyd already dies.
That's bad. That's bad. I was gonna say, you know, this map works if you can hack the Ramattra. Your Sombra's dead, so Mari just did a reverse marathon back over to the team. Proto attempting to relieve some of this pressure that DK has been applying. It's basically the spawns, and it's not enough. Gonathan shoots over the ice wall, gets Proto Exocurrent. They're not gonna have any heals for this final push.
Yeah, unless Regime taxis Proto actually, no, those go on the Juno. There we go. Goes on the Juno coming back, but Kuna already dies, and no ultimates available here for Exo.
Yep, Mari
Oh my God,
springs
it's
in.
obliterated.
She used no other option. She had to go in at one point or another. This is Gonathan's map, and Exosakura, they just happen to be living in it. That was not close, even remotely.
No.
This is going to be the weakness of Exosakura throughout the series.
Especially with the fact that Winter is not here. Like, Winter already wasn't the most comfortable on Freya, but did run it from time to time. You don't even have that option right now. If you are Exo Sakura, that is such a difficult phase of the map. And now 4 minutes you have to hold basically on this first corner. Like, it's such a tricky spot to be in. If you were Sakura, look at his stats. Yeah, Phone 1 kill, Mari, she's 1-4. That's it. It was just Peace. Peace was the only one who died in kind of that second fight when they got a little bit too close. Nobody else from DK died that entire round. And Gonathan 15-0, 5k damage. Santana 16-5-0. Just unreal from Santana and Gonathan. And if you're Exo Sakura, what? They're on the Ramattra, break Juno, just trying to pull something out. Kuna's going to try their best chance at this Freya. And honestly, at this point, you might as well try it. There's no harm in trying it, especially in this kind of position. If you lose the map, you lose the map. At least get some reps on it if you want to try and mirror it later on in the series.
I do like this Juno Brig backline that Exosakura are pulling. I think it's more of a comfort point for this team and adds a bit more to the brawl potential, especially if Cinnabar is going to swap over to the Zen here. So DK, oh, never mind. I lied. They still have to Lucio.
Yeah. They could have a big issue on their hands for Exo. They could ran over with this comp if he's able to land the right wall, but...
Speaking of getting run over, bye-bye,
Yeah.
Santana.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I think that was just disrespect of Maywall. Peace had already burned theirs as a more defensive tool, so Exosakura took advantage of that, walked on forwards, and are going to do their best. You will say, Jesse, that if you are going to full hold on a map, it is likely this one.
Yeah. No, this is an easy map to... I shouldn't say easy, but one of the best odds of full holding on this map. And I'll say Kuna's not doing horrible as well. I should keep my mouth
Cast
shut.
or curse, Jesse!
I'm
Or
sorry.
Kuna. What did Kuna do to deserve that? This is just the... Could we just, like, say, you know what? Go next. This is Gonathan's
That's on me.
map MVP. Yeah, this is DK looking very strong to close out the remainder of this. Exosakura trying their best to live with the wall placed at their backs. No place necessarily to run. Application Matrix on the high ground. A little bit of a cherry on top there. DK gonna go ahead and even up our lower finals. One apiece.
1-1. Yeah, that was not close. that was giving flashbacks of our first weekend of this event. That was unreal from DK, and yeah, there was no doubt about who the player of the game was. It's player of the map, and it is Gonathan. It was that bola shot into the amp, whole lot of damage in, breaks the immortality field as well. Look at this, just pop, pop, pop. Goodbye, Mari, and we now have an even series on our hands, and it just felt like whatever EXO tried to do, DK did it better.
This is, I think, a ranged weakness for this team. They want to play this double flex DPS. You want to be in spots where the phone can exist on the Sombra, and I genuinely think this is the only map in the entire pool that cannot happen. So the fact that this is picked and now out of the way, Exosakura, I honestly think that they're okay with this map in particular because, you know, they kind of expected that going into it, right?
Yeah.
Also, the 69 meters is kind of... I loved how he zoomed in on that. That was kind of funny. But yeah, DK, though, this is the map that they knew that they could win confidently. Are there any of those that still exist is the question. It will be, however, Exo Sakura in the driver's seat when it comes to that first ban and that map pick.
So looking back for Exo Sakura, when they played Avidity and lost the first map, they picked Runasapi. When they lost that map, they picked Suravasa, which they did win Suravasa against Avidity. So maybe we're going to Suravasa
Or not.
or Flashpoint. Just Flashpoint in general. Going a lot more of a quicker mode. It's a little more difficult for the Freya to get value here because you have to play at such a quicker pace that you're more likely to play either that they can at least force the double flex. They can force the double flanker DPS line. Have no worries in the world going into this, and I got a pretty good feeling we'll see Zoe back in for Kuna.
Yeah, well, I'm expecting it. We had Kuna in, though, last time this map was up. It was Zoe Kuna, I believe. It was Phone.
Oh, true, yes.
That took
Yeah,
a back seat.
Phone was out. You're right.
I think you keep Phone in, though, with Sombra still being an option. They banned Mei. I don't feel like you would play Mei here, but honestly, after the Reinhardt Venture situation, I don't blame Exo Sakura for expecting crazy things. Mari, it is again a sad day for you. Junker Queen cannot exist on her home turf. She does not get to have fun, as she would say.
I wonder if the Mei ban was a protect ban for Phone. Like, if Phone is staying in, I wonder if that's a ban of, hey, we don't want Phone on Mei just because it's not their best hero. And then we can just have Phone on the Sombra and not really care. Yes, it's unfortunate they don't have the JQ, but you also get the JQ ban out of the way. You're going to have it for whatever hybrid and or push maps that go the rest of this series. So at least it's out of the way already. So let's see what we're cooking here. I'm curious. Do we know subs prod?
It looks like Zoe is in for Kuna. Oh,
yeah,
Zoe's
Zoe in
yeah.
for Kuna.
Oh, okay, so yeah,
So
that
it
makes
is.
sense.
Yeah, we're going back to the double flex and double flanker. It makes sense, and that definitely screams more even now that that was a protect ban for the Sombra, so Phone can run Sombra, and we'll see the Genji back. So more than likely, like the Orisa, and then double flanker DPS with like maybe I'm trying to think here, maybe like
play Freya here?
a Brig Juno.
Maybe? Oh, we're talking about Exo Sakura. I'm like 20
Yeah.
steps ahead. My bad. I think that seems likely. Like, whatever ended up getting pulled out on Ilios, I think is very relevant here. The control tends to play pretty similarly to Flashpoint, just because, one, the need for speed, and two, you're playing in forced, close environments the vast majority of the time. I mean, here's the other thing. I was kind of expecting a Freya ban, to be fully honest with you.
Yeah.
But this
But
map
wasn't
also
they
isn't
already
like
banned
the
it?
greatest for Freya. Oh no, wait, yeah, you're right. They already banned Freya.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
one,
yeah.
didn't they? Good shout. Yeah, never mind. No Freya ban.
Yeah. I don't know.
Are we just gonna see Azure
Like-
pop off and like just control the lobby again?
I think on this map, it can happen. It's really going to be the lottery system of which flashpoints do we go to. And we saw it just last map, which is also crazy to me for EXO. Like, you just got swept on this map by Moth's Genesis last series. Like, not even an hour ago.
They lost the round lottery, to be fair.
They did lose the round lottery, but that could also be something that DK are thinking about here. Because if you have kind of the three indoor flashpoints back to back to back,
Santana right.
they are a little bit more difficult for the Freya to get value. I don't see Brian. I would love it though.
It would be
Hey,
fantastic.
DK, if you want to be the funny, do it. Like, none of us are going to complain about seeing the Ryan come back.
I mean, perhaps Santana took some inspiration from earlier. I would love to see that. Some looks of Amity still in this game. Pretty unlikely, as much as we would like to theorize. That would be a possibility. But Exo Sakura, again, still a little shocking considering how badly they got beat down on this map previously. It did sound like talking to Mori, though, that she's just like, Regime said that they had a bad map. Couldn't fully figure out what this Ryan comp could do. We had bad
trolled.
luck playing the D.Va in short maps. Like, makes sense, right? Exo Sakura, you can work with that. You found your ways to adjust. How do you work with Gonathan, though? I think it's easier to jump on a Freya in this map compared to Circuit Royale by far, but you gotta get close enough to them first, which has been a challenge, so let's see what we get started here.
Yeah, so it will be Gonathan actually sticking the Freya, and it will be Peace on the Genji. So this is honestly, it's a mirror, but just with Jonathan is going on their signature heroes right now. Which this is going to be both teams playing what they are very comfortable on. But I want to see here, like you said, can Sakura bridge the gap, or will Phone kind of get shut down trying to close these angles?
It is harder to play into an Orisa, you could say. Sombra, it's just not fun. You can get poked out a lot easier. If you're in the wrong spot, you could find a javelin just sticking out of your stomach at some point. Not a great thing. It is Zoe, though, that actually gets the better of Peace in the low round. Cinnabar, they are taking this kind of split approach, which I don't believe Regime was with Zoe. So she actually won that in a 1v2, got the trade for it, all while Regime was helping escort Mari forwards and bowling over the rest of the K.
Yeah, they run over and Mari. That's not how Jasmine works. Once you're stuck, you're stuck. But I think that was maybe just for the forthcoming shots. Yeah, actually, Sakura, they earned first cap. Zoe, what a 1v2, like you said. Able to at least take out Peace, but already Bola shot is online for Jonathan. Unreal pacing, but Broda does have the AM Matrix. They can slow this fight down if they want.
Which end should you come out? And that's why the AM Matrix is so devastating, because like this is very normal chokehold, so it's not like an open spot you could really come through. And I mean, Zoe again opening this up with the kill on the Peace. Head got hit with some deflected projectiles, and again they're still on their own here. Like Zoe is fighting a Genji Lucio. It's just a Genji and winning the Genji one-on-one. However, this time DK didn't necessarily need Peace's support, and will just flip the fight completely on its head.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we don't have to worry about the Genji. Just run. Like, just run at the rest of the team. And Cinnabar can kind of hold themselves together. And she, just able to hold herself accountable. Even though not going to lose that time around. And Phone, oh my god. Peace finds Phone. And that is just, you have to reset here. But, oh, look at these staggers are just so good if you are DK.
It's just a regroup and reset moment for the team. Yep. The Phone also has been pretty quiet so far. I don't feel like they've been able to find wrinkles.
No, they've been really struggling. Santana's been poking them out a lot as they're trying to engage, and they haven't had as much chemistry as Zoe with Zoe. It feels like trying to engage because Zoe's been doing more solo missions, but Santa's almost dead.
Yeah, finds themselves in the middle of an Ant Matrix sandwich and is not happy at being turned into mincemeat. Will manage to live, and the rest of the team, not the same case. Zoe pulls a Dragon Blade, manages to chunk down a couple of players, get no tank. Rexus Sakura, and this is final fight. You're not going to get another touch on this point, so DK go ahead with the final Zoe elimination, claim Arena right alongside it. Well, actually, are they going to try to touch? No. Okay. It seemed like there was a thought for a second.
Phone is like, do I? No, that's just not worth it. It's fine that DK get both Regime and the Proto, and it's the end of the fight immediately because there's just no heal, no sustain. You can't use Sound Barrier either. If you're Exo Sakura, they do get the benefit here of another close range map, but they have to take advantage, Molly, of these close range flash punchers. Once we get to the two outer range ones, Jonathan's gonna pop even more.
Or it doesn't matter because Jonathan already got the kill. Your EMP did not hit Cinnabar, and nor did you cancel either of the ultimates that could have been affected with that EMP. Phone is so good at usually finding the best possible spots for EMPs. That was not one of them.
Yeah, that was a very rare miss for an EMP from Phone. It's like you said, does not catch Cinnabar. That's the massive one, but also doesn't catch... It caught Z's, but they were able to live, pop the lamp, and just stay up as DK holding strong. They have Terra Surge Bola combo or Terra Surge Blade combo, depending on which one they are feeling a lot on Regime here. Actually, they're going to tempo beat.
I hate tempo beats. I really do, Regime, and I'm pretty sure Sakura are going to find out why, because you don't have a Dragon Blade now. Soundberry for this Dragon Blade that Peace has pulled out. Somehow, they managed to save him alive. I mean, am I going to change my mind? Absolutely not. You still don't have a tank, and you got to have a healthy tank. If Mari lived, I perhaps would have gone back on my words, but that doesn't necessarily seem to be the case. Santana's alive. Like, I'm not... Oh, never mind. Santana's dead.
No, they're very dead.
Okay, I'm sorry, Regime. I'll never say it again.
Yeah, I was saying, Santana is very dead at that point. His Phone already 2/3 of the way to the next EMP. You can tell, like, maybe kicking themselves a little bit, like, yo, that first EMP, that's on me, team. Let's figure it out. Like, let's just try and go next here. In this next one is the tempo beat. Does work out that time, and now they have the blade, but Z's, she's been fantastic with these Ant Matrix so far, and could honestly just allow Santana to hold point.
Yeah, and it's not going to be good for Mari to stay there. I mean, that health bar dropped so quickly. Shelby, though, again, plays the 2v, this time the 2v2 battle. Hold the blade out. He's going to wrap up the rest. Goes for Z's, who was holding on to an amplification matrix, and seems like all that she's going to end up getting. And this is actually fantastic for Extra Sakura. Late kill onto Gonathan. This won't be a full final touch if DK decide to go for it. Wait,
They're
no, he's
pushing
in there.
very aggressively, and Proto dives in. Proto wants in on the action here to try and deny this last touch, and I
They don't
think
get
they've
it.
done just enough, unless Peace is able to touch. They do not. Second flashpoint goes over to Exo Sakura, and now we get a skirmish before third.
Skirmish, baby, just kind of poking in and out into each other. Is it Refinery? There's no way the next one is Refinery. That's kind of hilarious if that's the case. Not so hilarious, though, if you are gone. If the DK ended up splitting too much, just like half the team wanted to go towards the point, half the team wanted to stay and fight, and it was not communicated together. So Exo Sakura will be happy with the extra ult charge they gained from that.
Yeah, ton of extra ultra. It's actually the opposite side of the map than Refinery.
Yeah.
Very long rotation for Exo Sakura, and because of that fact, it will be DK. They will have time here to contest before this is capped. I don't think they will, just because they have a few late stranglers, especially Cinnabar. But yeah, it will be capped, but a very quick fight with Cinnabar, maybe looking for a tempo beat. Same with Regime.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that with EMP. You have to at least
True.
try to get it out of Bone first, but Bone in a bit of trouble. Goes for the EMP, and Cinnabar this time is hacked up. No opportunity to pull the ult. Perfect placement out of Bone. That is what we expect to see.
Yeah, beautiful EMP from Phone. Catches Cinnabar. And I can't imagine, but the comms are probably just like, hey, Lucio, like, cannot let Cinnabar use this beat. And they are able to shut it down. Gonathan will swap. They have given up on the Freya with how it's gone. And well, that's exactly why. Both DPS down.
Well, that shouldn't have happened. Exo
No.
Sakura getting a bit too big for the britches there. Not ideal. So DK will take what they are given, steamroll through the fight, and use nothing to do it.
Did you almost get 80% already, though?
Yeah.
Like, and you do forget sometimes how quickly these flashpoints can get captured. But yes, a little bit of a rough fight there for Exo Sakura. Zoe tries to get something with the blade.
Again?
Phone's dead again. Gonathan is on another level right now.
So we asked the question of, can Gonathan continue to dominate on just in general? We're just mainly inferring to Freya here, but the Cassidy so far proving rather lethal to the likes of Bone anytime they focus together.
Yeah, no, if you're Exo Sakura, you gotta be like, man, this Cassidy is not missing. How are you going to try and figure it out? And there's a Terra Surge and a blade.
Yeah, he's pulling the blade out, and Proto couldn't get the swift step off in time. Everyone was out of range. DK, that's 2 ults and a full team fight win to go with it. I mean, just that fight they lost in the neutral completely screwed Exo Sakura over.
Yeah, it just completely messed up the gameplay, and Exo Sakura turned into more of a team deathmatch, and now it's DK trying to play a little bit forward, trying to deny this last second touch from Exo Sakura, but I'm feeling Zoe will be able to. They swap over to the Tracer. She'll try and get at least one touch to allow maybe the Terra Surge to be used. There it is. Touch, gets out.
Phone kind of forced away. Second touch is present. Mari, Terra Surge on the point, doesn't do much other than buy a little bit of space. Cinnabar has returned with the sound barrier. That one, great timing when Exo Sakura are at the weakest, making sure that that spear drives where it hurts most. DK, go ahead, clean up Junkyard. One more to get themselves up to match point.
One more to go on the Exo Sakura map pick, as they will have, well, I know they're very, very long rotation. As that's, we're going to Refinery now, not earlier, but now we'll eventually go over to Refinery. Proto does have this Kitsune Rush, and that's been interesting to see, like the Kiriko versus the Baptiste so far. It's just that sustained, the longer these fights go, the better it is for DK and Z's to pump out the heals. But there has been moments where obviously having, you know, those Suzus has been a massive difference maker, but this rush, if they can just pop it early, maybe fend off the attack for now to get an early cap, and then play the fight from there.
Suzu's already
And Bone's
out. Bone's just been getting face checked this entire back half of the map, and it's not been pretty. Exo Sakura relies so heavily on this point. They will actually get the first cap just because of the Kitsune rush, but I don't think they sustain all that long. Just without Bone, Regime going to try to change that narrative. If Bone can get back with an EMP, there's a real chance to make it work, though. He's trying to dodge out of the way of Zoe, but she again has their number. Extra Sakura are going to manage to recover. Wonderfully timed sound barrier out of regime to keep them in the fight.
As soon as they cab, you can tell Exo like, okay, breathe, relax, just try and play this slow. And as soon as DK engage, the beat comes out. Not a tempo beat, not like the beats that you were saying earlier. Regime actually a very good counter beat that time around. And now Phone, even though they've been getting face checked a lot, they have the EMP, but they cannot die early in this fight. It's the big win condition for Exo Sakura. And yeah, they will just play a little bit slower. But it is my 3, maybe even 4 ultimates on the board soon for DK.
Ending for DK here, honestly, committing to this fight isn't needed, but I mean, they're going to do it anyways. EMP, at times, on to 4 players, everybody but Pisu decide to pull the Dragon Blade in an attempt to save their team, but out of dash, out of range, Zoe is just elusive from the Genji's control. Extra, they're still hanging around if they want to try to re-push, but it doesn't seem like that's on their to-do list for the time being, considering how low Mars health is.
Yeah, and because they didn't need to try and like, oh my god, we need to contest. Like, no, you got to 98%. You can play this a little slow. They have the Terra Surge Blade combo if they want to pop it, but you got to make sure you catch Cinnabar. Sound Barrier is about to be online.
Yeah, DK here have a much better ultimate pool to go ahead and work with, and again, Phone
dead.
You just can't do anything on the Sombra. EMPs, yeah, they've worked out, but in the neutral, she's just so far away from where the rest of the team is positioned. Kitsune Rush, in response to the amplification matrix, it's not a fantastic thing to work with, but Zoe is going to try for Darzus anyways. It's a 1-for-1 trade. This point, taking closer to a DK win, and Extra Skirt, they got to get towards that objective pretty darn soon. Mori popping the Terra Surge in an attempt to stay alive, which will work for the 100 HP that she has remaining, and it's just enough for Proto and Zoe to swoop back in, get the eliminations, and flip the point.
What in the hell just happened? Like, that was just an absolute skirmish offside a point. Exo Sakura have to make sure somebody is by point. They catch Gonathan on the rotation over to the final flashpoint. They stay alive while keeping Sound Barrier and forcing both support ults from DK. That was a beautiful kite from Exo Sakura. DK think they've stalled enough time. In reality, they haven't. And now all of a sudden, we are to the final flashpoint of this map, which could be pivotal for this series that decides who goes to the grand final.
Pivotal round here with this team, and you want to get to that match point. Map picks here have mattered in this series so far. Look, this next point, only Regime holding on to the Sound Barrier. And we get another tempo. I mean, I'm not going to be thrilled if I see a tempo beat. It's such high risk, high reward type of scenario, especially with a Sound Barrier or Dragon Blade online for DK. That's already both fortified and other ultimates out. The Dragon Blade in response. That time the Sound Barrier will get popped. Piece okay with doing a little bit of nothing, getting zoned, and eventually walking to the trap. It is the EMP, only snagging onto 2 players, and Penna hacked up at a later point to try to deny it and got it. And speaking of denied, stapled straight out of their ultimate. Got a virus through the Ant Matrix. That's like double sickness right there. And you know what this is happening too? Exo Sakura has the capture percentage on this point, Jesse.
Yeah, they've had it this entire time. So already 50%. They're in one fight territory as they use Kitsune Rush to push back in, but they play it perfectly, playing around the Ant Matrix, not allowing Z's to get value out of it. And now DK are the team that are having to play quick. Cinnabar, she has the Sound Barrier, but Gonathan's gone!
Gonathan's gone!
Oh no!
Oh, this is tragedy, DK! Oh, they were so close. They had the ultimates, they had the Sound Barrier to engage, but they're not going to get the chance to do it. Peace on the Sombra, last attempt for a touch. DK, they were feeling good about this map, but it seems to have slipped through their fingers. Exo Sakura denying a touch altogether and will find themselves on match point.
What a map, and just pure... This is the epitome of this top 3. They love getting down and dirty in these fights, and what a... Especially in a map that was such dirty fights, in the best way possible. It is honest, it's the super clean fight and the perfectly disciplined fight. At the very first fight here of the 5th flashpoint, that is the deciding factor of the map. They clean it up, and Exo Sakura, they take the lead and they win the map pick after losing this 3-0 against Monster Genesis just an hour ago. A beautiful adaptation here for Exo Sakura to keep their hopes alive.
We get a second look at that EMP2 that hit everybody but Cinnabar.
Oh.
Like, Foe saw the opportunity. I do feel better about that EMP, especially since Cinnabar was barely out of range of it. So I can see the vision. Exo Sakura, I mean, even without Phone for a lot of this map, these EMPs, of course, were massive, but aside from it, the neutral game, Phone couldn't really exist. Peace and Godothan found a great way to help shut the Sombra and Zoe down, but also, can we shout out Zoe for at the start of this map, just outright giving Peace in a lot of ways, especially like without the Dragon Blade plays. Like this is a player, she hasn't been around the game in a couple of weeks. She's only coming in technically, yes, on the roster, but more as a substitute for this today alone. Like, she has been putting out one heck of a performance.
Yeah, it's been unreal from Zoe, and this was just absolute chaos. Like, at this point, 80% and counting. You're thinking, DK, look at the health bars. Mari is 100 health. Zoe has 40 health. DK are thinking, hey, we got this. Nobody's able to touch. But instead, they're not. And even here, Zoe dies early to Blade, but Peace gets punished. Beautiful jab through the Amp Matrix, and Exo Sakura are able just to win the neutral fight. And it's just an unreal map for Exo Sakura. That's one that they are going to want to push forward. Now, that's the kind of momentum they need if they want to continue this lower bracket run. And now they're one map away from earning that revenge against, or at least the rematch against Divinity. But I think DK still have a whole lot to say to deny that happening.
Certainly do. Hey, when we've seen Exo Sakura win, it's been a nail biter. When we've seen DK win, it is an absolute beating of a match. A strange pattern to follow through our series so far, but it's not over just yet. One of these teams looking for a ticket into the grand finals, and we're going to find out who that is right after this break. First and our third seed teams, both searching for a spot in our grand finals. Yet it is that third seed, Exo Sakura, that currently leads the series. One more map needed to close it out. But Jesse, we found a weird pattern within today. Last time we saw these teams play, it went to 5. It makes sense after watching these two teams got to go at it, right?
Yeah.
But the maps that we're seeing Exo Sakura winning, close, nail biter. DK on the other hand, absolute stops.
Yeah, like, Circuit Royale was not close. Like, by any stretch of the imagination, was not a close map. So I'm very curious on what they want to go. It is push or hybrid. Those are the only 2 map types left, and they will go to hybrid. They will leave it up, considering push is a map type that you're going to run pretty much the same thing, and almost everybody runs Runesapi anyway, so you might as well leave that for a potential map 5. But it is King's Row as the 4th map, and I will say, like, EXO, they use their Mei ban already. Like, they cannot use it here on King's Row, which is something that they'd maybe be wanting back in this instance, considering Mei can be very good. But on the other side, the Junker Queen ban is also gone. So if somehow, some way, bans go the way of Exo Sakura, they can run the Junker Queen finally here for Mari, if they do please.
It's an option. I don't know if it's the best one.
Yeah.
I can see it. I can see it. The main reasoning I'm seeing, though, is you stick Azure back on that Freya. Or the Cassidy, or the Ashe, any of those. When we've seen DK succeed, it is when Gonathan, aka Azure, is doing well. So these are the kind of maps that will allow that to happen. I think you could have picked a push too, and it would have been okay. But I also think that's the reasoning behind picking King's Row, is that in the event you don't win this map, either Caliseo or Runesapi would be comfortable positions for you. These bans, though, interesting. So they're taking the Baptiste away from Z's, and we're just overall sick of the battle cattle, is what I'm understanding.
That screams to me they're forcing Hazard. Like, they want to play Hazard, and maybe that was even a protect ban. Like, yo, we want to play Hazard, so we're not going to let you ban it out. It does leave the Hazard ban open for map 5, if Exo Sakura do choose, but I do think this screams to me that, like, Santana's like, yo, I just want to play. Let me play some Hazard. Like, but they haven't been able to play, like, almost all night. Like, it's been a lot of Orisa and Ram and a lot of other looks. They have not really had that opportunity, partially because it is very hard against the Sombra. Like, one little hack, and it's like, oh, you don't have Spike Guard, and you don't have the Cactus to throw out, and it can just be very difficult to stay up. And that's my one big worry still going into this. But I do think, yeah, screams that, hey, we want to run that. And it is still Zoe and Phonin. So more than likely, more of the, Sombra Genji, Sombra Tracer, that line of DPS rather than trying to force like a Cassidy or a Soj.
Which makes sense. I think with both Zoe popping off and now expecting a Hazard on the field, the Sombra, I think, makes a ton of sense on this particular map. Mainly just because you can shut down whatever enemy tank ends up doing. Again, I'm going to put it back to Gonathan. If Gonathan can be kept in check, because you don't have a hit scan, you don't have any form of range in on the Exo Sakura lineup, I think that this team, they're going to do great. They're going to be totally fine. DK, it's on the DPS, right? Those have been the 2 shining points for this roster amongst players who have already been at the top of their game. And I'm not saying that Santana, Cinnabar, and Z's have been bad, but if we're seeing like these massive pop-off plays or fight-turning events, it's come from Gonathan and Peace as a whole. So if Exo Sakura can get us back to what we saw over on Ilios, this could be a rather dicey situation for the current defenders to be in.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky, especially if you can't find that range against Gonathan or find a way to close. Because Santana is also going to be very quick. They are going to be playing a very quick game up in the face of Mari, who is not going to match the Hazard. They are just going to run the D.Va. It's their more comfortable dive hero, but historically has not been great against the Hazard. Somehow Bone does not hit there with a check, and that's how they get the hack off.
The D.Va can work really well with a Sombra, and perhaps that's a secret ingredient we've seen. Santana goes down, and just a reminder, people, anytime we've seen D.Va versus Hazard in this pick, 100% win rate over to Hazard in like 5 different instances of this matchup happening. Gonathan, though, still trades it out for 2 and leaves quite a bit of room for DK to recontest.
Yeah, DK can definitely recontest in some way here, but it is just Cinnabar and Peace for now. They just basically have to play up in that top corner, waiting for Santana or Aziz or Gonathan, somebody to come back into the fray, and there it is. Santana jumps back, but already another hack.
Suzu, I mean, is used just to cleanse the hack, which is kind of ridiculous. Because that extra 20% damage, it hurts against the hazard. And guess what? Santana hacked up again, has to use almost the entirety of the spike card, literally just to sit on the point, hoping for someone to get elimination. And Peace will eventually check that box for DK. We want to turn that into a little bit more. There you go. Peace in the backline with the help of Cinnabar playing this split type competition we're very used to seeing. DPS for DK. Little line.
Yeah, they do give up 2 ticks in the process of it, but yeah, Peace already staying alive, and Mari, this is a rough stagger. That's gonna live at this point. I think you just try and shoot Santana a few times, don't get too aggressive, and you can actually just go back and mech naturally. That's maybe one of the first times I've seen the D.Va actually get back
A failed
in
stagger.
mech. That failed stagger for once.
No, that rarely ever happens. But, I mean,
Alright.
it wasn't necessarily failed. It did burn a bit of time just to get Mari back in the mech. Dragonblade, though, out for Peace, and it seems like everybody at Exo Sakura was ready for that instance. Perfectly timed shield bash. It's so hard to Dragonblade when everyone's attention is on you, but especially when Foe is in the back line, packing up all the supports, and there's just no direction for Peace to go where there's any other player for them to look at. Exo Sakura playing their attention well, and will get themselves the first point.
First point phone goes massive, and you can tell, like, Cinnabar and Z's, they were both trying to play up and try and, like, to support Peace during the blade. And Phone's just saying, like, hey, support your DPS. I'm waiting. Like, I will be right here as soon as you try and do it. Boom. Gets both of them gone. No heals means a lost fight for DK. And obviously, Gonathan's been holding on to this bola shot for a while. We'll see eventually when they decide to use it. Cinnabar, she is close to the Sound Barrier, but may not need it. He's a beautiful kill onto Zoe.
And we were just talking about how Zoe was shutting down Peace in the last map. Peace instead had Zoe's number. So far, Rally forced out more as an I need to live measure with EMP. That's lights out for everybody. Somebody's got to go check if the breaker tripped there. Just phone. That's the EMP. Love to see from them. And just having a Sombra in general for Sakura, such a huge win condition for this team.
It is so good because it's so consistent on the win conditions. Like, hey, we know if we get this EMP off on at least 2 or 3 and we capitalize, it's a 1 fight, regardless of what happens elsewhere. Gonathan has given up on the Freya. They go over to the Tracer, trying to deal more with Phone and Zoe in the backline. The experiment has failed so far on their map pick, but now Cinnabar could use this as a tempo beat, especially now with that.
The downpour is out. Snag onto Proda, and that's a squishy character to have to deal with.
Zoe?
Bigger issue, though, that's Zoe pulling out the blade, empowered by the last remnants of the orbital ray. This point is just going to roll straight through. And Proda and Zoe working together to combo their ultimates, and DK, they just got outpaced.
Yeah, the pace difference was insane, and even though Proda dies, their orbital ray survives, and Zoe takes full advantage of that. She's able to pop off for a few, bring the fighter on. Already beautiful virus, forces a deflect, forces a lot of resources out from DK, and this car's already around the first corner, nearing the final stretch.
Yeah, the phone just not existing last map, that only applies to New Junk City, apparently. King's Row, they have been all over the place when it comes to these hacks. Santana, they just can't engage. So afraid of where this Sombra is, and even if they do engage, Phone's on the back line. So, they've just had an option, right place, right time. They need their DPS to show up. Gonathan and Peace will take out the support line, working together, and should signal a reset for Sakura.
Yeah, Zoe's trying to find something. Zoe finds both supports,
That
actually.
should happen.
That should not happen. Gonathan, during the chaos, actually swaps back. They go off the Tracer, realizing after one fight, maybe it's not as good of as an idea as I thought. But Phone, what? Was that a long-range
It was a
virus?
sniper virus.
That unreal snipe from Phone, and that will actually help them build EMP. They will have the EMP going into this fight to maybe shut down the DK attack. Such an ult advantage well for Exo Sakura if they take advantage of it.
They're taking their time. I mean, Peace kind of overextends, looks for the bullet shot, but you can't really do that when Mari's there. He's absolutely not going to let that slip past or clutch the defense matrix. EMP, it's out again. It's on every single remaining player. No chance of walking out of that one alive. Exo Sakura have all the shiny buttons that are needed, even if it's just the EMP to close it out. Peace fighting a lonely battle on the objective. 216 full completion. Exo Sakura, they might just have themselves a grand finals if they keep playing like this.
It is grand finals points as long as they hold the line here in the streets of England. What an attack from Exo Sakura. And like you said, the pacing is just unmatched. Like, there's nothing DK is like, you can tell as soon as, like, whether they see Zoe engage or Mari take certain space or if Phone is discovered in the back line. So many of these comms are popping off left and right, but they're struggling to find one of them to fully focus on and take out, which is what they did excellently at times on New Junk City. They did it pretty well over on Ilios as well. Here on Kings Row, they've really struggled finding that capitalization on the punish. And I don't know if it is with Mari just being on the Diva, helping a little bit more with the counter dive, or Regime and Proto being on this Brig Juno, but it's been a real struggle so far for DK to find any sort of punish on these deep engages for Exo Sakura. And now, yeah, why not run the same exact thing, try and force DK to find the answer.
Unless you can scout out Phone ahead of time, like, there's just not a way for DK to go in. And they're not even engaging much, just straight up out of fear, unless they know where Phone already is. And they've been perfect. If there's an engage, Phone's there. If there's not an engage, Phone's already in the backline and your supports are dead. Exo Sakura seem to be playing like 5 steps ahead in DK's own playbook. That's gonna have to change here and now if DK want to take a map 5.
Yeah, if DK want to force us to one more map, have a repetition of their Swiss game that went 5 maps in favor of DK. They have to get it done here. Peace is on the Mei, try and take advantage of it, even though with how split Exo Sakura are playing, these walls going to be a little bit trickier to pull off.
I don't really see the value in the Mei here, to be totally honest. I guess it's better to stay alive in a sense that you have to fight close, or you could just catch Phone completely out of position there. Didn't have any team to take away the attention of their dive. A rare misplay that's from them and the punish from DK. Much needed.
Exo Sakura will be able to fight this back again, though. They only lost Phone. Especially with Gonathan on the Cassidy as well. This is very much like, hey, we just need to shut down Phone, and let's figure out the rest from there.
Yeah, Mari comes flying in from the skies above and go ahead pepper some players down. Regime, though, goes a little bit too close to you, Santana. Will be treated as a personal punching bag and will just kind of crumble like dominoes from there. I mean, DK, this Mei, I don't feel like it should be working, but Peace is working wonders with it so far.
Yeah, Peace is doing a great job of not only isolating Phone when they're going on these engages, but also making it even, like, awkward for Regime. Like, a Regime, look at it, only 16% of the rally. They've barely got to play the game so far during this map, during this round at least. And already Mari, they'll swap over to the Rush, realize that, hey, this Diva just doesn't work. Against the Hazard, it can. Against the Ram, much more difficult, but they still have a Mei to deal with no counter walls to play around. It's a step in the right direction, but still a tricky step regardless.
Yeah, we're walking on risky territory, on a balance beam, arguably, right now. And DK, they have something better. But no! The Deadeye, it's deflected right in Peace's face! I can hear Peace's face like, Jonathan, come on, dude! That is not okay to happen in a match of this high stakes. Cinnabar 2 gonna go ahead and try to recover with the rally, forces EMP out of Exo Sakura, and at least that's 2 big ultimates that try to clutch, but I mean, they still think it's winnable. Orbital Ray is in sight. The spawns are significantly closer, so I understand the willingness to contest here. I actually like this, but it's going to cost a lot for DK. Go ahead and close it out. Regime rally! That I don't like. That I don't like.
That I'm not a fan of.
Nope,
yeah,
nope. That was a flanking
got
rally.
a little desperate. Well, they were trying to follow the Orbital Ray. So it's like, hey, we got follow. And then it's like, oh, we're in their backline. Okay. Like that. Okay, they are swapping. I wonder if that was because, yeah, Proto goes over to the Ana. Because of no Kiriko currently for DK, it's a lot easier to take advantage of those bio nades to set up some of these plays, and Regime just goes over to make sure they can match the speed still with the Juno.
You also have, it makes up for the lack of damage, burst damage output and frontline presence. Although it doesn't do much for a Blizzard, which is perfectly placed by Peace. freezes Exo Sakura into a bunch of popsicles, and we're looking at a near 5-minute time bank for this third point. DK roaring back.
DK have found their groove once again, and yes, they don't have any ultimates right now. Gonathan, well, as long as they don't, kill one of their teammates with the Deadeye this time, can get something out of it. But I think for Exo Sakura, you have to stop the bleeding, at least at some point. Even if you have to pop both Blade and Annihilation, you have to find a way to stop this.
No, the Blade out for Zoe. Doesn't have any of the verticality. Just because the
Where
Blade
is Santana?
Oh, actually goes with 8 HP. Santana's in there. They had a plan, I guess. It was to get aggressive. But here's the thing. Sombra, Genji. Zoe's in timeout. There's just not a way to burn down a Ramattra with the Sombra and Genji, as we are starting to learn. And Exo Sakura, they just have to live with the fact that you fight constantly against this tank and pick out the squishies first. Mari pops the Annihilation in an attempt to continue sustaining this fight as long as it is. And some players just can't escape from these deadly Trendles and will force DK to reset.
Takes a minute off the clock and it allows Exo Sakura to at least build up some ultimates. Zoe will match the Mei, understanding how critical it is to try and match at least with some counter walls or maybe even catch Mari off. But now, never mind. Venture is the call. Phone almost has EMP, but it's Orbital Ray, Rally, and Deadeye all open here for DK. But EMP first, potentially.
Oh, both thought about it. There we go. That's the EMP. Lands on everybody but Peace, and that's about all you need. Cinnabar pops the Rally with like 50 HP to spare. Not a smart decision when Mari already has her sights set on you. Yeah, DK, there's just no chance of them winning if this EMP on the table.
Yeah, no, EMP just destroys everything, and now almost the...
Oh. Did they get Peace?
Guaranteed better. Oh, they EMP'd me. They EMP'd my internet. Thanks, phone. Appreciate it. But now the fact that, yes, you still have Orbital Ray if you're a DK. You have 4 ultimates. Like, if you play your cards right, as long as it's not a nasty Bionade, just like that almost caught Cinnabar, they should have the tools to at least start this, but they can't use everything. They gotta win 2 fights.
There's 4 ultimates already on the table. This is an absolute chaos of colors on the screen, and all for what? 2 eliminations each team. Down to support, but Mari will overstep, takes the shots of Gonathan, and I'm sure regrets that decision. Zoe, though, in the back line, coming up with the help of Protoss Bionade, managed to get a decent amount of value, but again, no way to deal with Santana.
No way to deal with Santana. Still have the Annihilation to at least have some staying power in this next fight, but that is about it. Peace goes back over onto the Mei. Gonathan onto the Freya now, trying to play more of that range game. Zoe and Phone will try and find a stop to it. Proto has the nano. I can see maybe even on Zoe here. Maybe some nano venture. Nope, not Annihilation.
Picks the more traditional route in the Ramattra. Mari decides, I'm going to just run it down and punch some people. She's in fact going to punch 3 people down 6 feet under. And yeah, that's a deserved emote after that. Take a seat. Take a rest.
Take a little bit of a rest. Not even the Annihilation needed from Mari. Just going into the boxing to bring us back to, like, Wii boxing. That's what it was right there. Proto, oh my god, you psycho. And this, you know what? This is going to work, Molly.
It's gonna work. It's gonna freaking work. It lands onto the back line. Cinnabar is in trouble. It'll be the Vortex to finish it off. Zoe in the back, like it matters. Exactly what you should do as the Venture player on this team. Although it's not pretty. This has been an even trade, believe it or not. Well, this has happened, and guess what? Santana isn't dead. Zoe is on an adventure. Loses the fight against the Juno. This payload should still be moving for DK.
Yeah, DK will get some movement. It's Santana. You can't be overzealous here. That I gotta wait for the rest of your team to come back. Still holding on to that Annihilation. Big nade, though, will hold the progression for now. EMP, though, back online for Phone, and they're already looking.
This isn't feeling good if you're DK right now, because you can't afford to go to overtime in this scenario, but it doesn't seem like you're going to have another choice, and Phone will hold this EMP. Things are looking dire for DK.
Yeah, Peace just pieces out on the Genji. Now, like, hey, I cannot survive. I cannot be a stagger here. They will have to get the wave respawn with Santana and Cinnabar. Phone already lurking a little bit for this early EMP, and it gets spotted just at the dire moment. But Z's, I think, needs to be aggressive with the orbital. Allow Peace and Gonathan and Cinnabar to build their ults for the second fight. Oh.
They're gonna try, but Peace scouted out Proto in the backline. Doesn't get the Bionade one, but EMP, it's big. It's hits onto 3 players. Can they find more with it, though? He's already got the orbital right out, so this cleanup needs to come in fast. Santana has has the Annihilation, but it's burned down too fast. The one time you deal with the tank is the one time DK needed the most. He's the last shining light of DK. Will go out. Exo Sakura make the ultimate run back through the lower bracket and find themselves rematching against Avidity for the Grand Finals.
They will get their potential redemption. Condolences over to DK. Our number 1 seed finishes in 3rd. You can't say it wasn't a hard-fought game. And Barry, this guy, just punch him. Punch him. Nobody caring in the world. But after, again, a very weird first series of the day, they win their second one of the day, trying to go 3 for 3 now. Will Exo, Sakura, as DK, they definitely felt they looked pretty good with this Hadron comp, but with it being the Sombra on the other side, it's just so hard to get it done and force some adaptations, but in the end, Exo, Sakura, their team play, it's just too good.
Yeah, despite not scrimming, despite not knowing who is going to be playing on a specific day, this team still shows up and looks like a well-oiled machine. And this was a Zoe series. If you really had to pick somebody who managed to stand out, I think it was her. The main concern heading into this matchup was, what is Gonathan going to do? What is Peace going to do for a team like DK, who was relying on his DPS pop-offs? And a very consistent factor for Exo Sakura in shutting that down has been Zoe, whether it was on the Tracer or Genji.
Yeah, I think Zoe really shined, like you said, in this one, even though that wall was just so rude. But it's the fact that the Exo Sakura, our whole thing has been, which Exo are we going to see? Is it going to be the Exo Sakura that, you know, kind of had some shaky moments in Swiss stage, obviously had a pretty good run so far, but fell against Avidity? And honestly, they did not look great in that Avidity series. And I think that, you know, they'd be a team that would also, like, acknowledge that fact. This looked like the Exo Sakura that can win this whole thing. So now the question is, can you keep this up? Avidity have been watching, at least I would guess for at least part of tonight, looking to see how this series has been going so far. And now it is number 2 seed versus the number 3 seed with the title on the line.
Big deal now for Exo Sakura, especially they went down to the lower bracket in round 2. So they've had to play like 3 extra games now to get to this point. You're heading into the marathon of the Calling All Heroes spring season run. They won it for the Radiant Academy 101 and taking down the number 1 seed here. Despite the seeding, I think this was almost the more expected result, even though it overturned the previous result that these two teams had when they met in the Swiss stage. Exo Sakura, they're on it today, Jesse. But can they keep this momentum up for another series? That's what we want to know. I can't believe we're getting the same team 3 times in a row in one day. Like, that's just insane stamina.
It is so uncommon to see a team make this kind of run in lower bracket. And I won't lie, after Circuit Royale, I'm like, man, DK might just run this thing. Like, that was how bad of a map Circuit Royale was for Exo Sakura, but it just seemed like the map didn't matter. They're taking it fight by fight, round by round, and it showed. And even though, yes, some of their best heroes are getting banned, like the Junker Queen is getting banned, and they're having to play a little bit of an awkward comp, it still works for them. And now it'll be the big question of, can they take down the big dogs? Can they get the revenge onto Avidity? And it's going to be a question that I think there's a lot more questions than answers, only because of how well Avidity have played this entire event.
Hopefully we can get some of those answered, because we will have another interview with Mari coming up before we head into our grand finals matchup. Don't go anywhere. Interview right after this. game we had for our lower finals, the spring season. Oh man, it's cooking. We're getting ready. Hyped up for a match. Our number 3 seed in Exo Sakura just took down the top dogs, or the top ducks, rather, in DK. And what a game it was, because we saw from this very beginning, Peace cooking, Cinnabar on fire. Like, this entire team looked good. They looked like they could keep it close. Yet it was Exo Sakura that squeaked their way out of every single close map. After the one stomping that they got, there was no stopping them from there.
Yeah, whenever the maps were close, it felt like Exo Sakura were exactly where they meant to be. And it almost felt like they made the most adaptations. I feel like DK, they're very set in their style. Like, yeah, Santana's going to go in on these dives. Peace is going to make some plays. Gonathan didn't really get to play the Freya as much as we thought they were going to. And that was the big win condition in my head. And that's why Circa Real went near perfection for DK. It was because Gonathan, they got to play the Freya, and they just popped up on the Freya. The rest of the series, Exo Sakura didn't allow that to happen, and it kind of just spiraled from there because it was Exo's tempo, it was Exo's style, and DK just never found the total answer.
No, there just wasn't a chance. Like, anytime it looked like there was a solution, it was like just slapping a band-aid on it, but never actually going in to do the corrective surgery, you know? Like, there wasn't a permanent fix because Exo Sakura were always adapting their play style. More specifically, if they found that Bone was struggling, trying to take these flanks, guess what? You have them stick closer to your tank, so you're not getting poked out really as much. If Zoe can't quite take these 2v1s like she was previously, then yeah, make it a 2v2, so you have some help from Regime every once in a while. Like, these are the small things that Exo Sakura did to remain consistent in a series where DK, especially the only flawless team from the Swiss stage, are met with their second loss to the top 3 seeded teams today.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for DK because this is a fantastic team. Like, you look at this across the board, it's super talented roster. It just seemed like today, for whatever reason, they just weren't able to win some of these close engagements, but you got to give the credit over to Exo Sakura considering how they started this tournament in Swiss and how they've turned it around since. But man, I'm so excited for this grand final. But you know who's probably also very excited for this grand final? Is our interviewee.
Yeah, and I hear that we have a very excited Lucio player on the other side of this. That is Regime.
What did
and
I
now,
tell y'all?
You did, and here's what I'm gonna start. Here's what I'm gonna start with, because we got told by our producer before we even got to know that you were getting introduced that you have some fire words for us. So I'm not even gonna give you a question. I just want to give you the floor. Like, walk us through this game. What
Just
happened?
saying.
How are we feeling?
Just saying. After the first comp, people were like, "Oh, some rosters are changing. Exo Sakura won't do as good." But what did we do today? We pulled some stuff, and we 3-1'd them. Not even a reverse sweep. Not even auto stop, but we 3-1 them. We made it competitive. We made it fun. And I'm very proud of every single one of my teammates for that.
So I gotta ask, obviously you all have a little bit of like DPS rotation going on. Winter not here. You have, you know, Kuna, Zoe, and Phone rotating in and out. How is that kind of changing how you played the beginning of this event, knowing that, hey, your only real hit scan is Kuna, and they haven't really been able to play Freya, so that's not really an option?
So we knew that we wouldn't have our main hit scan back, but I think Winter's back from work now, so we should have an interesting grand finals. But we were like, okay, we prepared this in advance because we knew for like 2 weeks that Winter was trying her hardest to get her work schedule fixed. And then we learned today that, like, obviously she couldn't, but we were practicing lineups with like Phone and Kuna in, and we were also practicing with like double flex DPS ringers. But we literally learned, I think Molly said this in the last interview, we learned today that Zoe was like, yeah, I could play. And so we were like, okay, we'll just play Zoe.
All right.
And it was great.
So that last series, chaos, like this, especially in New York City, all over the place. Do you all just love playing in the chaos, like in the down and dirty? Is that where you all thrive, or is it just kind of a coincidence of how these first 2 series tonight have gone?
So I know Molly loves Junker Queen. Like, I think that's a given. And so we want to play like chaotic comps because we're just really good at, like, I don't know, like clutching fights. Like, sometimes I'll be like, oh, we're down 1, and I see Phone kill 2. Or I see Zoe, like, a critical HP in a 1v1, and she just magically kills them. So like I think we're just really good at clutching fights. So we like playing the off meta stuff. Also, it catches these teams off guard. Like I'll give some words of insight for y'all. If y'all know that the enemy team has more synergy and coordination in a mirror, just pick something random. Like they're never going to expect it, and then you guys just win because they don't know what to do.
So that's what happened against the Reinhardt Venture. Is that what I'm understanding?
We talked about it
We
after,
got some
and we
dead
realized
eyes
we made the
there.
wrong swap. We just made the wrong swap, and then we made the right swap on Runasapi. At least for last
Oh, yeah.
series.
Yeah, see, and then you managed to keep it up to with this particular game. And before we move on to next year, one more question.
Yeah.
Because you played DK before, you ended up losing that match.
Yeah.
What went differently this time when you played them in the playoff bracket?
So in the Swiss stage, we were playing like normal mirrors and stuff, and then we kind of realized like we could take these normal mirrors and be okay, but the way we can beat this team like exceptionally well is taking non-mirrors. Like I think that's the main focus of what we did today, and it's probably going to be the main focus for our team in the future is just making sure that we come out on these comps that people can't like practice versus. Like what do you mean you can practice versus Sombra, but the Sombra isn't Phone? Like Phone just plays her own game so like differently than any other Sombra I've ever played with. You can't beat that. You just have to like be better.
And Phone is the best, so you just can't
Yeah.
be better than
Yeah,
Phone.
exactly.
That's kind of what I'm getting from that. Hey, that's what we like to hear. And you're going to need that energy, especially going
Oh,
into
for
last
sure. We're
game.
all
'Cause
hyped.
you're now headed into your third series of the day. We're still feeling pretty good. We're not tired, worn out
well,
yet from that.
Yes, of course. I think everyone's gonna take like their quick water breaks, quick bathroom breaks, but we're locked in and we're ready. I'm also really happy. I'll say this right now. So I'm on a team
Okay.
with like half of the DK roster. So, or wait, no, it's only like one person. It's only Santana. But you know, I've teamed with Santana for over like a year, so it's always nice beating her in official, and I fuck with her heavy, and I hope that that we're gonna win Face of Masters together. And now we get to go against one of my other teammates, Ivory, who we're also gonna beat.
Okay.
Okay.
We like this. I like this friendly rivalry that we have going on. And
Oh,
we
yeah.
kind of see this in Calling All Heroes a lot, where like players have been on the same teams before, or even currently on the same teams, face it, OWCS,
Mm-hmm.
you name it. So it's been fantastic to see that. And of course, you're ready to go into your next game.
Oh, I'm so
any
ready.
final words you want to say?
Any final
before
words?
you head
We're
to your grand
winning.
finals?
Or even we're winning. We're making it competitive. We're making it fun. And I think we all just love the game. So if you love the game, you're going to win. Plain and simple.
All right.
All right.
2-Pete on the way for Exo Sakura. That's the energy that we're feeling from you, Regime. So we'll go ahead, let you talk to your team, get set for our grand finals, and we're looking forward to it.
All right. Peace. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Regime. Whew. Always energy. Always just energy, and more energy from Regime. You love it, right? Like, and that's the kind of, especially we're like, it's 10:30 Central right now. You gotta keep it up. Like, this is going to be some
Yeah.
late night Overwatch, and that's gonna be the one thing I wonder. We'll get into a little bit later. But like, Avidia, they gotta wake up. Like, this is going to be late starts, and they are not warm, depending on how many warm-ups they've played going into this. So that might be something we keep an eye on.
No, they're not warm. And if anything, Exo Sakura, they are hot. They are on a hot streak,
Yeah.
and yeah. That's a scary thing to have to think about, right? So if you too want to kind of get yourself in the mood, you want to get pepped up, you want to make yourself feel cool, you know what you do? You go ahead and check out Pura Vida for the wonderful collaborations that we have going on in these bracelets, because I feel so cool whenever I put these on. Again, I'm not much of a jewelry person, but I have found something wonderful on this website, because not only do you have these awesome preset packs that you can choose from representing several of our Overwatch heroes, but you can also customize your own to exactly what you want it to be. Like, especially this, you can write on the bracelets there. We did some voice lines from my favorite heroes. Like, I did the I Can Dig That out of Venture. You can do her healer. Like, there's so many players that I can specifically think of that would like this. Don't lie to yourself. Like, there's options here. There are options here.
I say, chat, be real with yourselves. Like, think of whatever your best hero is, right, in the game. You can make a combo for it. Or even if it's for the meme. Like, Genji is far from my best hero. Genji's maybe one of my worst heroes in the game. But
Yeah.
you know what? The I need healing meme with the carbon fiber skin is just too good. So that's what I built it around. So, like, there's so much you can do on the site. Obviously, you have so many, like, I get these pre-builds, the GG Gamer Pack, your Cheers Love Jewelry set off the Tracer, which the color scheme is fantastic, and that's how you get some earrings as well with that as well, and a necklace. It's a gorgeous set, but this is just a perfect way, I think, right now to get into it. Obviously, summer, you're going out a lot with your friends. what's a better way to kind of show off a little bit of the vibes, a little bit of the feeling. Hey, this is my favorite game, and we're gonna show it off with some of the jewelry and the Feel the Beat bracelet trio. That's what I got on right now on one of my arms, and why not? It's a gorgeous pack, just right there. Nice, easy, simple. And I will say, shout out Calling Out Heroes. I finally got mine. My
wearing
Con
those too. We're
2025 combo. I'm not sure if that might be the giveaway combo. I'm not sure.
It is the
but
giveaway.
It is
So-
the giveaway combo. So if you want to get into it, hey, it says COD 2025 on there. If you want to mark, watching this event with a special occasion, get in on the action. So we'll have that a little bit later, but you can also create it yourself on the site.
Yeah, you can do that and add charms. We didn't add charms, and I'm kind of disappointed. I didn't
kinda
add a charm.
sad. Yeah.
Because like with my venture combo, something like that little compass thing. Like I feel like that it's like you're like an explorer, right? I think that would
Yeah.
totally make sense with that band. But either way, go ahead, scan that QR code that you see on your screen, or hopefully you did that already because it is now gone, and you can
Now
go
let's go
ahead
back.
and oh, there
There
we
it
go. Shout out producer Pura Vida. And Calling All Heroes has been a wonderful sponsor for us so far. So go ahead and check that out. We have a little bit of time before our grand finals, but not a lot to go through. Since I know for a fact that Exo Sakura, that they seem kind of hyped and want to get into it. Of course, like get
Yeah.
some water, breathe. I think breathing is very important for that particular team. But once those things are done, you want to keep up with the momentum that has already been shown throughout that game today. It's been a phenomenal spring season so far, and only one more match to go it off to declare who our victor will be of our second event of the year. Exo Sakura, can they get to 2-peat, or will Avidity continue their dominant run to take the win? Let's go ahead, short break, last one, and we'll come back to our winner. spring season has finally rolled around. In fact, it is almost over. And with the coming of every new spring, we have seen brand new, beautiful things to show up within this tournament. And so far, our spring season for Calling All Heroes, it's been pretty fun. Our number 1 seed is currently out. We're looking at a 2 and 3. One looking for a 2-peat, and the other looking to prove upon better results from the previous Radiant Academy 101 tournament. Avidity running their entire way through this bracket, dropping a single map to none other than, you guessed it, EXO Sakura. Now completed with their run, Jesse, to beat him the Grands.
It seems like this was destined, right? Like, we watched that semifinal, we're like, man, like, this is a very close series, but Avidity closed it out. And then Avidity, they just sweep DK, push him away, make the grand final. But now it's going to be very tricky because it's EXO Sakura again, who have Zoe now to kind of lean off of, and potentially Winter. Regime said it. Maybe Winter, now that they're back from work, can get back into this series. It's not a guarantee by any stretch. But when you look at this lower bracket run for EXO Sakura, 3-0 over Quick Nova, 3-1 over a surging Moth's Genesis, and a 3-1 over DK to try and earn that revenge for our defending champions from Academy 101. And it's kind of weird. You look at these rosters. Yeah, EXO Sakura, they win Academy 101. This Avidity roster, which is stacked across the board, they were split up between Rad, Willawa, and Timeless Ethereal, who finished 3rd and 4th respectively. So none of them were even in the title game for Academy 101, and they're trying to get a little bit of revenge here in the spring playoff.
I mean, Avidity right now, very disappointed, I think, with their results. Everybody that's on that roster has placed first in some Calling All Heroes event previously, whether that was the season championship from 24-25 or one of the major or minor events that existed. So getting barely top 3 in that event was a rather shock to this team. So making it to the finals, I think, is a necessary thing for these players. They want to prove themselves. They want to come back. And I think on most people's eyes, Avidity is the team that is expected to win this tournament. But by how much is the actual question? Because Avidity, as we mentioned, they are not warmed up. They have not played several games. They've not played 8 maps before this game. But do they necessarily need it? We look at this roster all around. They are proven players left, right, and center. Tori in particular has been a force of hazard that no one has been able to quell. The one map that was taken off of this team, it was because EXO Sakura tried something that they didn't expect. It was the Sombra game they couldn't figure out, but this is the one other team, Jesse, that will give them the Sombra game right back.
Yeah, this is a team that will match the Sombra. They are not afraid to throw a bun on Sombra and just run it down that way. So I think if you're EXO, you got to be a little careful on that. If you're Avidity, I do think this first map is going to be a very large sign of how this series is going to go. Because like you said, well, it's very early morning for the Europeans here. Like, obviously, for a Tori, it's like, what,
It's
7 a.m.,
stuffed.
6 a.m.? Like, it's yeah, it's very early for them. So could be a little bit hard, especially in this first map, to get going. We don't know, obviously, how many warm-ups they've played before this and how much they were just watching. But this first map is going to be a very tall tale sign. And as we go over to the EXO Sakura roster, you've seen it a lot tonight. So it's like, obviously you have to reintroduce it, but it's not very different whatsoever because, yeah, it's still this same kind of run. Obviously, for now, it's Zoe potentially starting instead of Winter, but they've been running it down all night. Why not try and get one more?
Zoe might just make herself out to be like the super sub of Calling All Heroes. Not playing with this team once. Heck, EXO Sakura themselves didn't know that Zoe was going to be available until today. Like, if Zoe manages to win the spring season with EXO Sakura, like, she's just among some of the great, she already is, but that might be, like, best Calling All Heroes player of all time.
Yeah.
If she can manage to pull this out from a sub position where she has not practiced at all recently. Insane results from this team so far. My only concern, Jesse, they are 8 very intense Overwatch maps already into the day. How long can they last if the series goes the distance?
Yeah, that is a worry, right? Like, how long can they have this go? Like, because it's been a very long stretch today. Confirmed, Busan does not get played during playoffs. but it's been a very long stretch. So it's like it's the double-edged sword of, hey, you have all this momentum and you've been playing and you have great momentum on your side. It's going to die at some point. Like, you can't run on that for just hours and hours and hours on end. Like, since we started stream, we are nearing 4 hours of them at least having to be in call, being in lobby, playing, interviews, having a little bit of time to debrief, but it's been go, 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 go for almost 4 hours now, and that's not even counting a warm-up scrim. So it's been a very long night or morning, depending on what time zone you're in for Exo Sakura. But now it's the fact that, hey, can they do it one more time? The last 2 results, they don't mean anything. It's just this one series that's going to determine it all.
The one good thing that Exo Sakura have going for them too is they've played Avidity before. They know that they like the hazard,
Yeah.
right? You don't exactly want to play that Freya into it, which they're actually going to use their Freya ban. Map number 1. I think this is honestly necessary. Ivory, in my opinion, is the best Freya that we have right now in the Calling All Heroes circuit. That is a very high name to put on a player, but considering this is also somebody that is joining a roster of established winners within the Calling All Heroes scene, not really coming up with that win themselves yet, but also kind of slotting into this roster, making a name for themselves on the brand new hero, and being a massive win condition just by simply existing for their mechanical presence. Like, Ivory is a player that I can understand target banning map number 1 because you want to start off on the right foot.
Yeah, Ivory, especially with how they played last week, it's like, let's not try and poke the bear early. And it worked last time against DK, right? They banned Freya first. Obviously, you don't have it the rest of the way, but you at least get this first map in a very winnable position. And this is also the first map they played last time around when they played 2 weeks ago in the semifinals. It was actually Avidity who banned Freya that time around. I think there was a little bit more uncertainty of how that Freya mirror was going to go, and it was a Brig ban from Exo Sakura, so very similar, but instead of running a lot of the Lucio Kiri that we saw last time between these two teams, we're either going like a Lucio Juno route or more than likely a Brig Juno route here on Ilios. But yeah, I expect a lot of hazard. Like, just a lot of hazard. Last time for Avidity, it was Tracer Genji hazard, and then whatever backline you want to throw. For Exo Sakura, it was roughly the same thing, but it was the Soj Sombra. They tried to play more long range, but with no Winter, more likely that we're going to see more of that Genji Sombra once again.
It's worked out so far. There isn't necessarily a reason to stop that until you try it. And do we see that hazard with the prevalence of with not only Sombra, but the prevalence of something like an Orisa? We didn't get a Diva ban, correct? That was a Juno.
Yeah, that was
Juno ban.
I'm trying to think.
I was so focused on the Freya ban, I completely.
It was a Kiri ban. It's a Kiri ban.
It was a Kiri ban.
Yeah, so we can't
off.
run the Lucio Kiri. So with that gone, it got to either be more than likely the Brig Juno, right? Like, it's got to be
Surely
Brig
we don't
Juno. Unless they want to run Lucio Juno. Like, it can work, and I don't think Regime would complain whatsoever. But I think maybe consistency-wise, the Brig Juno is maybe a little bit safer, especially if you're going against a hazard. Having the Brig can be a big help.
We're playing with the Diva. And Juno
Yeah.
and Diva have incredible synergy when it comes to you just kind of like Sonic Booster off the ground with the Hyper Ring there. So there is potential for that. Again, see the Diva versus Hazard matchup. I don't know. My eyes though, Sombra matchup. Is this something that we're going to see? Because Bun has played the Sombra in the past, the only other team to find decent success on it. Not nearly as good as Phone, you can say, but it's something that Avidity have worked on and could use to potentially match it. But also the fact that, because Ivory is very heavy focused, like range, hit scan, aka, or tracer player. Like that's kind of their realm of expertise. So you sacrifice that playing like a Flex DPS SG for the Sombra. Is that something that could add a mix just because of how the hero pools are on the team? Like that having that extra sub in Kuna if the range is needed, I think is going to be very helpful. But Sombra, Phone, Bun, we know that Phone's going to do it. Is it matched? I'm super excited to kind of find that out.
Yeah, as we're still waiting here, I think Avidity took them a little bit to get in, because obviously, like,
I wanna
they're
let
playing
them
the
cool
waiting
down a
game.
bit.
Yeah, it's like, Avidity's like, okay, that match has actually started. All right, let's get out of our games and let's get ready. I'm so excited. Again, this first map, I think, can be a very big sign of how this series is going to go. Just because if Avidity win this, we're back in the old cycle of, hey, Avidity wins the first map, the other team is playing from behind. It can kind of be a very quick spiral from there. But if Exo Sakura win, then it's like, oh, okay. They have map advantage. What is Avidity's pivot going to be? Because it'd be a very awkward spot and a very unfamiliar spot for them to be in. I forgot to say Lucio Bap. Lucio Bap can also work, or even Proto. I'm gonna just not even. We're gonna wait on that. I think that might be a little bit of bait, but considering it's the JQ still, Exo Sakura like, hey, you're gonna ban the Kiri, cool. We could run the JQ, but considering it's more than likely a Hazard on the other end, they will just go with the Orisa instead to try and have a little more of an upfront counter. It actually be the Brig Bap. We don't see this a ton, but it can work when you're trying to play like this long-range poke, but with still a dive hero on tank with Hattori.
Yeah, so this Orisa Hazard matchup, I think heavily favors Exo Sakura, because you can kind of stop the dive if you want to play more defensive, or if the Hazard dives in, you can kind of just walk to where Scuffed and NY are sitting. And not to mention the Sombra. We saw how Phone kind of shut down Santana when they attempted to play the Sombra in just the last match specifically. Ooh, that is a stapled Scuff to the wall. I'm sorry, I got a little excited about that. That was kind of gross. It isn't Scuff that ends up dying. Though the Immortality Field was in range. It was Zoe who went down throughout all that chaos. And they kind of lose the poke battle in that sense. And where Exo Sakura have struggled, it's against ranged heroes such as the Cass.
Yeah, the range is going to be the tough thing here for Exo Sakura. Like, if they cannot find a way to focus Ivory, put a lot of pressure onto them, it can be a very quick game. Because Ivory can just take over the lobby, keep Bowen at bay, Zoe as well, and it can just be a very tough position for them to be in. Exo Sakura is still not in a horrible spot. Mari's already at 75% to their up, but Ivory is already at a dead eye to try and push teams away, especially even with Scuffed having the Ant Matrix as well. And Regime's already dead. Wow.
Regime just kind of get cooked. And you remember the last time Exo Sakura went off against Avidity, it was like a reality check that, you know, we can't play the same chaos. We're not going to be able to punish Avidity for drawing their attention out, making them split. Avidity won't do that. They're too centric on playing as a team for Exo Sakura to throw them off like that.
Yeah, they're just so unified, and it's hard for Phone to find somebody in the back, or Zoe especially, so far only 53% ult charge. But it's been very difficult for them to really get anything going because there's been nobody who's really been left alone. Phone just playing a little bit of tag here, trying to catch somebody with an early virus. But the fact that Avidity, no ults used so far, they'll have almost 4 beginning this fight.
But they don't have NY, which is actually a key point. Zoe kind of went on a bit of an angle there, and just pulling these kills out of thin air, which has been her thing for Exo Sakura in the past. Losing Phone is a bit of an issue. Not only have we haven't really seen the hack out of Hattori, we won't even get the EMP in this fight. Exo need to reset now so they can use all their marbles for one final battle.
No, I think they go in. Scuffed is gone. You have heal advantage. It's going to be, you know, pun intended, Scuffed, but you still you have to play this at this point, and as long as you don't use ultimates, I think if you're Exo, that is very late rally. Well, now that the rally's gone, yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I thought it was going to go off.
Yeah. Kill's still finished off. It's a little all over the place, but you get both support ultimates out from Avidity, and you only use 2. You still have your big win condition in EMP, and you have your big answer with Sound Barrier, but you don't have Zoe.
Exo Sakura, they keep losing players early.
Yeah.
You can't do that. Simple, you can't do that. EMP is still on the table. At least it wasn't Phone this time, but speaking of time, Avidity have plenty of that. Can't quite say the same for Exo Sakura. Should this point be plugged back over. The downpour out resulting in Regime's defensive Sound Barrier. Not exactly sure what Ivory's looking for. Perhaps Phone was around the corner, but not a single Exo Sakura player in sight, which is a problem because they just had to leave Hattori out to die after she got hacked up. Avidity clearly not on the same page. A rare sign of miscommunication from them.
Yeah, that was a very rare kind of miscom from them as Zoe gets picked off again with the blade. But Hattori goes so deep in the downpour, it forces the Sound Barrier out, but there's nobody to answer. Nobody's there to answer it, and especially Ivory, they use Deadeye on point to try and cap point, but they pop it too early, and now the EMP is ready.
Yeah, it's only this is a personal vendetta against
Oh.
NY, and Hattori
Big
says
flash.
no, that is my support. They will live. You do not have a say in it. Zoe though, that's all the kind of main healing resources out, so kind of goes after the backline with his blade. They're very evasive, so it's challenging without the extra support from the team, which eventually does come in. We're just in a scrappy situation. Avidity get their flip back onto the point, only leaving Exo Sakura with a Terra Surge, which Mari is waiting for the right time to use, since she knows this will be a last fight side of scenario anyways. Does force Immortality Field. The back line is low, forcing Hattori fight back with them. Got one final small engagement to come in.
Yeah, they get the flip back. Ivory will have the Deadeye soon. Nenway with the rally.
Yes,
Bone's already
yes.
off the board.
Hattori just keeps getting these players early, and it's mainly because Exo Sakura overextending, trying to set up, or in Forrest's case, scouting, looking for hacks, and it just couldn't happen. This side from Ivory makes a ton more sense compared to the last one, but they're not even gonna have a chance to pull the trigger. Zoe dashes from around the corner and takes out the Cowboy. Avidity down a player, and Bun not doing too much better on this Tracer. Exo Sakura, though, they lose out on Proto, and with Proto down, the majority of their healing and sustain falls with it. Avidity go ahead, flip the point back over one final time, and look to close out the first round of Helios.
Whew. Well, that's going to be what the rest of this series are. Buckle in, folks, and get some caffeine. This is going to be a very long series if this is what it's going to look like. But Avidity, they barely close it out. 100 to 99. And very scrappy, typically the style Exo Sakura like. But Avidity, Hattori, I think that big slash on the phone was massive because it shuts down a lot of the hack. It shuts down a lot of the shutdown ability that Exo Sakura are kind of banking on for some of these counter plays. And Avidity, they spread it out from there. Scuffed is able to find Proto, shuts that down, healing gone. Everybody else is going to fall from that point on. And it will be now, Exo Sakura, with it being Lighthouse, you have to run the dive. So, and they understand, like, hey, the Diva is just not, it's not it. It's just not it against the Hazard. They tried it last time, didn't work, so they'll just have to be forced into the mirror matchup, at least on tank.
Yeah, I'd say everything else is different, other than the take, which is rather shocking. Proto being on this Ana makes sense. They have been incredible, not only landing these bio-nades, but also in time with the dives that Mari and Zoe are making, ensuring that the value is actually claimed from that resource. Scuffed, though, is a bit of a trapeze artist here, I guess you could say. But there's the bio-nade that landed, waited to his vulnerable position, and finds cactus spikes in their back before being sent down. Exo Sakura, I mean, completely punished a very cocky position out of Scuffed.
Yeah, that was rough. Like, that was very much an aggro position, and they obviously felt like, hey, you know, they have the horizontal jump on their boost jump, but yeah, it was just a little bit too bad of a position. Bionade goes out, and yes, the lamp delays the inevitable, but that's really about it. Exo Sakura in a great spot, and now it's Avidity. They have to try and find a way to challenge Proto here on the high ground.
Ooh, but Proto under fire, and a lot of it. Bun recalls and comes back to claim her initial target. Exo Sakura now down a couple players, but they do manage to find Scuffed again in this fight, so neither team has much healing to really sustain off of, and with Tori already having a much lower health bar than Mari, she will end up going down first, leaving just two players on the point. A gutsy pulse bomb from Bun, attempting to turn it, but comes to no fruition.
Yeah, nothing comes out of it. Exo Sakura hold the line for now, and Ivory will swap. They will go over to the Sojourn. A little bit better of an ability with that power slide to get away from the dive coming in from Mari, Phone, and Zoe, but still not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. No ults on the board for either side, but still building more in favor of Exo Sakura. If Avidity, they can find a neutral pick here, at least force out an ultimate or two from Exo Sakura, sets them up pretty well, but that is the opposite.
Well, guess what? Scuff's dead first again for the third time, and Hattori off the map with both the help of Mari and Regime there, ensuring she will take a nice swim off the cliffs of Helios. Exo Sakura, night and day compared to the last round, and they might honestly close this out here.
Yeah, they very well could close it out. They have almost every ultimate. They have not used one so far, Molly. They've held everything so far, and now they can pop everything in this potential final fight.
Yep, EMP is out. Hattori and Scuffed hit with both of it, and that's actually a fantastic trade. You'll take a dead tank over a dead DPS any day of the week. Exo Sakura, I mean, not only did they build up all of their ults and barely needed them, we didn't get a single ultimate out of the other team in Avidity the entire time. Like, that rarely happens on Good Control Point.
Yeah, that very rarely happens. And now we get to go to Ruins for this third round. Love sending us all the way to the end. And it's a very difficult question here because it's more of a rush style that Exo Sakura typically would want to go to, but they just won in the Hazard mirror. So it's like, do we just stick to the mirror at this point, or do we want to swap it around? Tori's actually the one debating a swap as she's thinking about the Orisa instead of the Hazard. And let's see here. For now, yes, it'll actually be Avidity who go to the rush. Exo Sakura who stick to the dive.
Fascinating. This is actually a good thought process to work with. I think this would be better for Scuffed, because again, Scuffed just didn't live at all in that last round. So having a Hitori as a battle cattle in front of you, I think makes the Hazard a bit less scary. But Scuffed is still kind of playing frontline and not keeping a mind on where Phone is currently harassing their Tracer player, who is currently dead. Ivory, though, will manage to have a couple of shots onto the diving Genji, start to trade this one out. And the thing is, once you dive in, you're out of the sightlines of Crota, who actually, I think, takes a couple shots from Ivory, too. Like, you can't get the amount of healing. Bit of miscommunication on the end of Exo Sakura.
Yeah, a little all over the place. I wonder if they do swap, realizing now that it's the Orisa. They will swap Crota. Crota will go off with Diana, just go onto the BAP so they can run with their tank a little bit easier and also not get dove as heavily. But oh my god, what an engage on high ground, forces Lamp and Fortify.
And not exactly the place you expected Hitori to bleed, but forcing the cooldowns at a minimum is really big, because now Avidity, they don't want to push up. Hitori hit with yet another virus and continues to get chunked. Scuff, though, very much at the ultimate of their own. We'll go ahead and pop that and help support Hitori, and more so make sure Mari cannot exist within the face of this map. And look at the amount of pressure that this tank has been under throughout this entire time. Exo Sakura are trying to make their main priority to just burn her down, but she's an Orisa. She's just not going to die.
Yeah, she just has perma health, but they finally find one on Ivory, and now the tempo beat.
Yep, you don't snowball the advantage with that
Phone
little
got
bit of
booped off.
tempo beat. I like this one a little better, or maybe I don't. Phone's already dead. Mari's looking to trade it out with Zoe in the back line, whereas Hitori is a completely different zip code, dealing with these little pesky flies, aka Regime, floating around her head. So eventually, Exo Sakura managing to flip.
I think as soon as Phone goes off, the light switch goes like, hey, we need to pop more. Like, we can't bank on an EMP getting built during this fight. They swap over to the downpour and the beat to go in, and you at least get both support ults out from Avidity. So, not the worst, but your biggest win condition is now gone because of one little jab.
Immortality field, though. We'll go ahead out for Exo Sakura. And they're going to still try to stabilize this, which makes sense. Exo Sakura themselves pride themselves on being good at clutch situations. An amplification matrix of all the ults you can use. Not the worst one to lose out on. Hitori also trying to commit to this with the EMP. I mean, Exo Sakura, now we're investing some big numbers and expecting those serious results. With how low Hitori is and the Fortify already out, it's not looking too hot for the remaining Avidity tank player unless they can manage to focus fire onto Mori, which actually ends up happening. Nenwai being the brawly brig that they are, it was able to help rally Hitori back from death.
Nenwai boops off Crota and then just goes back, gets 2 more kills, calls it a day. What a beautiful fight there from Nenwai. 1 fight territory. Exo Sakura, Crota now back onto the Ana. Was not feeling the BAP, have to rely heavily on the blade here from Zoe, but they do have the Deadeye to worry about here on the engage.
Deadeye from Ivory. More as a zoning tool, and it's not a great time to be zoned. But Zoe, the second time today, she's gonna throw it right back in their face. Exo Sakura now have an opening they want to work with. Full support ults available for Avidity. Yeah, they're gonna pop both of them. Nenwai is still rallying. They're still going. Another triple kill for the brig. Why is this happening? The second tank has arrived, and Avidity are gonna clutch it up and move on to their first map win in the grand finals.
I will say a little bit of a ticks to Zoe. Like, she was, as soon as they get the first pick, they're like, hey, maybe I can hold blade, and it just gets instantly punished. And it's like, I think at that point you still have to pop it regardless. It's Nenwai. Who else? Like that? I didn't even realize that was another boop. A boop on the Regime. and everything just gets shut down. Phone's not able to get anything done. It just leaves the poor little Hazard all alone, and a very back and forth Ilios still goes the way of our team from the upper side.
Nenwai too, I think is just a very underrated main support player sometimes.
Yeah, does not get enough credit at
And
all.
here's the thing, a lot of main supports don't get enough credit because you're playing main support. Like, let's be real, you're not the most flashiest of players, but Nenwai finds a way to make it work, especially with a team who's so reliant on stopping dives against a Sombra Genji. You need your break to be on point, and that's exactly what Nenwai was able to do. I think Exo Sakura, they found a lot of rhythm by punching Scuffed in the previous round, because Avidity just didn't adjust. They didn't adjust their composition, they didn't adjust how they were playing. It was just Scuffed was jumped on every single fight without fail. But once you started to figure out that, okay, maybe we should not let Scuffed frontline with the tank as much and let Nenwai do it instead, then things started to flip around with two massive clutches, and Avidity are showing why they beat Exo Sakura in the upper playoffs.
Yeah, Avidity. This is why they came from uppers, right? Like 3-1. For comparison, Ilios got played last time these two teams played. It was actually a 2-0 for Avidity. So some progress here for Avidity and for Exo, but not enough. But you know what? You could also have some progress in chat.
Ooh.
We got a giveaway going on for our partner here, Pura Vida. The giveaway is going on. Make sure you get involved for the special Calling All Heroes combo. So it'll be in chat. Make sure you get involved, as it'll just be perfect. It'll be one winner from this broadcast. Type exclamation point Pura Vida, all one word, all lowercase, in chat to win. It is our final giveaway of this spring season, so make sure you get involved. If you're not lucky enough to win, make sure you scan the QR code still. You can get your own and design your own little bracelet combinations.
Mind you, the giveaway Calling All Heroes bracelets, those are exclusive. They are not available in
Exclusives, yes.
stores. So if you want something pretty cool to remember this tournament by and be one of the very few people to have it, then there you go. Make sure, type exclamation point Pura Vida in chat. If you are not, I'm sorry, you don't get to do free things. You're missing out. I'm telling you. Get in there right now. Participate in our giveaway. Winner will be drawn later on. But for now, we gotta focus back in to our grand finals matchup. Avidity up map 1. You know, this is kind of similar to how we approached our previous matchup between these teams. Dive, a comfort zone for them, but Hitori clearly not afraid to step over to the Orisa, and also not afraid to stop with the Sombra. We're just going to send it. I mean, New Junk City, I think, has been by far some of the most interesting games we've seen. Like, throughout this tournament as a whole, like, minus the weird comps, we've seen some insane comebacks from teams that were just getting beaten down. They're going to pull up map 2, though, instead of map 3, leaving the escort pick open. Looking at these bans, we're taking away the Tracer for Exo, which makes sense since Zoe wants to play more of that Genji, but the Hazard out of Avidity.
Huh. That's a very weird choice. I will not lie. That is... Prod, is that the right, like, that's the right order, right? Like, we're not going insane here? That is, it is correct. That is very interesting.
Okay.
That, to me, screams that Avidity are very comfortable. They have something planned against the Junker Queen comp.
Orisa.
Like, they must have, they have, like, some sort of Orisa comp ready to counter out the JQ. Because... there's just no way they don't ban the JQ here if they don't have some sort of plan. Especially, they banned the Hazard, which is one of their best heroes. They just won the last map playing, or at least the one round with Hazard, and then the rest of the way. So maybe they're just feeling more of the Orisa, and they want to maybe force that kind of mirror matchup here. But it's a slight gamble here for Avidity, but if it pays off, they'll be on match point.
I can see this working out. Mari, I'm sure, is jumping for joy. Like, hey, my Junker Queen isn't banned. This is fantastic. But you're going to be met face-to-face with a Hitori Orisa, which is insane to begin with. Ivory likely rolling out on the Cass, and a Brig backline. Actually, that might not be too bad, since they can't really run away from you. Either way, though, it's not going to be easy for Mari to get past this Orisa at all. Hitori is going to do her best to make sure there aren't any gaps left.
2, 1.
So here we go. Junker Queen is the call from Mari. It was not bait. CP goes out from Zoe, and they will go back over to the Genji. It is Bun. Bun is sticking the Symmetra. That's going to slow down these engages so much. and they don't have a ton of sustain for Exo Sakura with it being Lucio Juno. This could be tricky.
Slow is the way to go. That's the thought process of Avinity's composition. And Exo Sakura literally have 3 ways that we can say zoom within their composition. We're just like canceling each other out at this point. Point capture, or at least early presence, is on Zoe. That's the one thing Avidity don't have, is the ability to split their team up. You kind of have to stay as a unit. Look at the point captured at the cost of Phone's life. Ivory flanked around the backside and is going to bring out every single shot that they have. Rarely wow, that was just absolute pummeling of Exo.
Yeah, that was just annihilation. And this is the answer, I guess, that they had cooking for this exact composition from Exo Sakura. It'll be a lot of trouble for Exo Sakura to try and deal with Bud on this Symmetra. It is just so difficult when you have to deal with so many turrets, and you can just TP away. If the engagement comes in, just TP the team away, and all of those resources, all of that utility from Exo Sakura will be for naught.
No, they can't get close. Even then, Ivory is more of an issue than the Symmetra, mainly because they haven't gotten close enough to actually have to worry about the Symmetra yet.
Yeah.
But they take so much damage when they're trying to engage on these points that it simply doesn't matter what the rest of the team is doing. We get to see Zoe completely zoned out of the fight, actually zoned out of health entirely. And Exo Sakura only now decide to engage, collapse onto Ivory, but with very little sustain behind Junker Queen engage. It's going to take a while for them to re-push. Scuffed, that is an Ant Matrix of all time. I mean, I guess it keeps Exo Sakura in a corner where they can't contest because we are getting low on this point. Forces Regime to tempo beat for a touch, mind you. Avidity are very happy with how the situation ended up turning out. The ultimate advantage certainly in their favor. Not to mention, Bun is now a flank Metra, working out with these turrets, the TP behind them. Exo Sakura, I think they were expecting something out of Avidity, not the JQ ban. Not exactly this.
No, I won't lie. They're obviously going to hold on to this composition because they're almost having ults. I think you gotta swap. This is not going to work. This Symmetra is just too good with being able to TP back and forth, and they're always able to find the lone player. And a lot of the times early on, it's been Phone or Zoe that's just kind of been caught alone. They're not necessarily by Mari and the rest of the team. And it's been very difficult for Exo Sakura to try and find some sort of counter for it. But here we go. Another engagement from Exo Sakura. They gotta find something.
Well, it's gonna be a fat rampage. The entire Avidity painted in purple twice because of the EMP and the rampage on top of each other. Exo Sakura, I mean, they just put out the big guns. They're all win conditioned and Nindal as well. Simple to go that. Fun, I don't believe intended to TP back there, but you know, you take that. Phone swap.
Phone is on Pharah. Phone is on Pharah, which granted, it'll get tricky against Ivory because Ivory's been lighting up the
I like up the kill
shot
feed
stay.
and
So
also...
Yep, there we go. I'm back. Man, it seems like once a game, like, even though Phone's not even on Sombra, finds a way to hack my internet. But still, the Blade is online here with the Orbital Ray. Definitely some resources available for Sakura.
Yeah, there's options for them to work with. I don't think they want to use both of them at the same time, especially with how immobile this team is. Zoe can go slicey, slice, chops everybody into mincemeat, even grabs a fork on the way out. And Exo Sakura, very efficient use of ultimates there.
Yeah, and they pull out the Terra Surge as well from Hitori, so she'll be just starting to slowly build that back up, but a great fight win for Exo Sakura, and maybe I was wrong about the JQ. Now that the Symmetra is gone, Bun is back over onto the Genji. It's a little bit more predictable, at least, for Avidity to try and go into this, but now you have to deal with Phone on the spar, who's playing super safe angles, but Scuffed will try and open it up, but they already lost NY.
NY, I believe I had to get to the point just being one of the roster players on that roster, so it's understandable that you lose them there. Avidity, though, with an Ant Matrix going down, you gotta look for some other way to get in, and it's Bun canceling out Zoe's flank. Soon rush, though, Exo Sakura even faster than they already were. Add the accelerated cooldowns and damage to burn through any remaining health bars in their sights, and looking at a 100-0 sleep of bomb flats.
There we go. 1-1. Go on to the next flashpoint we go, and still Rampage online for Exo Sakura. Maybe a barrage laid on from Foe and Avidity. We'll have to try and find the answer. They've neither support ultimate even remotely close. And after Ivory had a great start to this map, that second flashpoint barely saw them, and they're getting countered out a little bit harder So, but you know, he early Deadeye just to try and open up some space, try and get to point.
Yeah, Deadeye is better used as a space buying ultimate than anything else this
Yeah.
day and age. Problem is it doesn't really do much against the Rampage. Immortality Field, shockingly well placed. Phone's already in the sky. Mario already landed the knife though, so Exosakura will go ahead, clean up once again with just the Rampage alone, especially with no Kiriko. It's a free win. Oh, never mind. That's
Speaking
Kiriko.
of no Kiriko, there it is. Scuffed. I realized that, hey,
enough.
we need a Kiriko, even though it is honest, it's less on the phone. Phone's probably very happy with the fact that there is no more Baptiste to deal with, but it's also Ivory on the Sode. So a little bit more range DPS here now for Avidity, and one of the more iconic heroes for Ivory as well. On that hit scan, Blade, Terra Surge combo available here for Avidity, and they catch Phone early. Oh my god, they barely get out.
I wasn't even playing and I got jump scared by that. Victoria just checking all the corners right here. It worked out because it denied a sneaky barrage, but doesn't do much against the orbital ray. Too powerful of an ultimate to be matched, and that's kind of how Exosakura's composition works. They have massive ultimates that Avidity just don't have any response to.
They have no answer. They have absolutely no answer to them unless they have like a sound barrier available, which granted for this next fight they will, but it's going to be a very rushed touch here. They want to have at least one more fight here on the third flashpoint.
Tempo B, I'm feeling it, or just barrage into the back line, and the whole team explodes into smithereens, courtesy of Phone and Divinity. I mean, we're B-blading. All right, this is winnable. If you say so, Bun. It's Mori, slices them down. Ian dashes to Phone, and they were making their escape. Perhaps there's a chance. Oh, we're doing it again. Why are we doing this again? I liked it when Bun did it. Not that, Zoe. That was too much.
A little late. You missed the bus. The rest of your team's already in spawn. Yeah, that's a rough ult from Zoe. I have a feeling that was maybe like, oh, it's winnable, it's winnable. Oh, it's not winnable. Still Kitsune Rush available for Regime. They can at least make their way into point that way. Scout's still 30% away. But Hattori, honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if she just played up close near one of these chokes, tries to block it out early, knowing that, hey, Mari is also very close to this Rampage.
She's not allowed entry into this point. Vittori has anything to say about it. A CC Menace is what you would describe her battle cattle to be. Crota is done and destined for, and with Scuffed and Regime, they're battling out in the back lines. Either way, though, Exosakura, without any form of speed or support, should be getting out. Zoe doesn't know what that word means. They're committed to this. I mean, Mari's still alive, and without Hattori to stop her from walking in, okay, never mind. Mari's dead. You need to leave, and Scuffed will make sure they all take the bus back. Exosakura living up to the name of we go until it's all done, but sometimes you should just admit that it's done like this point.
Phone missed the job!
Oh, this is tragic to watch. The pasta's everywhere, man.
Oh my god. I love it. We got observers, fantastic job. We got the perfect view of Phone just biffing the jump, but I don't think they would have won that fight. Anyway, oh man, that's just painful if you're Exosakura is now. Hey, 2-1 for Avidity, still holding on to the overclock, a very fast rotation. Considering they have the Lucio, that is the one big benefit, is they have that constant speed buff, so they have plenty of time to rotate. They gain natural high gun control on the backside of point, but Phone will have the EMP.
Yeah. And since Mari gave up on fun matching the Orisa here, you're slightly less bullied by Hattori. It's not going to matter all that much, though. Phone EMP, that is a solo onto Ivory. Fun fact, that does not, in fact, cancel overclock if it is already procced. And Phone found that out the hard way. Ivory, oh my goodness, the combo from them today has been insane.
Moments like that, you wonder why it's their signature, right? Like, unbelievable play there from Ivory. It allows the rest of the team as well to not use anything else. They didn't have anything, but you're not banking on it. Now you got the Bun Blade, both support ultimates coming up. Avidity in a perfect spot to get to a 2-0 and a match point and a spring season point, but it's not done quite yet. Actually, Sakura about to have Blade and Ray.
That's Suzu already out. Zoe wants to get active, but not before Bun does the same thing. Gets Crota mid-air while the orbital ray is proc. If Avidity win this, while the orbital ray was wasted, that could very well just be map based off tempo.
It very well could. Yes, they have the Blade, but Nothing. They have nothing else. The only thing for Avidity, they did use 3 ults. They used maybe overpopped a little bit. But honestly, I don't even blame them. Tori, she's in spawn. She's literally in spawn.
And oh, but they're punished for it. That's actually, I think, a boop off the map potentially.
Yeah.
Onto Ivory, if I saw that correctly. Extra Sakura though, do ensure that the touch there. They have 2 players on the point, and Hitori pretty much just staggering herself in this instance. But I mean, is she okay with living in the backline? No. Okay, Zoe eventually will manage to clean up.
She gets 2.
That's surely she dies here. Okay, there we go. Everything's
I was
fine.
waiting for her to pop ult. I won't lie. I was waiting for her to be like, yeah, why not? Pop it. But they have to hurry up here. Obviously, yeah, they flip early. They pop Nenwai.
Where
But
was
they have
Nenwai
to
going?
get back to this point. I don't know where Nenwai was, actually.
I think Nenwai was like on the flank there.
That's an interesting one, Nenwai. we're at that one off. For Avidity now. Terra Surge still available. That's really about it. It's not like they have a ton to work with. They will have to try to kite the initial barrage of ultimates here from Exo Sakura. Well, if they pop Zoe right away. All right.
Bun has been getting the better of Zoe on this Genji matchup so far, and a nasty set of deflections turns Regine's head into pudding. Rough situation for Exo to be in. The EMP Terra Surge, the last side of open. Both the Terra Surges on top of each other, gets the better of it since Tori is able to hold it a little bit longer. That will be the flip, and almost mapped right along with it. Zoe, one last thing to say, Dragon Blade, but gets CC'd, served up on a stick thanks to Hitori's Javelin. Exo Sakura can't find the win. Avidity, 1 map away from sweeping the grand finals.
I won't lie. That was a blunder from Exo Sakura. That was such a blunder. They have so many ultimates available. And I will say Avidity, especially Bun. Like you said, Bun just ran rampant on that. They never let the opposite DPS do anything, right? Like, it was just all over the place. And no, this is my lobby. Nobody else needs to even worry about it. I'm the Genji you need to worry about. And it was just perfectly played. Zoe tonight has been fantastic, right? Like, coming back, hasn't played in a little bit, has been playing fantastic throughout the entire night. Absolutely silenced by Bun during that one in the Genji duel. And the fact that EMP used very late, nothing out of it. Blade is not able to get used. It was just an absolute dissection from Avidity.
And remember how I said Zoe, top 3 flex DPS that we've had in Calling All Heroes? Bun?
Yeah.
That's your number 1 flex DPS
Yeah.
in Calling All Heroes. Very few players can shut down Zoe the way that Bun is currently doing. I mean, Exo Sakura, they switched it up. I think the Pharah swap was great, considering identifying that the Sombra wasn't working. And Phone does have more heroes in her pool than just the Sombra. It worked out, but some weird commitments to fights that probably should have been called. It feels like there's too much reliance in this clutch factor. You can do it against other teams, but you can't do it against Avidity.
No, this is a team that, yes, it's worked a few times here and there. It worked in the last 2 games tonight. It's not going to work as easily here. Like, you can't just bank on those pop-off plays to try and get it done. And even this, Fowen tries to TP in late, just gets absolutely punished. And Ivory, 1 with the overclock, 2 with the overclock, 3rd with the lasting effect from the overclock. And Avidity right now, pumping on all cylinders. And Exo Sakura have to find a way now for a reverse sweep if they want to go back to back. But it is a very, very tall order, especially with how Avidity, they're just so in sync right now in this. And looking at this last fight, even yet, the fact that Bun finds 1, they're able to find Regime, so they can't build up the beats. It's just absolute perfection.
It kind of feels like you're trying to tame a cat, you know? Like, Avidity right now, the ones doing the taming, because they're in control most of these fights. They look confident. They feel good. Sometimes they get caught off guard by the cat, like, jumping, screaming, and hissing at them. But other than that, they're able to kind of put that cat back in its place at the end of it. Weird analogy, yeah, but considering they were formerly called the Avidity Kittens, I had to do it, I'm sorry. Looking ahead to this series with that in mind, though, this feels like something that Exo Sakura, they're winning because of their pop-offs. They're winning because of their individual plays and the chances they have to clutch. That doesn't work against Avidity nowhere near as consistently as it would with, like, a 5th seed team, for example. So, if you're going to change something up, it absolutely has to be now. Exo Sakura, they are the winners from the previous Radiant Academy 101. They feel confident going into this game, and despite the super team that Avidity have constructed, they don't feel like that they should be counted out at all.
So now we go to Runasapi. Let's see if Avidity, after a disappointing Academy 101 finish, can this roster put it together. It is Runasapi for our third map. This was also the second map that these two played against last time. So actually swapping their flashpoint and push picks here. Our Exo Sakura, it's the Cassidy ban. So they are so sick of the constant counters going on. And I think they want to force maybe like well, you're forcing Freya here. It's... I don't know if I like this one. I like the Juno ban from Avidity. You're denying the Brig Juno from being a possibility, and you're pigeonholing them into either like that Lucio Bap, Lucio Curie, for the most part. Unless Proto, if they want to bring out the Ana, it's not a great map for it, but you can get ran over pretty easily during certain periods of this map. But I won't lie, Avidity have been winning the bans, and I think they want another one.
Yeah, every ban has been a target ban from Exo Sakura because they have to react to something that Avidity is doing. And while target bans, they make sense. There's a reason bans are in place, and that is definitely one of them. It also tells the narrative further of how much control Avidity have in this series. Their ability to pivot, despite whatever this crazy, unpredictable being that is Exo Sakura throws at them, they understand. They control that chaos that we've seen Exo Sakura thrive in so far. And, you know, we're what, 10 maps in, I think, for Exo Sakura today?
This will be map 11.
This will be map 11 now. It's been a long, we questioned whether they could keep up that hot streak, and it seems like that fire has started to fizzle out slowly. If there is a chance to respark that flame, it is going to be here. It's going to be by taking the fire out of Avidity.
Yeah, I think our reverse sweep's got to start somewhere, right? Like, we say it all the time, crazier things have happened, but it's got to start somewhere. If you're Exo Sakura, let's see if they can pull it out here, even though it's a little bit of a weird ban going out here, as, you know, Llama. But here we go. Let's see what they're running, and it is still Phone and Zoe. So we haven't seen any of Winter tonight, none of Kuna tonight. They've been keeping, after doing a lot of swaps earlier in the game, have been staying pretty consistent to this double flex DPS lineup, which, yes, it's worked a lot today. It's just not worked in this series. Ivory and Bun have shut it down.
No, this has been a DPS showcase from Avidity's team. They only need one more map. This grand finals is on the line here for Runasapi. Exo Sakura going back with what they started with. Opposition, I don't even think is necessarily the issue. But can they make it work against a Bun who can't be stopped and an Ivory who doesn't miss?
Yeah, and that'll be the key thing. And Phone and Zoe, they still have to deal with a Brig in the backline. Bun will not. Bun will have pretty much free reign on the backline of Exo Sakura, which that could be even a bigger issue considering how well Bun's been playing tonight.
Yeah, Bun has been running rampant on this Tracer. That was also the target ban for last map, reminder. Yeah. So Bun being allowed to go back on this hero not only helps cancel out Phone's impact on the Sombra, but you're not really interacting with Zoe as much as you would with, as like a Genji one-on-one. And it also leaves room for this Brigitte out of Ninwai to play, which, flashback to that, was pretty darn insane when we got the brawl to happen. But we don't care about the brawl for Exo Sakura. We want assassination attempts, and one was successful onto Ivory. And Avidity, they're far from done with this specific fight. Knowing that they're opposite support, you're pretty happy to keep this pressure on the robot, all things considered.
Yeah, it just keeps some pressure going. Phone has to translocate out, but already building some decent ultimate charge as well. If you gotta think, you're already Bun. They're looking for this pulse, and now that the deflect is gone, they may go in for the kill.
It'll be an early amplification matrix from Scott. Got dealt with pretty fast there. Again, dead Bap, much worse than a dead Sombra, unless you put both DPS together. That's a bit more concerning for
That's bad.
since Regime committed the sound barrier to this. Okay, I hope there's some merit to closing out the rest of this fight. And it seems to be an isolating Hitori. Nenwai was out of armor packs and couldn't keep pumping the healing into her Orisa fast enough. So Avidity will finally have to relent this robot.
Yeah, after almost 2 minutes
Yeah.
of an opening fight, and ults throwing left to right and
that was
center.
one
Eventually
clip.
got by. That was a one clip, and there goes EMP. Like that is the pop-off potential that you get from maybe one of the best DPS of calling out heroes, if not the best. And I think right now, considering how this game's been going, I think they can make that call. She's been just unreal tonight.
And Bun just continues to dominate in whatever way it goes. And Zoe doesn't want to match the Tracer either. She's been doing so well.
I don't blame
on
them at all.
Genji. No, you don't have it up. You have this EMP though, which seems like you pull it out if you're gonna TP it that aggressively, but she doesn't do it. Tori actually ended up grabbing her through the wall with the Terra Surge, throwing them out of position, and Phone could never pick up the call that her team needed them to answer. And Exo Sakura, I mean, they just get beaten down, only able to use that Kitsune Rush.
I wonder if that was just a whoops on the translocator, but it seemed like Phone very quickly was like, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not supposed to be here. And they're not supposed to be there either. It's those kind of staggers that have set Avidity apart, this entire event. Like those kind of very quickly, hey, somebody's out of position. Go, 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 go. Sets up so much more space, and now they're nearing tick.
They're not gonna. Okay, there we go. I was like, why are we not pushing the robot?
I was like, why are we not pushing?
We're
Hello?
pushing it. There we go. And it should be tick. No contest in sight out of Exo Sakura. It's blatant time. Nothing but cold hard steel that Zoe's working with. Never mind. She's dead, but the rest of the team is still alive. And just with this EMP on the table, full spawn out of Bun actually forces a Terra Surge here. Mari wants to stay alive, knowing how important it is, considering that Tori is still on her feet. And yeah, Exo Sakura, that was expensive. What, 3 ultimates for them to work with? And they still lost the spawns.
Yeah, like they still lose forward spawn, so everybody from I think everybody from Avidity will get opened. Yeah, they just barely, but they get close spawns. But still a few members here from Avidity, kind of close up without their tank here quite yet. Zoe tries to take advantage, but misses the combination. Now it's the backup.
And no recall on Bun, she just has to play safe. So that's honestly
Yeah.
good for Exo Sakura for taking over the space, not worrying about this little pesky Tracer, a little mosquito just in her ear. Do it actually kind of come Kunai into Ivory. It's rather helpful in that ranged poke that we see Mori get chunked down early. And it's a classic of Regime, our fabled tempo beat to bowl over Hitori into tomorrow. Regime struggling to stay alive, but scuffed, still pumping that damage in. Eventually, Exo Sakura will get what they want. And is this enough to get? I think it's enough to get them forward spawns.
It'll be very close. I think maybe Bun's able to get a touch. She's at least in the area, but no. She will not get a touch. That will be tick. Maybe not lead necessarily. They will try and play this very quick, but still over half the game to go. It's not like this will outright determine it, but hey, Bretta wants to play it like it is.
And Bun burned recall just a touch for that fraction of a second, so Tori could return to the fight. Now is a key moment because it dragged everyone to a group hug. Ivory is happy to add a couple of railgun shots too. That's not a hug that they want to be in. That's Mori's idea of fun, which isn't always the same idea as the enemy, as Ivory is surely to learn here momentarily. But this fight isn't over until Bun is dead. Okay, Bun's dead. It's over. Never mind. But not for the team that you'd expect it to be. Tori had way more support on their side with the Dream and Proto going as early as they did.
And they keep the lead. Avidity are barely able to keep the lead, just over a meter to their advantage, but still the forward spawns available and open for Exo Sakura. Now it is finally swapped over, but everybody does spawn in close. Everybody almost playing off by Coach, trying to find that opening pick to change it around. Bun gets forced out early, but now there goes the amp.
Application Matrix resents any forward pressure that Mori was considering about applying there. We'll stop her from exchanging a couple of friendly javelins with the opposing tank. I mean, Regime is just off in the middle of nowhere trying to escape from the clutches of Ivory, but finds themselves colliding where Tori's been standing this whole time. And I mean, we're committing EMP to a 3v5 and a rally that's already up, only lands onto one. The elimination wasn't conferred. This is starting to get out of hand.
I think if Avidity win this next fight, they have won the spring season. Like, that is where we are at, especially with the status of Push. This is a must-win fight for Exo Sakura, and the fact that they don't have EMP and they just use it in a fight that they lose is a critical blow. but it's going to be up to Zoe. Been a little bit silent this entire game because of Bun and Ivory, but she needs to make a statement right now.
And hopefully it's a blade that is at the start of the fight and not the end of one that is already over. You do have Sound Barrier to empower it if you want to. But it was actually a stun onto the backline. It was a cohesive javelin that ended up piercing through both the supports, so Sound Barrier wasn't an option. That it's enough to get Hitori out of the way. And you go ahead and take that as sufficient value for the Dragon Blade, even if the pressure wasn't exactly on the take. It ensures Exo Sakura can keep this robot moving the direction they needed to.
Yeah, maybe not the wanted outcome initially. Nasty jab, Mari. But they at least get the job done, and they keep both support ultimates and the Terra Surge. Everybody from Avidity will get close spawns, and this is still a winnable situation for both sides. Avidity, they want to play this win a fight, lose a fight combination, and they're in a pretty good spot for it.
Yeah, and that's all you need to do. Bare minimum, you lose a fight, you can win the next one outright. Mari, early Terra Surge, it just didn't get the job done that was needed. Exoscar, they burned both their support ult early on. It is very winnable. With Scuff down, I mean, Nenwatch doesn't have enough healing, simply, to keep the rest of the team alive if they're in face-to-face combat with the likes of Mari. Minimum, you get forward spawns checked, even if it's not lead.
Yeah, you will get forward spawn, and that will allow everybody to slowly come back into this. The downside is you have nothing if you're Exo Sakura. You have absolutely nothing. The way Ivory's been popping the shots, this overclock could be critical, and Scuffed also has the Ant Matrix if they want to pair it together. If you're Avidity, you're in a great spot. Yes, they get the touch, and they have just an easy kite away from Exo Sakura. You do not want to play into this.
Nope, not at all. I mean, Ivory popping the overclock there when everyone was already on their way of kiting because of the Ant Matrix isn't ideal, but it does force Zoe to be in an awkward position. It's trying to avoid all of the oncoming damage from the high ground. It's an expensive commitment, but it prevents the lead from being taken over, which with only 90 seconds left in the map is very influential to how it plays out. Nenway on a bit of an off angle as a break player.
Yeah.
No, we're still walking. This is a stun potential, looking for phone. It doesn't get the one-shot combo, but you don't need it if your team is there to follow up, and that was a sneaky play out of a break. I mean, their impact in this series is shocking for a main support player.
Yeah, Nenwai has been everywhere, and at least for Exo Sakura, all but Zoe will get forward spawn, so they can at least play this relatively quickly, but they still need to win 2 fights in a row if they want to start the reverse sweep, and they have no ult to start. But if you're Avidity, if you get another one of these early picks on a phone or Zoe, it's done.
We're looking for a pulse bomb at this point. Bun trying to line one up, goes for the skill stick on the wall for Regime, but Regime dies anyways, had to drop off just to avoid this pulse bomb, and Hitori claims the elimination. Avidity, at least they're making the death of Exo fast, so there's a potential chance for a return, but a full reset is absolutely needed for a final fight run back.
Oh my god, they catch Phone. Phone's just trying
Mari's
to
dead.
get some info. Phone is going to be dead. It's all falling apart here for Exo Sakura as Avidity march towards the win.
One last stand, that's all Exo Sakura get. Yes, they have ultimates. Winning one fight here, that should be easy. But we're looking at winning 4, maybe 5 fights in a row, and you're not going to have Regime to do it. Tries to go for the flank, pressure to touch. The EMP is out. There's 4 ults to go. Zoe holds the blade, slices through 2. The ultimate of Hitori canceled out by the own hacks. But the numbers, they're running thin. Exo Sakura's, their focus is on the robot and on the robot only. They're down in numbers. It's only Mari.
Regime is able to find Bun in the back. Hitori is still somewhere. Like, Hitori is chilling in the back line of Exo Sakura. They have to find her at some point. There she is. Going forward with the point. Has some reinforcements online with the amp.
Barrier though, Regime helping Exo Sakura move forward with this Ant Matrix. Only a mere obstacle in their path, but Crota burned down. None other than Nenwai to claim the final blow from across the map. The overclock, hold out of Ivory. This win looking closer and closer by the super team that had been assembled. They doubted being the second seed in this tournament, but it meant absolutely nothing. A flawless grand finals win for Avidity.
They are the winners here of the spring season, guaranteed first, and a nice little bonus. Obviously already booked their spot in the championship, but a nice little token here. 4.5 grand going the way of Avidity, and it just seemed like they could do no wrong. Always finding opening picks onto the DPS of Exo Sakura. Hitori, she's always in the front line, in the back line, wherever you need her to be. just all over the place, and one of the best backlines we've seen in Calling All Heroes. It seems like, yes, they got that number 2 seed. They weren't able to play the game against DK, forces the FF, 5-1 in Swiss, but ever since then, just absolute dominance from Avidity, and that is actually in a major event, the fewest amount of maps dropped in Calling All Heroes history. An unreal showing here from Avidity.
Having only dropped a single map in the season, it really only beats.
Unreal.
There was one golden run in the history of Calling All Heroes, and most of the players that are on this team, Jesse, were part of that golden run. And it's just absolute insanity to show that even after this competition has continued to evolve and grow, the competition, it gets tougher. Every single tournament, somebody like the players on Avidity can maintain a dominant presence as they have. They were split between 2 different rosters in the previous Radiant 101 Academy, finished 3rd and 4th place, regardless of where that split ended up. But I guess they just needed unity. The power of friendship allowed them to push over the edge. The team play is somebody that just simply could not be torn down. And by far the strongest set of 5 players in terms of synergy that we have in this event.
Oh, by far. Like, it felt like all signs were pointing to an Avidity win. As hot as Exo Sakura were, especially today, where I played 11 maps today, and still ended up going, I think 6-5 overall. They got the wins early on, just could not get it at the end. It felt like, especially after how close Ilios was, they just ran out of steam, especially with how long they've been playing in Avidity, who sat back, who took the advantage of playing from the upper bracket, only having to play 1 series today, took it in full swing, and what can you say? The winners of the spring season undoubtedly had to be Avidity, and what a way to do it.
I'm gonna say, I predicted this from the start.
You did.
You know, when we talked about this, I'm like, number 2 seed, you might look crazy, but this is a team of players who are well established, not only in Calling All Heroes, but also recently in OWCS, in the Face It Masters League. If you want to point to signs that Calling All Heroes is giving visibility to players that identify as women or marginalized gender, like, this is the team I want you to look at and understand the success that this tournament has allowed these players to continue to grow, given them that proper spotlight for teams to know that, hey, these guys are good. They can exist and compete for that top point, and I just cannot wait to see how Avidity can continue with the remainder of this Calling All Heroes season.
Is the fact that they did it just flawlessly too, right? Like, obviously Ilios was close. It was very close. But even though, like, as soon as we went to New Junk City, even though it was a 3-1, it's like, man, it feels like Avidity are just running with this. And there was just no way of stopping it. And even though, like, 3/5 of these players have had it's been a little bit of a rough OWCS stage for Extinction. Here was not rough whatsoever. They cleaned house.
Avidity have looked dominant from the beginning of their run. They're going to end it in the exact same fashion. We're not done, though, just yet. We still have to hear from them how this win impacted the team, how everything went down behind the scenes. So don't go anywhere. We still have a little bit more of our Calling All Heroes spring season broadcast right around the corner. season here at Calling All Heroes has officially come to a close. Avidity will be taking the crown and the title for our spring season, one of our first major events of this competition year, and dominance. That's how you would describe today. I can't think of any other word. Like, we saw Exo Sakura run through 3 games while all while Avidity were sitting back there, arms crossed, like, you know what? We got this team. And, you know, we talked about this team so much to a point that we had so many standout players. It's difficult to pick just one person who can pop off and be kind of that MVP today. And it's very rare that we get to see a main support player have the impact that they did. But today, Nenwai was that player and is very deserving of the match MVP title.
Yeah, it was a pretty hard debate in this call, but as soon as we said, like, oh yeah, Nenwai, it's like, yeah, Nenwai. It's gotta be Nenwai. They were unreal, especially today, especially on Ilios and over on map 3. Just pop off after pop off on those 2 maps. And even though, yes, everybody on Avidity, they had their moments, especially Bun on New Junk City was all over the place. It just felt like Nenwai was just the one to beat in this entire series, and overall EXO just had no answers at all. You don't play a main support, even though they have Regime, who is, you know, notably aggressive. You don't have one that's so clean and aggressive at the same time as Nenwai on main support very often.
Underappreciated main support players rejoice. This is the time to shine. Nenwai showed the true potential that this role has, even if it's one that often kind of takes a backseat to many of the others. The fact that it can stand out as much as it did, I think that's how impressive Nenwai truly played. We talked about like the kill feed and like the highlights that they had, but I mean these armor packs and supporting Bun, like you play the Tracer because Nenwai is on the Brig. You play against this Genji Sombra because Nenwai is on the Brig. Like this is how this team was able to live and die, or more so live longer than they should have against this intense pace that Exo Sakura were attempting to set today.
Yeah, it's the whole reason why, especially against a team comp like Sombra Genji, which is so in your face, especially with the Orisa. It's go, go, go. They always had the ability to, whether it be hit a flail, hit the shield bash to get away. It was such a perfect play from Nenwai left and right. It just felt like it couldn't have been anyone else. It had to be Nenwai for our MVP.
Absolutely. Well-deserved MVP for Nenwai, and of course, a well-deserved win for Avidity today. And you know, we can talk about how awesome it is that Avidity won and how great they did, but what better way than to just hear it from the actual player? Like, I think that's the fun part. You get to know what is going on behind the scenes, and we have an interview, I believe, here almost ready to go with us, if I'm not mistaken,
There it is.
with our Flex support player in Scuffed. Scuffed, hello! How are we feeling? Grand Finals, now take the title of the spring season. A big deal for Avidity.
Hi, can you hear me?
You sure can.
Yep.
All right. I feel great. I mean, I'm happy I finally got like a CAW major win under my belt. It's been like a full year of competing in here, and I've only won minors. I haven't won a major yet, so that feels really nice. I was really gunning to win this one because I don't know if I'll play in another CAW. I'm kind of like I might start focusing on school and stuff, and I might not have the time for it. So I wanted to put my all into this one. So I'm happy we won.
Yeah, so obviously going into tonight, you had the advantage of sitting back and watching the first 2 games happen. How did you all kind of take that into advantage, especially with how long Exo Sakura had to play tonight? And once you knew it was Exo Sakura, what was the game plan going in?
Oh yeah, those guys had to play like 3 series. Dang.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much of an advantage it was. I think both teams were kind of just tired at the end. It was late today. Like we've all been probably playing Overwatch all day. I woke up like 14 hours ago. So I think it was a long day for everybody. But we did get a lot of scouting on them. Obviously, we saw their comp that they were playing. But even then, like going into first map, I was still surprised by like how fast they were playing. Like that comp it's different. It's something that not a lot of teams play. It's not very meta. But Phone's a really good Sombra. They have a lot of they have proficient Ana player. Like the Ana gave us a lot of trouble on Lighthouse. Like that, we were definitely not expecting that matchup because we were just expecting to play against the DK again. We were expecting to get that rematch, and
Really?
I'm sad that we didn't get that. Yeah, we were for sure. Well, I just want to play my friends, if I'm being honest. I thought that was just fun. I was just expecting a rematch, but it's fine. We got the win no matter what, so that was nice.
Yeah, you kind of talked about it a little bit. How does it feel, especially this entire team didn't even make the championship game for Academy 101, whether it be on Rad or whether it be on Timeless Ethereal, ran out 3rd and 4th. How did it feel for this team to finally get over the line? And for you, especially, like, this is your first major win in close to a year. How did it feel to finally get the job done?
It felt nice. It was a lot of work, especially that BAP break comp. I have to do so much talking on BAP, and like Bun was playing with a broken mic the whole series. We didn't have like one person talking, right? So there was a lot more space in the comms. We had to coordinate things. I had to make sure one of my players is okay even when they're not talking to me. Like, it was a lot of work, but we put in overtime. I really like that BAP break comp. I feel like so impactful, and obviously Nemwai's great at break. Like, I can just pocket that guy and he becomes Thanos. So that's just what we play for. I think it worked really well. But I gotta give my props to Sakura. Like, I wasn't expecting to ever have to swap off that comp. We've seen it be played in like pro play a lot recently, and we just thought it was the best. But they made it really hard on New Junk City, and we had to I was just asking questions every fight. I was like, is this the right comp? Which swaps do we make? Like, I was really questioning myself. So they made it hard.
It's very interesting to hear that too, because as you said, this was something that's been more common in OWCS. But I think that one of the biggest strengths that we've seen from your team so far is your willingness to make adjustments and have these conversations with each other. Like, hey, is this working? Is this something that we need to adjust? And I'm kind of curious what that gelling factor was like for your team, because you were about 50. You've played with most of them on the same roster before, but you're coming from 2 different teams from the last split. How is that kind of meshing been for this tournament?
It's been somewhat difficult, especially just because of how busy life is and OWCS and CAW at the same time. It's really hard to get scrims in when you're on different teams. So we got like maybe 2 scrims in for this tourney, and because of that, we kind of over-calmed in matches to make up for our lack of coordination. Like, especially with Ivory, we just haven't played much with Ivory. Ivory was having a lot of trouble just understanding our comm structure and trying to fit in. So it took a lot of that. I think did we drop a map? If we dropped the map, I would imagine it's because of that, just like working through those type of troubles. But obviously we gelled well together. I think it shows on like a map like Ilios where we just got, I can't say a bad word, can I? We just got smoked on Lighthouse. We just got absolutely smoked on Lighthouse, and I was really questioning things, but just being able to like reset, play a different comp, know how we're gonna play it, and just all get back on that same level, especially like when it's so late at night. It's just like, I think we did a good job gelling together in the end. I'm really happy with how we did.
There's a reason they say teamwork makes the dream work, and that's kind of the motto for Avidity going into this weekend. We set up here so many times too. Like, Avidity had the best teamwork that we could see from this team. So even if it didn't necessarily feel like it at times, it was very well recognized.
It does not feel like it. Sometimes it feels like Nemai has me muted. I'll say it.
Dang,
that guy doesn't
like
listen.
Well, there you go. So. It's a love-hate relationship with the support, so we'll keep working on that for potential future events. But I did want to, before we go ahead and close out, so let you celebrate with your team there. I want to ask, like, playing and Calling All Heroes, you've been around this circuit for a while, and I'm just curious, like, what does having the opportunity to play and Calling All Heroes, what does that mean to you?
I mean, it means everything in Overwatch to me right now. It's definitely the community I'm most attached to. It's the reason, I wanted to come back when I stopped playing in the first place. Like, this community means a lot. It means a lot when I get to play against my friends in brackets. It's what inspires me to keep on playing, to be honest. I think Calling All Heroes is pretty much everything. I mean, there's not any other games like this. Like, this was really a front runner in this type of field, and it's really badass, honestly. It's just it feels like a place in history. Like, when you eventually see these marginalized genders actually get integrated in society, and not to get political, but like, all that, like, this is it's a cornerstone or a marker on just like history, in my opinion. So I think it's really awesome.
I'm really happy to hear that you feel that way, because us watching at home too, definitely feel like that Avidity, your team as a whole, is one of the many success stories in Overwatch esports, especially moving up that ladder to continue competing in OWCS. And it's been fantastic to watch all of you here on the Calling All Heroes Spring Season Finals. We're gonna go ahead and let you go celebrate with the rest of your team, Scuffed. Thank you so much for joining us on the interview, and we wish you the best of luck with your future competition.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Bye.
See you, Scuffed.
That was so sweet.
Yeah, that was. You could tell how much they wanted this. Like they said, they've won minors here and there, but the fact that this was, we don't have like the minor major structure this year. It's just like the academy and the spring and summer season structure. They wanted this. Like, they wanted this bad, and you could tell it showed. And what a fantastic way for Scuff to finally, win one of those big events, and especially it was very heartwarming to hear like how much this tournament means, because it's such a landmark tournament. It means so much to so many people, and it's just been honest. It's been an incredible event for everyone involved.
It has, and it's been incredible for us to watch it from the beginning. It's been a new year, a new season for all these players to step up, and within this senior season in particular, we got to see so many new teams kind of come up and show us what they have, and I think that's kind of the beauty of Calling All Heroes is not only are we starting to see with how long it's been going on successfully, these players moving on to compete at Face It Masters, OWCS, players that might not have gotten that spotlight otherwise, but you're also seeing new players that are either grinding up that rank ladder that want a chance to move up to that point, and I cannot wait to see where this tournament continues to go for the remainder of the season, because we'll look at the bracket one more time to give you a better visual of what ended up going down, and our 8 teams to start us off. DK, of course, that #1 seed that couldn't quite make it towards the finals. It was instead Avidity who fought their way back as that second, taking down Exo Sakura in the earlier semi.
Yeah, it was just the Avidity show. 3-0 Hivemind, 3-1 Exo Sakura, 3-0 DK, a 3-0 here in the grand final. Seemed like there was just nothing that anyone could do to stop the Avidity train. And even though, yes, we had some fun in the lower bracket, Exo Sakura, they tried to have that lower bracket run, but it just wasn't enough. But there's so many storylines, even going into Academy 201 the next time around. DK will have a lot more fire under their belt to try and keep this going. Moss Genesis now is a known entity in this. No, it's not a mystery anymore how far this team can go. And I think a lot of eyes are also going to be on them once we go into this second stage of competition.
Yeah, and we got so many new teams to both watch and old ones that continue their dominant runs, and we're like just barely halfway through this Calling All Heroes year. We have so much more competition to come down the line as we get into the summer months, and I think the spring season was like the perfect segue into like this fun summer competition that we're gonna have or just around the corner, Jesse. But I know it's a very sad thing for us to say that this is all that we had for our Calling All Heroes spring season. It's been a wonderful ride with everybody that has been involved, our teams, players, managers, coaches, everybody who participated in the event. Of course, Radiant Tournament Admin, our broadcast team behind the scenes, has been the ones that are making all of this happen, so big shout out to them. Massive applause for all of the work that they have put in to make this event happen. And of course, our sponsor, Pura Vida, for not only giving us some fantastic bracelets for us to wear and rep the Calling All Heroes scene out in public, but also continuing to root for the success of this Calling All Heroes initiative. It's going to be it here on the broadcast for this late Wednesday night. I hope you get some rest, and we'll see you back for some more Overwatch esports as time goes on. It's been Tiny Shiny and Twin Salty. We'll catch you next time.